A few moments later.
Our good friend, Mr. Haqiqatjou, is here.
How's it going? Can you hear me?
How's it going, Shirk Apologist?
Oh, I thought I was upgraded to Mushrik.
Well, you are, but you can be both.
I'm a Mushrik, right?
You are, yeah.
Okay. Dean, hey, assalamu alaikum. How's it going?
Doing good. Yourself?
I said assalamu alaikum. Can you respond to that?
Yeah, wa alaikum salam.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum to you, Jake. Can you respond to that?
Wa alaikum.
So I hear that I'm on kufr and I'm a mushrik according to Jake. You agree or not? I guess you said salam to me, Dean. So I'm still
I
Muslim.
agree. You don't have to ask me. You have to ask Dean that question. That's not to me.
Yeah, am I?
Dean says
Yeah, so
document that you're
from what I've seen, there's been statements that would constitute kufr, yeah.
Like what?
But I don't make takfir.
So what statements have I made that constitute kufr?
Okay, so from what I've seen, there's been clips saying that, sacrificing towards jinn is not something that's kufr. I've seen also statements such as wilayat takwiniya not being necessarily kufr. These are the sort of statements that I've seen.
Have you seen my material explaining these statements?
I've seen your clips trying to explain them, yeah.
Have you seen the actual videos? Like if you're going to say I'm upon kufr and tell that to an audience of thousands, maybe you should actually see the explanation for those statements, right?
Yeah, I've seen them, yeah, from the clips, yeah.
Are they clips or have you seen the videos, the actual
I've seen the
essays?
clips and then I went back to your video to see the rest of the clips.
Okay, so do you understand that? Here's a question for you. Can you slaughter to other than Allah without that being shirk?
Can you slaughter to other than Allah without that being shirk? I guess it's gonna have to depend.
On what?
So you're gonna have to give me like a specific example, then I can tell you whether it's analogous or not. But in terms of the jinn, I know definitely in terms if you're sacrificing towards an entity and your intention is for that entity, then yeah, that would be shirk from what I know.
Like, can you slaughter for a king or for a guest to honor the guest?
To honor the guest, that's from what I know. I don't know if that would be shirk or kufr, but I know definitely that I don't think that would be permissible from what I know.
You can't slaughter for guests to honor your guests?
I don't know. I don't know if that's shirk or
You
kufr.
You think it's impermissible to do
It's possibly impermissible, yeah. That's
possibly. Oh, okay. It's possibly impermissible, so it's downgrade. So you can't.
So I haven't read. So it's like I said before. I haven't read. Yeah, I haven't read.
You
in
cited
detail
the
with regards to
like slaughtering for jinn is shirk, or that's kufr. That's what you said, right? So, but you can slaughter for a king, or you can slaughter for guests, and now you've downgraded it to it being possibly impermissible. Do you know what the Hanbali school says, or the An-Nawawi says, or Rafi'i says about these practices? Like, when is slaughtering to other than Allah actually shirk? Wait, where'd you go, Jake? Come on. I want your input too. Don't go.
Yeah.
So please.
Yeah. So from what? Yeah.
I was trying to be polite.
Yeah. No, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah. So I'll tell you very clearly. From what I know, in terms of sacrificing to jinn does seem like it's kufr, right? I haven't read in detail regarding to this, but slaughtering in the name of other than Allah, that's something that I know definitely it's going to be shirk. Now, when you talk about honoring someone, whatever, like these things, I haven't read in detail about, but slaughtering and then slaughtering in the name of Allah with regards to anything else is shirk.
Okay, so you know that you're going against the Hanbali school on this, the Shafi'i school, like you're going against the traditional Sunni legal schools on this. You're even actually going against.
Okay. So just to clarify, Daniel.
Of Bin Baz, like
just to clarify, Daniel, if someone's slaughtering in the name of Allah for a guest or for a king, I don't have a problem with that. But
You said
I don't know.
you said
I don't know. I don't know if
permissible.
scholars are going to say. I don't know if some scholars are going to say it's other than mubah, right? That's something I haven't looked into. But I definitely don't know that's shirk. So I definitely do know that's not shirk. Sorry. But with regards to slaughtering in the name of other than Allah, then yes, I would say that's shirk. And if it's like in the name of jinn, then obviously, yeah, I would agree that's shirk. But what I've seen in detail with regards to you, and something I can obviously never agree with is, besides this, is being able to control all of the atoms in the universe. Right?
Wait, I want to stay on the slaughter for a second. Like, don't jump around because you first are saying
Yeah, as long as we
slaughtering
can get
to
to as long
Allah.
as we can get to
Well,
wilayat
let me
takwiniya,
speak.
that's
I
fine.
let
Yeah.
you speak. So can I speak now? Is that allowed?
As long as we discuss wilayat takwiniya after, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to talk about that. I would love to talk to you and Jake. I mean, Jake is the Aqidah expert here who's giving.
Yeah, that's
people
fine.
like
You can
Ahmed
speak to me.
Deedat
That's,
and F.
yeah,
So
yeah, Daniel,
let's
that's fine.
talk
You can
about
speak
his
to me. It's fine.
Aqidah.
Yeah. Daniel, just make the
so-
point. It's fine.
You don't need to interrupt me, bro. I can speak for myself. You don't need to cut me off.
Yeah, Daniel, just stop being sensitive and just speak. Go ahead.
Well, you're just accusing me of kufr, so I just want to speak and explain myself, and you keep cutting
We're
me
allowing,
off like I'm a
dude, come on.
child.
We stop the exposition. Let's just get to the point. Go ahead.
Yeah, the point was that first you said that slaughtering to other than Allah is shirk and kufr.
Yeah.
Then I said slaughtering, okay, to kings, to guests, and you said it's haram. Now you say it's possibly mubah. Like your ruling keeps
It
changing.
depends what
like
you mean
within
by
a
it. So,
minute.
so I'll make it very clear to you. Like I said just now, slaughtering in the name of the king is shirk. I didn't know what you meant exactly by that. But if you mean by slaughtering in the name of Allah
No,
for
to honor, I
the
said
king,
very
then it's
clearly
fine.
to honor the king,
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
honor the king, to honor the guest. I said.
So,
very
so are
clearly.
you
You're
slaughtering in the
slaughtering-
name of Allah?
You're slaughtering for them.
Are you slaughtering in the name of the king?
You're slaughtering to honor them.
Right. So you're
So
slaughtering.
So if you slaughter two jinn, but in the name of Allah, is that shirk?
From what I know, that one wouldn't be shirk because you're slaughtering in the name of Allah.
Okay, so how do you know what I was referring to then?
Because in the context of your videos, it seemed like you were saying.
Did I
slaughtering in
say
the
anything
name
about
of
slaughtering
jinn.
in the name of the jinn in the videos?
That's what it seemed like.
Oh, it seemed like so. It
Yeah.
seemed like that. That's what popped into your head, and then you declared that Daniel.
Yes. So if you didn't mean that, then yes, I'll take back my takfir.
Okay, so you didn't see me or hear
Or
me
not takfir.
say-
Sorry, I
didn't-
never made takfir of you. I said it was kufr. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't hear that. It seemed that, and it's like that to you, and then you said I'm upon kufr. You just assumed. Is that how we do like judgments on?
Yeah.
who is
So
upon
so
kufr
when
and-
so
or
we
not?
judge things based. Yeah. So we judge things based on the apparent. So on the apparent of the clip,
Oh, really?
I didn't see the qualification that it's in the name of Allah for another entity. I didn't see that.
So then, how do you determine that it was kufr if you didn't see one way or the other?
No, I did. I saw. It seemed
Where-
like it seemed like you're defending slaughtering in the name of the jinn. We can bring up the clip. So
How can it
yeah.
seem like that?
On the apparent, it seemed like that. Yeah.
So you can determine if someone is upon kufr by what it just seems to you without actually
Yeah, on the
explicitly
apparent.
hearing that.
Yeah, so we judge by the apparent. So if it seems like someone's prostrating to an idol as though they're worshiping it, I'm gonna judge it as though until I see otherwise. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, prostrating. Actually, that's a good point there. So is prostrating to someone, is that shirk?
Yeah. So you see how you didn't want me to go to wilayat takwiniya, but now you're shifting. So we're gonna go to wilayat
I'll get
takwiniya.
to it, but I want to understand your standards. Like
If you're
putting a
gonna
principle.
yeah,
So
if you're gonna
prostrating to someone, is that
no,
shirk?
we're gonna stick, as you said, we're gonna stick on the jinn sacrifice. Then we can go to wilayat takwiniya, right?
Yeah, we're on the jinn sacrifice because
Okay.
you're talking about
So on the video, like I said before, on the video, it seemed like you didn't add that qualification that they're sacrificed in the name of Allah for that entity, which is the jinn.
So how did you determine that I'm upon kufr then?
Because you didn't add that qualification. If you're saying I'm slaughtering for the jinn, if you're slaughtering, wait 1 second. If you're saying I'm slaughtering for the jinn and I'm defending this practice, and other people are saying no, it's kufr, and you're saying no, it's just for the jinn, it doesn't matter, you can do it for it, then I'm gonna assume that what you meant by it was something that's kufri. Did you add that qualification in your video that you're slaughtering in the name of Allah for that entity, which is the jinn?
Why is that qualification need to be made?
It's needed,
when
because otherwise-
school, when
my
Bin
days.
Baz is saying that it's not shirk, when it's not kufr, we can read the fatwa.
Yeah,
We should read
we
the
need to,
fatwa.
yeah,
Let's
let's
bring
get
it
the
up.
fatwa up. Yeah.
Okay, let's bring up Bin Baz's fatwa.
Actually,
And
what's more important is getting the clip of what you're saying, so we can see if you added that qualification of that you're actually slaughtering in the name of Allah.
no, you're missing.
So
You're adding that
let's bring that
qualification.
up.
You're saying that that's something that's necessary, and I'm
Yeah,
pointing to
of course.
what the scholars have said. Okay,
Don't-
so Al-Rafi.
Wait, so Daniel,
Can I
when
read the
people, when if you believe people are misunderstanding you, and this is what you really intended, then you have to add these qualifications, right?
No, the qualifications have been made. You don't even know anything about this topic. That's why you keep downgrading from shirk to haram to possibly allowed to mubah. You don't know anything about this topic. I'm trying to educate you here on stream. I've written about this in many places. I've done videos in many places. You've just watched clips. And then what seems to you to be kufr, then you say, oh, Daniel is upon kufr. Now I'm trying to educate you about the topic, and you want to change the subject. So let me read the quotes.
No one's changing the subject,
Shafi
Daniel.
scholar Al-Rafi, okay, is quoted by Imam an-Nawawi. And he says, know that slaughtering animals for a being that's worshipped and in that being's name is like prostration, like sajda. Each of these, slaughter and prostration, is a form of veneration and worship that is exclusive to Allah, who alone is deserving of worship. So whoever slaughters for someone other than Allah, whether for a living being or an inanimate object like an idol as an act of veneration and worship, then the slaughtered animal is not permissible to eat, and his action is an act of kufr, just like one who prostrates to someone other than Allah with the prostration intended as worship. Likewise, if he slaughters for that being or for someone else in the same manner intending worship, then the ruling is the same, i.e. the person who slaughters intending worship has committed disbelief. However, if he slaughters for someone other than Allah, not in this manner, meaning not intending worship, such as sacrificing or offering an animal to the Kaaba out of reverence for it as the house of Allah, or slaughtering for the messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam due to his status, then it's not something that renders the slaughtered animal impermissible to eat. This is the meaning of the common expression, I've offered this to the haram or the Kaaba. Of this same kind of slaughtering when receiving the sultan, because it expresses happiness at his arrival, which is akin to slaughtering an aqiqah for the newborn, such acts do not necessitate kufr. Similarly, prostrating to another human out of humility or submission does not necessitate kufr.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Even it's haram.
I agree with that. Okay.
Okay, then
So
why do you say
so I agree with the prostration.
When I say slaughtering for other than Allah is not necessarily kufr and shirk, that's correct according to Imam Nawawi and Al-Rafi. That's correct. So why are you accusing me of being on kufr for that? Or Jake,
yeah, so that's why okay. So Daniel, first of all, let me get my quote up so I can show you from what I've seen. 1 second. Okay. 1 sec. So it should be here. So if someone qualifies it as they're not sacrificing to Allah in the name of Allah, but they're sacrificing.
Who is this?
What did you say?
I gave you the source of my quote. What is the source of your
quote? Yeah, I'm not reading it. I'm just telling you what my opinion is, and then I'll read from Ibn Baz, because you said Ibn Baz says it's not shirk. So yeah, so first I'll give you my opinion. So my opinion is that if someone is sacrificing to in the name of other than Allah, then that's shirk. If someone's sacrificing in the name of Allah for someone, then that's not shirk. Now, if you're gonna add, if you do intend that qualification, then obviously I wouldn't believe you're on kufr then. Otherwise, I will believe that if you haven't added that qualification, that it's in the name of Allah for someone else. Now,
wait, do you know the context of why this discussion even came up? Why we're talking about slaughtering to jinn?
Just share my screen, Jake, if you don't mind. Yeah, so the context was about istighatha, if I'm not mistaken.
No.
So Ibn Baz watched the video. So Ibn Baz, dude, come on, Daniel, you can't play victim with me interrupting you and then you do it to me. Come on. So
I ask you a question.
Sacrifice to other than Allah is shirk. That's what Ibn Baz says clearly on one of his fatwas. So I can put the link here in the back chat even. So 1 second. So I don't know where you got that Ibn Baz says that it's not shirk.
You want me to read that? But I'll read you the Ibn Baz quote. But first, do you know the context of this whole discussion? Like, why did this come up?
Yes, man. It's in the context of istighatha.
It's not istighatha. No, that's not what the context is, actually. The context is that Farid was saying that I'm a shirk apologist, like Sulaiman ibn Abdul Wahhab. And Sulaiman ibn Abdul Wahhab says in one of his texts about sacrificing to other than Allah, he says this: as far as sacrificing to other than Allah, it's held under the status of impermissible actions. It's not classed as major kufr unless the sacrifice is done to idols or what is worshipped besides Allah, such as the sun and the stars. So Sulaiman ibn Abdul Wahhab says this statement. Farid says this is why we can't trust Sulaiman ibn Abdul Wahhab, the brother of Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab, and that's why he's a shirk apologist, just like Daniel. So I go and look at the Hanbali school, I look at the Shafi'i school, I bring up these quotes from Nawawi, Al-Rafi, and others, Azhar University, and I say that, look, all of them say that sacrificing to other than Allah, as mentioned by Sulaiman,
it depends what they mean, dude. It depends what they mean.
Is not necessarily kufr, is not necessarily major kufr or shirk.
Daniel,
so
Daniel, I agree with that.
Farid, so your statement, Farid, is incorrect. And if you want to call
Daniel,
if you want to call Sulaiman ibn Abdul Wahhab and Daniel a shirk apologist, you have to apply that to Imam.
No, I got you, Daniel. I got you. Here,
do you get that? So then, how are you?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Daniel. Daniel, man, I'm letting you speak. Daniel,
actually, Daniel,
chill.
You are a shirk
Daniel, but I don't want to tell Jake to mute you, bro. You can speak, but I'll speak in response. Now, it depends what you mean when you say you're sacrificing, right? I didn't see the qualification that you can sacrifice to Allah for someone, right? So sacrifice to Allah for a king or for whatever it might be, for a being or whatever. Now, if you're going to add that qualification, then that's not necessarily shirk. I haven't read Sulaiman to know exactly what he intends by what he's saying there. So I can't make a judgment. I haven't even read that. But what I can say is I didn't see that qualification in your video. Now, do you agree that if you sacrifice... Daniel, answer my question because I've been answering yours. Do you agree that if you slaughter in the name of other than Allah, then that's shirk?
It depends on your intention. Yeah, it depends on your intention and belief, as it says in the quote that I read from Al-Rafi.
No, Daniel.
If you're sacrificing to a god, to an idol, yes, and you're like making yourself humble, you're humbling yourself. You view this is an idol that you're slaughtering for. Yeah, that is shirk. It depends on your intention, and that's exactly what the quote said that I read you. Did you not understand it? So here's the Bin Baz quote, specifically on slaughtering to jinn. So someone asked, this is the fatwa, the question is a question from one of our Sudanese brother states, in our country, there's a custom whereby a person begins constructing a house. He slaughters an animal when the building reaches the halfway point, or the slaughter is delayed until the construction is completed and the person intends to move into the house. Relatives and neighbors are invited to this slaughtered animal. What is your view of this practice? And is there any legislated act that is recommended to be performed before moving into a new house? Please advise us and may Allah reward you. So Bin Baz answers. This is a Wahhabi sheikh. All praise is due to Allah. This practice requires distinction and clarification. If the intention behind the slaughter is to ward off jinn, or for some other purpose whereby the homeowner believes that this slaughter will bring about such and such results, such as protection for himself or for the occupants of the house, then this is not permissible. Rather, it is an innovation. Okay, so he doesn't say that it's shirk. And if it's done, and if it is done for the jinn to win the jinn's favor, then it constitutes major shirk because it is an act of worship directed to other than Allah. So Bin Baz is also making a distinction. He's saying that it depends on what your intention actually is. If your intention is to ward off the harm of the jinn, okay, this is an innovation. It's haram, it's an innovation, but he doesn't say it's shirk. It's only shirk if you want to, if it's done for the jinn as an act of worship directed to them.
Who was
okay? So in that quote, So Daniel, in that quote, is it saying that you can give it in the name of the jinn? I didn't hear that from the quote.
Yeah, he didn't mention any of those details.
Come on, bro. Come on. That's what you need to defend, though. That's what you need to defend.
But why does it matter? Like, if that's the key
because you said you can sacrifice in the name of other than Allah.
You're claiming that this is a key distinction. That if it's in the name of the jinn or in the name of Allah or whatever, that's your distinction that you just made up right now. But Bin Baz
No,
doesn't
what?
bring up that distinction. You know more than Bin Baz?
No,
Who's
I don't
the
know
first-
more than Ibn
who's the-
Baz.
But
I don't know
his
more
fatwa-
than
his
Ibn Baz.
fatwa didn't mention.
But when you're
his
when
fatwa
I'm
didn't
when I'm
mention it
asking you that
in the name
distinction,
of
Daniel,
Din, or in the name of whoever, in the name of Bob, in the name of
Daniel.
Ahmed, his fatwa didn't mention
Daniel.
that, did it?
Let me respond. I don't want any muting going on. So here, the point is that you agreed despite me making that distinction. You agreed that that distinction doesn't do anything to the topic, but I don't agree. Now, the distinction that we made, which is in terms of in the name of or not in the name of, you agreed that you can sacrifice in the name of jinn, and that's not necessarily shirk.
Where did I say that?
You said that's not
Where?
necessarily shirk, didn't you say that?
Where? No, I said slaughtering for jinn, according to some scholars, is not necessarily shirk.
But what does it mean?
Daniel, I asked you
in the name
Daniel.
of the jinn. This is something that
All right.
you made up.
Daniel, I asked you, can you sacrifice in the name of other than Allah without it being shirk? And you said, yes, that's possible. It depends on your intention. Did you not say that?
I did not say that.
You did, bro.
I said
Oh
that
my days. Come on.
sacrificing for other than Allah, like sacrificing for a king, for guests, aqiqah for your newborn, sacrificing
In the
them.
name of Allah, that's fine. Yes, I agree.
Okay, so then I asked you about in the name of Allah for jinn, and you said that. What you said? Okay.
That's not necessarily shirk. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, then that's the same thing. Then how did? And I asked you, then why did you assume that I don't have that same position?
Because you just showed everyone on the live that's your position. Because you said it's not necessarily shirk if you sacrifice in the name of other than Allah. You said that.
I never said okay. If I said that here, I'm clarifying it now for you because there seems to be a problem with interpreting my own words. So maybe
you said it, Daniel. We can replay it.
We can replay it. Maybe I misspoke. Let me just clarify. Okay.
All right.
I never said that it is okay in the name of jinn to sacrifice for them, and that's not shirk. I never.
In the name of anyone. In the name of anyone, it's not okay. Except for Allah.
In the name of anyone, I never said. I didn't say anything about that. Okay. If I did, if I made a mistake or I misspoke, okay. Now I'm clarifying that for you.
Okay.
But my
so then we're on the same page then.
My overall point. Okay. So then you retract saying that I'm upon kufr. For that.
If that now what you're saying, if that's what you intended, then yeah, I retract that you're upon kufr on that statement. Yes, I retract that. If that's what you intended, and that's what you now believe based on your clarification. Yes. So, but that's on that point. Another concerning point was wilayat takwiniyah that I saw. Now, do you believe?
Jake even here? Yeah. Like Jake, what do you
think? That's fine. Jake
trusts me to speak. You keep talking over me.
Yeah, let Jake.
It's okay, Daniel. Jake trusts me to engage with you here.
Oh, I don't think he trusts you at all. Actually, he graded you as an F, bro. He doesn't trust you
as
at
an
all.
F.
Yeah, or was it a D? I don't remember. Like these rankings change.
It's okay. Inshallah, Jake can rank me as Z.
Is he a D or an F, Jake? Do you trust him to represent you?
Daniel.
Not representing me. He's representing himself. You came on here to speak to him when he was talking about
I came here to speak to both of you.
It's okay. Here, Daniel.
I want to know what you would think about slaughtering to the jinn.
Yeah, like I told you.
I think that you, as usual, are one of the most deceptive people I ever met. That you play with your words, that you try to word things in an ambiguous way to confuse people, when in reality, what you read from Bin Baz has nothing to do with slaughtering for other than Allah or to other than Allah. You tried to bring up the quote, but it doesn't actually match what you said. And when Dean called you out on that and demonstrated the distinction, you just collapsed back into our position.
Yeah. Your position is that. So why is Sulaiman ibn Abdul Wahhab a shirk apologist then? For his statement that Fareed quoted.
Why did I say that?
Okay, so you disagree with Fareed then?
I don't believe that text is authentic.
So you disagree. Let's assume that's authentic. It doesn't matter. Like that position, Fareed says that that's shirk apology. Sulaiman ibn Abdul Wahhab saying sacrifice.
There are many scholars who actually critique that and say that the text itself is not authentic.
That wasn't Fareed's critique. Fareed called Sulaiman ibn Abdul Wahhab a shirk apologist.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Daniel, I want my question answered on wilayat takwiniyah.
I'm talking to Jake, Dean.
Fareed is not here. We're not here to defend Fareed.
He's your friend. Yeah, you're signing letters with him.
But Daniel, you said we could discuss wilayat takwiniyah.
You're sharing his videos, Jake.
Why can't you? Daniel, you said we can discuss wilayat takwiniyah. So let's do it.
Why Sulaiman ibn Abdul Wahhab is a shirk apologist?
Daniel,
Explain
you
that.
said you said we can talk about Wilayat Takwiniya, so let's get to
Chill,
that.
bro. We'll get to it.
I want to
bro.
speak to you. We spoke to you on your we
I'm talking to
spoke to you on
Jake.
your
It's your
topic, but you
show.
don't want to speak on mine.
Dude, you got a D. Dude, you got a D.
Daniel,
You
that's
went
fine.
from
And
He got a B, Daniel. Daniel, he got a B. Come
Dean,
on, be
he's
fair,
trying to-
Daniel.
I got a B.
he's
I got
trying
a
to
B,
put
Daniel.
you
I gotta be
against
fair.
me so that you can't move to the topic.
Yeah, it's fine. So Daniel, is it shirk for someone to say that
Jake, are
someone
you gonna let him
can
like,
bear
just dog
all
walk
of
you
the
like this?
control of the
Jake,
atoms in the
Are you
universe?
gonna let him dog walk you? Are you gonna let him like
Daniel,
just take over your show?
He's not dog walking me. You
Like,
challenged
you can't
him,
stand up
and
for
now
yourself,
he's
Jake? Like, you have
responding
to have
to
Dean
you.
talk about.
He's
talk for you.
responding to you, and now when he wants to pivot to what you said you were willing to discuss with him, you
We're
don't want to
still
do
on
it.
the gin. We're still on the gin slaughter issue. Okay, I
Yeah,
want
I
to know
already-
your
but I thought-
opinion.
But I
I
thought
thought
we
we
just
finished
agreed,
that point.
Daniel. But Daniel, I thought we just agreed on it. Me and you agreed on it, so we can move on.
Yeah,
So,
you
so with
changed your
regard-
position,
so with regards
and
to
you
Wala-
admitted you changed
I
your
changed my
position,
position.
that you're wrong and that you made a wrong statement about me. Yeah, you just did that. I want to get Jake on record now.
No, I
to-
never said.
You
No,
put
no,
his cards on
Daniel,
the table because he
Daniel,
signed
I'm
the
making-
statement. Okay,
Daniel,
you were
I'm gonna
too
make it
scared
clear.
to sign the
You're
statement,
misrepresenting what I said.
Dean. Dean, look, Dean,
On
you were too- you
on
were
the
too-
apparent.
Jake
No,
says-
Daniel,
Jake says that you're too scared to sign the statement.
Daniel, you're gonna
Okay, so
you're gonna
Jake signed
let
the
me.
statement saying
Yeah.
that slaughtering to jinn. Daniel is saying slaughtering to jinn is allowed, and that's shirk. Okay, we can bring up the statement, right? Jake is the one who probably wrote the statement. He's the one who distributed it. He's the one who signed it.
Daniel,
Okay, so I'm
Daniel,
asking Jake about it.
we agreed that sacrificing in the name of other than Allah is shirk. If we both agree on that, we can move on then.
That's not
because
what the statement said. That's not what the statement that
Which
Jake
statement?
put out said. Here, look.
Yeah.
This is the accusation. Let me get it to read it verbatim for you. This
He
is the
has
statement.
also downplayed other polytheistic practices, such as offering sacrifices to jinn.
Yeah, exactly. He has
Do you
also
believe that do you
downplayed.
believe that that's
So-
shirk?
So Dean responds right now, said that in some cases it's not polytheism to sacrifice to
Is
jinn.
offering? I'm
Only
asking
in the
No,
you.
dude.
I'm
Oh
asking
my
you.
God. No,
You're
no, no. Wait. No, no, no.
misrepresenting.
Wait, Jake. One sec. I can clarify what I said. Bro, you can't leave it ambiguous when you say, yeah, Dean's okay with sacrificing
this
to
whole
other
game.
than Allah. What I said was you can sacrifice to Allah for someone. That's what I said. Please just say it the way I said it.
Okay, so the statement on which you said that you privately agreed with, but publicly you didn't want to sign, it says Daniel has downplayed other polytheistic practices.
I don't think that's Libyano, Jake. I don't think that's Libyano.
Not him. I'll remove him then.
Yeah, just remove him.
Not 301.
He has
Yeah,
also
we got a bunch of
downplayed.
fakers here. I don't know if Dan is sending these people. He's got the electronic flies.
You think all your haters are now Daniel followers now? Bro, you have you've made everyone your hater now, basically. So good job.
I know.
Here, this is the statement. He has also Daniel has also downplayed other polytheistic practices, such as offering sacrifices to jinn.
Yeah.
Nowhere does
Believe
that
that's
say
shirk?
in the name of jinn.
Do you believe it's shirk?
Me? I just explained it to you. It depends. It depends.
So if somebody is
According to scholars, it depends. According to Sulaiman ibn Abdul Wahhab,
Okay,
Daniel,
how about you bring up your?
It depends. According to Nawawi, it depends.
Daniel.
It depends.
All right, Daniel.
It depends.
All right, Daniel. I agree with you that it depends on if you're sacrifice in the name of Allah or not in the name of Allah. That's what you mean by it depends, I agree. But from the video that you made, I didn't see that it's sacrificing to Allah for a jinn. It seemed like on the apparent, on the zahir, that you're saying you can sacrifice in the name of jinn for something.
You think the zahir is what seems to you, or the impression that you get.
The apparent,
You know what zahir means.
It's the apparent.
Zahir is not what you think, like what you assume, or what
it's
you
the context.
presuppose. Zahir means what's explicitly said.
By the context, yeah.
Zahir means what's explicit. No, the context is not zahir, bro.
You don't need the context to know the zahir?
Is not the
You don't need the context to know the zahir.
You don't even know what the zahir
Do you need the context to know the zahir?
Let's go back to the statement.
Do you need the context to know the zahir? Don't dodge.
Listen to this.
Do you need the context to know the zahir?
The statement, look,
You're dodging.
stop grandstanding. The
You're
statement
dodging.
says that I have downplayed polytheistic practices such as offering sacrifices to the jinn. So tell me, Jake, did a Nawawi downplay polytheistic practices to the to slaughtering or sacrificing? to other than Allah? Did
Bro,
he?
you're totally pivoting from the whole issue. You're just
This
trying
is
to
the statement that you
move,
signed and
you're trying to
distributed.
move on. You're trying to move on.
This
You
is
don't
the-
even want
this
to
is the
address the
statement.
statement itself. Do
I
you
read it. I literally
Okay,
read the
I'm going to
statement.
ask you one more time. I'm going to ask you
I
one more
literally
time.
read the statement to
I'm going
you.
to ask you one more time.
Why can't you
It
answer a
says,
question, Jake? Dean at
offering
least tried.
sacrifices
Dean at least
to
tried to answer a
jinn.
question. Why can't you
Offering
answer a question, Jake?
sacrifices to jinn. Is that permissible or shirk? Which one?
Did you hear me read the Bin Baz fatwa?
Yeah.
Did you?
I heard you read it,
Okay,
and it doesn't say
let's
anything
test your
about what
reading.
you're saying.
Let's test your understanding. Did Bin Baz say that
It doesn't
sacrifices
say anything about
jinn?
what you're claiming.
Yes, they did. Yes, he did. Are you trying to gaslight me right on this stream, bro?
Yeah, I am.
Bin Baz said that
Exactly what I'm
if you
doing.
sacrifice to ward off the harm of the jinn, that is haram. It's
Yeah,
not shirk.
yeah, but that's sacrificing in the name of
the
Allah.
sacrifice is to Allah.
Yeah.
You
yeah.
dumbass.
To warn off the jinn, to ward off the
It
jinn.
Yeah,
doesn't
but it's
matter
to
what the
Allah.
purpose
That doesn't
for it.
matter.
It matters
That's to
what the
Allah.
it matters who the sacrifice is to, dumbass.
Where?
That's-
Let me read it
Bro,
again. You have a
We
problem
said
with
your shirk.
understanding.
We said your shirk is that you believe that it is not shirk to offer sacrifices to jinn, not to Allah to ward off jinn. You see the distinction, Dan? You can't
are
play these
making
games with me,
distinctions that are
buddy.
not in the fatwa, bro. You're making distinctions that are not in the fatwa.
Are both
Okay.
of them shirk or is only one shirk?
He says only one.
I'm asking you, is it shirk to make a sacrifice directly to the jinn? Yes or no?
It depends on the intention.
Okay,
Oh my
exactly.
God, bro.
Exactly.
Nah,
and the
that
quote
can't be
that you're
real, bro.
getting from
And Dean
Bin Baz
agreed
and
with
the
me.
example
And Dean
has
agreed with
nothing
me.
to do with
And
making
Dean
the
agreed
sacrifice
with
No, I
to
didn't.
the jinn.
No, I didn't.
And Dean agreed with me.
I
And he said
didn't.
only if it's in the name of the
Just
jinn.
like Muhammad Hijab agreed with your istiklali nonsense, right? When he said that you're exactly
Bro, you're out of
disputing
your
his
depth.
position.
You're out of your depth. Let me read the.
Oh, I just
fatwa again.
demonstrated to you.
Okay, let
how
me
your
read it because you're
dishonest
just
man
you're
tactics
lying. If I could
ain't
show
gonna
my
work on
screen,
this
I'll
live,
also
bro.
show it. You want me
They're
to
not
put it
gonna
on the
work.
screen? Here, let me share my screen then. Let me share my
Okay,
screen.
how about I share my screen?
Let me share my screen. Come on. Let's see it. Since
I
you
don't
want to
see anything
gaslight
there.
the
There's nothing
audience.
there.
You want to gaslight the
There's nothing
audience.
there to share, Dan.
Here, give me a second. Okay, give me a second.
And this fake ass God logic, this is what we're going to do to you. We're sending you. Bye-bye, buddy. All these fake people coming in now. Yo, and Solomon, what are you doing here, bro? I'm booting your ass. Stop DMing me, too. I don't know who this other guy is. Let's see. Okay, Haqiqatjou. Here it is. Here you go. Is that yours? That's what you're referring to?
All right. Guys,
Sound like Muslim.
my child is in the background. He needs me. I have to go for 1 second. Can I just
No
step
problem,
up?
Dan. We're charitable. We'll take our time. Go ahead, handle your business. Okay. We're gonna remove Dan and we'll just leave him there for now. And then when he comes back.
Yo, chat. Did Daniel not say that when I asked him, can you slaughter in the name of other than Allah? He said it depends. Was I tripping? Or
He
said that?
did. No, he literally said that, bro.
He did, but this is the thing you have to understand with Dan. He is the most dishonest person who manipulates his own words and will always word things purposely in an ambiguous way to always have plausible deniability and escape hatch. He always does this, always. But the difference with me, Dan, is it's not going to work here, son, because I'm so autistic that I'm going to pay very close attention to what you're saying. And I'm not going to give you that. I'm going to ask you a direct question to disambiguate the nonsense that you're coming with. Sheikh Bin Baz does not say it's merely haram to make a sacrifice to the jinn. What he says in that fatwa is that it's haram and not shirk to make the sacrifice for or to Allah in that specific context. Our position against you is that you're guilty of shirk because you said that it's permissible to make a sacrifice to the jinn directly, meaning either in the name of or for the jinn specifically, not to Allah for the protection from jinn. You see the difference? Anyone with common sense can see that distinction. But Daniel is trying to make it seem like those two cases are the same so that he can hide behind his veil of shirk.
Yeah. So listen, I'm gonna make it very clear so no one takes me out of context, because I know people from Jake's side, they're gonna want to say I'm saying something, and Daniel's side, they're gonna want to say.
Is this a real Orthodox Muslim, guys? It's not him, right?
I don't know. Bring him up, but be prepared to drop him in case he's doing something else.
I'm gonna do it real quick. Just tell me quick. That's not him, right?
That's not. No, it's obviously not.
Bro, that's a cookie honor, bro. That's not a living honor. Jake, bro, what are you doing?
Clown. No, honestly, I can't really see it very well. And okay. King Sylv, is this? Hold on. Is this the real King Sylv? Hold on a second. Is this the real King Sylv?
Bro, just drop him. I don't know why you're bringing up everyone.
Yeah, drop him. Jake, these guys.
Jake, already, with all due respect, like Jake, Dean came here specifically because of what you said about him, and you guys are dealing with that. And then now Daniel came, and now there's issues with that. So it's already very hectic.
Yeah, because Daniel was posting and was literally posting a picture of him here waiting, and he was saying that me and Dean are basically trying to avoid him. So I didn't want him to continue with his lie. And saying
that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. No, that's fair. That's fair. And listen, I'm telling you guys from now, I'm not even well versed on these topics, but like I just showed right now, I know enough to say that some stuff what Daniel's saying, if I'm being charitable to him, he's saying it in ways that seem shirky but doesn't intend so. That's if I'm being charitable, right? But on the apparent, based on what he said in this discussion and in past videos, I can see why people are saying that he's defending shirk. I can see that. I can obviously see that because of what he's saying, right? But if he intends what we're saying, basically, as we clarified at the end, then no issue. But I don't retract what I said, or I don't expect people to retract based on what he said in the past and at the beginning of this discussion, because it did seem like he was defending sacrificing. There's times where you can sacrifice to and other than Allah.
When I made a distinction between the two cases of sacrificing directly to jinn, that the sacrifice is to them, and the sacrifice to Allah, right? Yes. On trying to ward off the jinn or something in that type of situation. I brought those two distinctions and I said, are they both shirk or not? And he said explicitly, it depends upon the intention. So
he said the same thing to me. Yeah, he said the same thing.
So even in the case of doing a sacrifice directly to the jinn, he thinks that is not always shirk. It depends upon the person's intention. And we disagree with that. So we're saying that is shirk, no matter what the person's intention are, if they are making that sacrifice directly to the jinn.
Yeah,
that's the point. So Dan, I see you back in the screen. Give a thumbs up if you're ready. Okay, I'm going to bring him back.
Assalamu alaikum, guys. I'm just going to be in the backstage.
Wa alaikum salam. All right, I'm going to remove him. And I'm going to bring up your thing here.
I mean, this is just acknowledging that what is being said by Rafi. Okay, this is the quote that I read earlier. This is Imam Nawawi is quoting this, their Shafi, and this is what Rafi is saying. I've presented this, and the distinction that is made is that he's not calling these things haram. Like if he slaughters for someone other than Allah, not intending worship. Okay, so look, my personal position on these issues, like that's separate. That's separate. But I want to get first clear.
You don't want to tell us your position.
It's not relevant in the sense
that because the statement was made against you, not a Nawawi.
Let's just say even if it were my position, and that makes me an advocate of shirk or a mushrik, as you've called me, then that means that a Nawawi is a mushrik. That means that Arafi is a mushrik. That means Azhar University, they're mushrikeen. That's the implication. Like that's the, and I think that you're now, enough of a Wahhabi that I think you're ready to takfir these people. I think you're ready to follow in the footsteps of Muhammad Shamsuddin, the Wahhabi Haddadi who praises you. And he says that, Nawawi is a mushrik, or Nawawi is on kufr.
Where do you have that?
Or maybe that was Dimishqiya. Shamsuddin said, I think Suyuti is a mushrik, or he's upon kufr.
Bro, you're bringing all these different people into it. It's Dean.
Yeah, I know. So are you willing? Are you willing to say, like,
we're not dealing with
Nawawi
and this person? We're dealing with the statement and what your position actually is, because you're challenging.
My position is that Nawawi is not a mushrik.
Behind it of accusing you of being a mushrik.
My position is that Imam Nawawi is not a mushrik.
We agree. Me and Dean don't agree on Nawawi either.
Is your position the same as a Nawawi's?
My position is that he's not a mushrik.
Is your position the same as a Nawawi's?
Yeah, I think that his position that intention matters, I think that's a reasonable position. I think that's a good position.
You can make a sacrifice to other than Allah. You can make a sacrifice directly to jinn, and it's not always shirk.
Look, he says you can make a slaughter for some other than Allah, not intending worship.
If you believe that you can make a slaughter
directly an animal to the Kaaba, if you say I'm going to slaughter to the Kaaba, is this shirk or not?
Bro, I asked you a question and you're responding with a question. Do you believe that you can make a sacrifice directly to the jinn and it's not shirk?
Look at this. Why can't you answer my question?
I'm asking you a direct question. You're not answering it.
I answered it. I said it depends on the intention, exactly as Nawawi's saying here. Exactly as
is it possible to make a sacrifice directly to the jinn and it not be shirk akbar? And if so, if it is possible, give me an example of a situation.
According to these scholars, it depends on the intention.
And I'm asking according to DH.
Yeah, according to these scholars. Like, I'm not a faqih. I don't need to take a position on
this. You have a position. You don't have a position on it?
Brain rot can't understand.
You don't have a position on it?
Listen.
You don't have a position on
Wahhabi,
it?
listen
to debate these topics and you don't have a position.
Listen, okay? My position is that Imam Nawawi is not a mushrik. Can you say that? Is Imam Nawawi a mushrik? Can you answer that question?
He's not.
No one here takfirs Nawawi.
I want you to answer the question. I want you to answer the question about what your position is.
If my position is the same as Imam Nawawi's, then how am I a mushrik?
Know what your position is.
Bro, Daniel,
you
you
studied logic, right? So if Imam Nawawi is not a mushrik, despite having this position on slaughter, and if Daniel has the same position as Imam Nawawi on slaughter, Imam Nawawi is not a mushrik. But
you
Daniel
didn't say you had a position.
How does that make any sense?
All you said was your position is that a Nawawi is not a mushrik. You never said that you agreed with his position.
If I did, hypothetically, do you understand hypotheticals?
We don't want hypothetical. We want Dan's answer about what your position
is. The same as Imam Nawawi, okay?
And is your position the same as
Nawawi? For the sake of argument, my position is the same as them, and so
we don't want for the sake of argument. We don't want for the sake of argument. We want your position.
You're too dumb, bro. You're too dumb.
No, you're too dishonest, and I'm too smart to not allow you to call around, Dan. This is a different kind of arena, brother. You ain't ready for this.
Okay, my position is the same as Nawawi, okay?
Oh, now you want to say
what do you say to that?
What
do you say to that?
Oh, you believe, let's say
what do you say to that?
You believe,
what do you say to that?
You believe, let's be clear, you believe that it is not shirk akbar in all instances for a human being to make a sacrifice directly to the jinn, yes?
It is not necessarily shirk akbar. No, it depends on the
intention. Give me an example where it's not. Give me an example where it's not.
Like Bin Baz says, you make a sacrifice to the jinn to ward off their harm. It's haram. It's a bid'ah. It's not necessarily.
He's not making a sacrifice to the jinn. It's to Allah to ward off against the jinn.
It doesn't matter, okay? According
to
Nawawi, is Maulana Yasser Hanafi, Sheikh Yasser Hanafi, who I spoke to and you watched it and you clipped it, he says that dependence is or independence is necessary for it to be considered shirk akbar.
Yeah.
Okay, so he has actually a more lenient position on these things than I do. So is Sheikh Yasser Hanafi a mushrik? Yes or no?
Okay, I'll get to that in a second. Now
No,
we're going to
yes or
deal
no?
with.
Is he?
We're
It
going to
should be
deal
easy
with
for
your
you.
Bin Baz quote.
It should be easy for you to answer that.
Deal with your Bin Baz quote, because this authority, which quotes directly, and the source is directly from Bin Baz, says if a person dies who offers sacrifices to the jinn and he persisted in doing so, can the funeral prayer be prayed over him or dua be made for him? Praise be to Allah and blessings and peace upon the messenger of Allah. It is not permissible to offer the funeral prayer over him or to wash him or to shroud him. He cannot be considered to be one of the Muslims, and he should not be buried with them because he is a mushrik. The same applies to the one who prays to the jinn or to the awliya or to the occupants of graves or offers sacrifices to them. We seek refuge from them. Source. Do you see that, Dan? The source is
wow. You cite me something like a Wahhabi source. So what? There's a difference of opinion. There's a difference of opinion, you fool. Listen.
There's a difference of opinion on what?
On this.
There's a difference of opinion on what?
The thing is, there is an ikhtilaf.
They are using Bin Baz as the source. Is he contradicting himself?
Yeah, actually, Wahhabi scholars contradict themselves all the time. Okay?
So
they say contradicting things all the time, actually. But my point is that there's ikhtilaf amongst other than your Wahhabi circle. You have traditional ulama giants who overshadow all this Wahhabi trash. They have a position that you can sacrifice in the name of Allah and His Messenger, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That's the quote that I just read. In the name of Allah and His Messenger, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And he doesn't call it shirk. And he doesn't call it shirk.
You're dealing with your claim about Bin Baz.
You don't have the cojones. You don't have the cojones.
Dan, you don't have the cojones to even state your own view.
You don't even have the
cojones to state your own view, dude.
You don't have. My view is that there's ikhtilaf. My view is that there's ikhtilaf.
We don't care that you say there's ikhtilaf. We want to know what your position is.
This is exactly what you were trying to do to Hamza. This is exactly what you try to do with people. You make them take a position when all they're saying.
You don't have a position. Then why are you here?
Okay.
Why are you here if you don't have a position?
I'm just proving that you're a coward and you're a liar. Because
I'm a liar, but you're the one that said that you have a position and we're willing to debate, and now you don't have a position. How could you debate if you don't have a position?
Can I talk? Do you recognize that there's ikhtilaf on this issue of whether sacrificing to other than Allah is shirk akbar or not? Do you agree that there's ikhtilaf on this?
No, not genuine ikhtilaf. No.
Okay, so whoever doesn't take your position is outside of Islam, correct? That's why you're saying to me, right? I'm a mushrik. Not necessarily? No. So then, so someone like Sheikh Yasser Hanafi, he has the same position as Nawawi or the people who say that it requires on intention, it requires on your belief. So is he a mushrik? Is he a mushrik? Yes or no?
I'm going to answer you.
Is Sheikh Yasser a mushrik? Yes or no?
I'm going to answer you. His position is that it requires the person to believe that the being that they're either praying to or worshiping or sacrificing to has istiqlal, has independence. That's his position. Correct? Do we agree?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm saying that that position is shirk.
Okay, so he has that position, and this is the position that you are calling shirk. So is he a mushrik?
And here's the thing. I'm going to be talking directly to Yasser al-Hanafi. As you should know, since you follow me closely on Twitter, I'm going to have a discussion with him about that. I already recorded a video refuting all of his claims on your stream together. That's going to be made public. He's going to review that, and then he's going to come on here and speak to me one-on-one directly. So I'm not going to call him. I'm going to respond to you. I'm not going to call him a mushrik now, because let's see how he responds to my video, and let's see what happens when I have the discussion with him. But I already confirmed with him very clearly, not only is he claiming that his position is that it cannot be shirk, unless the person believes or attributes istiqlal or independence to the being. But he also claimed that that was Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah's position. So I refuted him on both fronts. That's not Ibn Taymiyyah's position, and that's not even the position of classical Ash'aris and Maturidis. So when you see that, I don't know what you're going to do, Dan. You might break down, or you might have to call Yasser al-Hanafi and tell him you need to come back for a second round.
No, I think you're going to have to end up calling him a mushrik. You have to also call a Nawawi a mushrik. You're saying that Nawawi's position is shirk, right?
No,
Nawawi's position is shirk. Why not? Why?
No, I'm not saying that, because here's the issue, Dan.
Why?
I don't trust you with a plastic spoon at a birthday party. So your representation of a Nawawi, I'm not taking that for granted. I have to read the source myself, read the context, and see what his position
before your
actually is.
statement. It's been out. Like, that statement has been out. I've made a
Doesn't
video.
matter.
You
I have to
responded to
research
the
it
video.
myself. I'm not going off of what Dan says. You misrepresent everybody.
I put out the material. I put out all the sources. I give you primary and secondary citations, and you declare me to be a mushrik, and you haven't even read it up. You haven't read up.
I don't need to read a Nawawi's
You haven't actually done the research to know that what the scholars said about this issue. That's shocking.
Look how slow you are, Dan. I don't need to read a Nawawi's position to know whether or not what you say is shirk. I'm going off of what you say, not what a Nawawi says. That's irrelevant.
I just read what the letter says. It says that I promote polytheistic practices like sacrificing for jinn. And I just read you the statement of Imam Nawawi. I read you the statement of Bin Baz, and they're all talking about sacrificing for jinn.
We responded to all those claims.
Sacrificing for jinn, not being shirk.
To jinn.
Necessarily.
To jinn.
Sacrificing for jinn, not necessarily being shirk.
Dan, we responded to your claims.
How much longer is not necessarily shirk?
Let me know. How much longer do you want to drag out the sacrifice to jinn topic before Dean questions you?
Yes. So Jake, I have to leave in 20. I have to leave in 20 minutes. Wait, one second.
That's not necessarily shirk.
I have to leave in 20 minutes, and I let you and Jake go back and forth on that. Because you were asking me why I believe that you're on kufr.
I didn't realize this was your show.
The second.
I didn't realize that this was your show, Dean.
He's going to be here for 20 minutes.
Fine.
He believes that you're upon shirk based upon the other issue. Do you want to discuss with him, or you don't?
Yeah, because we agreed you were going to discuss. So I have to leave in about 20. So the point is that the other view on like wilayat takwiniya not being necessarily shirk. So let me get this from you exactly. You believe that the position that if someone believes that someone can believe, and it's not necessarily shirk, that prophets have the ability to control the atoms of the universe, can answer prayers, can hear everybody in the world, and answer their prayers directly, as long as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives them the authority to do so. You don't believe that's necessarily shirk to believe, right?
Yeah, praying, that is shirk.
That is shirk. But it's not. Is it necessarily shirk, or you believe it's 99.9% shirk?
No, I think it's necessarily shirk. I think if you believe that there is a person, a created being that controls, like literally in a simultaneous way, controls all the atoms of the universe and has the knowledge of everyone, and people are praying to him, praying to that created being, that's definitely shirk.
So why did you say in a previous? So sorry, Jake.
Oh, you have to understand Dan's.
No, why are you interrupting, Jake? Let Dean. He has 20 minutes. He has 20 minutes, Jake.
Akbar? Is it shirk akbar, Dan?
Yeah, it's shirk akbar. Yeah.
Okay. No, I didn't know he was making a distinction there. Well,
you don't know much, Dean, but you want to call me saying upon kufr, but you don't really know much. Now
I'm saying Daniel, you're misrepresenting what I'm saying. No, you're misrepresenting what I'm saying.
Kufr, and now I'm
saying Daniel, 1 second. I'm saying I didn't know you were going to make a distinction there, because it's very apparent and clear. If you're saying shirk about this, then clearly you're saying shirk akbar, not shirk asghar, right? So regardless, that's what I was saying. I'm not saying that I don't know about you. I'm saying that it's so clear to everyone that you would intend shirk akbar. Now, going to the point. The point is that I heard you, Daniel. I heard you say in a past video, Daniel. I heard you say in a past video. Why do you keep? Are you going to keep ad-libbing? Are you okay? Yeah. So the point is that I saw you in a video saying it's 99.9% shirk, meaning it's not necessarily shirk. So have you changed your view?
I said that about wilayat takwiniya.
You said that about if someone believes. If someone believes they can pray to Jesus after converting to Islam.
Are we talking about wilayah taqwiniya or praying to Jesus? Like you're mixing things up, bro.
Oh, so you make a distinction between the two. So you can. So it's not necessarily.
You know that there's a difference between the istighatha issue and wilayah taqwiniya, right?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Then why are you? I thought we were talking about wilayah taqwiniya.
So you only believe it's shirk akbar 100% if both of them are together. Is that right?
What are you asking? You asked me about controlling all the atoms.
We'll deal with it one at a time. One at a time. If someone believes,
that's wilayah taqwiniya, okay?
Yeah, just wilayah taqwiniya. Is it shirk akbar like necessarily?
It depends on what you mean by wilayah taqwiniya.
They control the atoms. They control all the atoms in the universe. Have control over the universe.
If what you mean by controlling the atoms of the universe, this is the thing that can mean different things. Okay, if you mean controlling all the atoms in a simultaneous way, like someone that has that all-encompassing simultaneous power, then yes, that is shirk akbar. Yes.
Even if it's dependent upon Allah. Even if it's dependent upon Allah.
Even if it's dependent upon Allah. And I've said this multiple times now.
So you disagree with Harun Kanj and Yasser al-Hanafi. You disagree with both of them.
Before we get to that, okay, and yet the videos are there. People can watch. They can see the disagreement. But my question to Dean is now, do you still stick to your claim that I'm upon kufr? Yes or no?
No. As long as you agree that that's necessarily shirk. And the second point, which is praying to Jesus after converting to Islam. You believe that's necessarily
shirk? I think you're a Wahhabi, bro. You're coming back to
No. Here. So if someone prays to Jesus after converting to Islam, is that necessarily shirk?
Praying? What do you mean by praying? If you mean requesting, making a request like istighatha, making a like talab, a request.
Praying as in dua. You make dua to him.
I think that in many cases it is can be conceived of shirk depending on the context, depending on the intention, depending on the beliefs.
So what context is it not
necessarily shirk? It's not necessarily shirk.
Okay, so let me get this right. There's context where making dua, right, to Jesus after converting to Islam is not necessarily shirk. I want you to give me that example.
I didn't say dua. You keep using the word.
I said dua. I just told you dua.
Okay, if someone is making dua,
you use dua with Adnan Rashid, bro. He had to educate you.
I clarified that many times, and you people have clipped me in a dishonest fashion where I literally say praying to Jesus for healing is shirk.
Okay,
but that's when they were Christian, not Muslim.
And you cut that out. See,
that's when they were Christian, not Muslim.
Wait, Jake, let me explain. Let me explain. Yeah, go on, Daniel.
That full statement that I made, I literally say praying to Jesus for healing is shirk, and you cut that out in a dishonest way. You clip it and then you spread it, and you keep spamming it to spread this lie.
So Daniel, just
and then you make a statement, and then in your
Daniel, say your position clearly now, Daniel.
Okay, this is dishonesty, and you have the gall to call me dishonest.
Say your position clearly now.
You're dishonest.
Pray to Jesus. If you pray to Jesus for healing,
yes,
that is shirk. Yes. If you
but why did you but why did you say in the past it's not necessarily shirk?
That is shirk.
Why did you say in the past
the istighatha issue? That's separate. Okay.
Okay. Why is it separate?
Because it's not prayer. It's not prayer to a God.
Aren't you saying
okay,
that?
Wait, Leafy. One second. So Daniel, in your video, when you said it's 99.99% shirk, right? The point is, there you're making a distinction between dua and istighatha. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Why are you making that distinction where one's 100% and the other one's 99.99?
It's istighatha. You know istighatha, what that is, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay, and you know that there is ikhtilaf amongst the ulama on this issue, right? You know that
on the nitty-gritty details. Yes.
You know what the position,
but on the detail of,
you know, the position of the Hanbalis, the Malikis, the Shafis, the Hanafis.
So
do you know what the position is?
Yeah, but
what is the position?
Yeah, so the position.
What is the position?
The position. One second. Daniel, you're shifting it now to our position, but I'm trying to gather your position.
No.
If you want, Daniel, if you really want,
if you actually,
Daniel, if you really want people to not strawman you, then let me speak. If you really want people not to strawman your position, right? then just say it clearly now for us. You don't need to get our positions. We can tell you after. So I'm trying to gather your position right now.
I say it?
Your position
to Jesus is not necessarily shirk akbar.
Okay, is istighatha their prayer?
And you have certain beliefs, it is not necessarily shirk akbar. How many times do I have to repeat this for you to understand?
So istighatha there is not prayer according to you, is it?
No, it's not like praying to a god. No, it's not like when you're a Christian and you're praying to God. No.
Okay, but it is a prayer that you're giving to a human being.
Allah. It's a request.
But the way you described it in your video was you pray to Jesus.
Well, I've explained that. I'm explaining to you now what that means.
Okay, go ahead.
And I said in that video, it was cut in a dishonest way. And in one section, I have a slip of the tongue and I made a mistake. And I said dua.
Which was what?
Dua. I said dua in the wrong way. When I meant istighatha, when I meant talab, when I meant requesting.
Okay. So why is it the case that so why is it the case that one is 99.99% and the other one is 100%?
Because of the belief. The beliefs are i'tiqad is different between the when you're a Christian praying to Jesus and you are a Muslim that's doing istighatha.
Okay. So you believe it's not necessarily shirk that someone can ask Jesus for rizq and for the likes directly to Jesus without it being tawassul?
I think it depends on, again, the context, the beliefs, the intention as a Muslim. Yeah, it depends on all of that. But in many cases, it may be shirk. Yes, it may be shirk akbar in many cases. And this is not just my position. It's the position of Shah Wali Allah. It's the position.
Okay, I want to know the cases where.
Look, you keep interrupting me. This is not
you can finish up, Daniel. Go
This is not an interrogation, actually. I asked you a question.
We're trying to figure out your position.
You ran from answering the question that I asked you.
It has nothing to do with your position, dude.
Yes, it does. Okay, this is not interrogation, Dean. I ask you, what is the position of the Hanbali school, the Hanafi school, the Shafi school, and the Maliki school on this? What is the traditional position?
So you don't know. I'll tell you my position.
You don't know. I'll tell you what the position is. That it's not shirk akbar.
Okay, I'll tell you my position.
In fact,
my position
some scholars.
Do you want to know my position or not? I can tell you, but it's not relevant to yours.
You don't even answer them. What is the position?
I'm answering now, dude. Come on, man. So
answer the question.
Tawassul is of three types, which has nothing to do with istighatha.
I asked about istighatha. Why are you changing the subject?
I know, dude. I'm trying to explain my view, man. Relax. So tawassul is of three types, which not obviously everyone agrees it's not shirk. Besides tawassul, there's also
actually people do think that tawassul is shirk. Yeah, it's not actually bin Baz did consider it to be.
Are you gonna let me say my position or not?
Well, you're saying false things.
Okay, so what are the three types of tawassul that I was referring to?
Go ahead. I don't know what you have in mind.
Oh, okay, so you didn't know, but you didn't know, but then you said we disagree on it. Okay, whatever.
You said that there's
so the point is, I don't believe. Yeah, if someone goes to the grave and performs tawassul, that's not inherently shirk. I don't believe that's shirk. Now there's ikhtilaf on that point. I agree, but then when you're saying when you're saying istighatha,
going to the grave and doing tawassul,
going to the grave and asking someone for tawassul, I believe that's bid'ah and potentially kufr and shirk. There's ikhtilaf on that point. Whether it's kufr.
So you can go to the dead and you can go to their grave and you can ask them to make dua for you, and that's not shirk.
It's potentially not shirk. Yeah, there's ikhtilaf on that point. Now there's ikhtilaf on that point.
Go to a dead person and you're trying to contact them.
If you're going to a grave, I'm gonna clarify one more time. If you're going to a grave and you believe they can hear you and you're asking them to make dua for you, that's not necessarily shirk, right?
It's bid'ah.
There's ikhtilaf on that point.
The 99% or what?
No, it's not. There's no percentages. We don't do percentages.
Then it's not necessarily meaning. So it's sometimes shirk, it's sometimes not. What do you mean?
I'm saying there's ikhtilaf. That's why I'm saying not necessarily. It depends which view you take. No, I take the view that it's not. If you go there and you ask and you do big tawassul, but there's ikhtilaf on that. Now, regardless of that, the case where you're asking someone for a rizq and you believe they can hear you anywhere, they can grant you the rizq that you're asking for at any time, any place, but it's okay because Allah will give them the ability to give you that rizq, not that they're going to be asking Allah for it. That is clear-cut shirk. That's my position, right? And I believe that everyone should agree on that. Making istighatha in this way, where Allah gives someone the ability to give you rizq, and you ask that person directly. So, for example, Ya Isa, give me your rizq, right? And you're a Muslim, and you believe anywhere, anytime He can hear you, and He can provide that for you, right? That is a form of shirk. I think everyone should agree on that. Do you agree that that's a form of shirk?
No, I think it depends. It depends on what your beliefs
Yeah,
are.
yeah,
Like
Suyuti,
for example,
that's where we
Suyuti
disagree.
says,
Yeah,
There you
Suyuti
go.
says so. Again, you didn't say that person has all-encompassing power. You just said that they can hear.
It can hear you from any around the world in any language at any time,
simultaneously with others.
Yeah, with other people calling on them at the same time.
I mean, this is what some of these people are like. Suyuti, like I'm saying, Suyuti has the.
But do you agree with him? Do you agree with
I
Daniel?
know your position, Dan.
Do you agree with
I
him?
gave you my position to begin with. I said
So
that
your answer is that it's not necessarily
it can very likely be shirk, but it's not necessarily shirk akbar. I gave you my position at the beginning.
Okay, and what makes it not?
The same
What
question.
makes it not? What makes it not shirk? What are the conditions for it not to be shirk akbar?
Yeah.
For example, not having the belief that this is a God that is controlling all the atoms or of the universe, or you don't elevate that person to the level of a God or next to God. You don't lower yourself.
What's the point where what's the point where it
I'm
becomes that?
I'm the slave.
What's the point where it becomes that, Daniel?
I am see, you ask me a question, then you interrupt.
Yeah, we need clarification. At what point does it become that level?
Let him finish, man.
Yeah,
Let him finish.
go on.
Okay, so these contextual factors, I'm not going to give you a list because I think that it could be a multitude of different factors. But the point being, the point of contention is it necessarily shirk in all cases? And I say that there, like you acknowledge, there's ikhtilaf. There's ikhtilaf on that because scholars like Suyuti, Daniel, actually,
you're misrepresenting what I said. You're misrepresenting what I said.
Hey, everyone noticed.
Because you misrepresented me, Daniel. I didn't say that.
Everyone noticed that as soon as I mentioned scholars, they have to jump in.
Because you misrepresented me.
You said
Daniel, you misrepresented what I said.
He doesn't agree.
I don't agree with your ikhtilaf, Daniel.
My positions just on the basis of my whims and desires. I actually refer to scholarly opinions. And I look at what the ulama historically have said. So when I start mentioning someone like Suyuti or Ibn Hajar al-Haytami, you quickly want to jump in and say, no, we want to hear what you have to think. Are people noticing this? It's because you don't want your audience to know that all the positions that I have are shared by these ulama, are shared by these scholars, because that forces you to call them upon kufr and upon shirk. And that will discredit you.
Okay, so
that's your whole game.
So Daniel,
that's your whole trick. So tell me,
finish up, Daniel. Finish up.
Suyuti has a more permissive position than I do. Do you even know who Jalaluddin Suyuti is?
Yeah, of course we do. Yeah,
okay.
He wrote his tafsir. Jalalain. Yeah, we know who he is, mate. We know who he is. Okay, so let me respond.
I'm glad you know.
Let me respond, Daniel. You tried your rhetoric. Let me respond.
You asked me questions, bro. You asked me all these
questions. Daniel, you misrepresented what I said. I didn't agree with the ikhtilaf.
Answer my question.
After I clarify your misrepresentation.
I'm not here to listen to your interrogation. Answer my question. Suyuti says that not only is istighatha permissible, it can even be mustahab. Calling to, and he gives examples of different awliya or individuals who have made a request to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam has granted them their request through the power that he has, the power of tasarruf that he has. And this is what Suyuti is promoting. So is Suyuti promoting shirk, and is he a mushrik?
Okay, I got you. So I'm gonna
than mine, much more permissive than mine. Is Suyuti a mushrik?
I got you. So I'm gonna say my last statement because I said before I had to leave. I want to make my last statement. I'm gonna clarify your misrepresentation, and I will answer. So first of all, everyone can replay it. I never agreed with Daniel's ikhtilaf on the matter of istighatha. I said there's ikhtilaf on the point of asking for tawassul, doing tawassul at graves. That's what I said. There's a distinction there. There's ikhtilaf there. But I didn't say that on the point of istighatha. I don't agree with him on that point. I believe this is clear cut. It's shirk.
Shirk akbar. Right. It doesn't matter what the person believes.
So now the going to his point about Suyuti. Watch this. I am not gonna take, whether it be Christian, Jew, Muslim, I don't care. When you're speaking, especially about Aqidah matters, I'm not gonna take your word for what a scholar said. You're gonna bring it right now and show your screen, because we're not gonna take your word for it. whether it be you or another Muslim.
This
or
is like a
Christian, I've
surprise to you?
so many times in discussions.
You really think that
you're interrupting. You didn't want me to interrupt you, and you're interrupting.
You can let him finish, Daniel.
Yeah. You didn't want us to interrupt you, so don't interrupt us. Appreciate it. So the point is that I'm not going to take your word for what Suyuti says. I'm going to read the context. I want to see the statement. Then I'll make my decision, right? But that's not going to shift my view just because a scholar says this or a scholar says that.
You watch the videos, bro. You said you watched the videos.
Yeah,
they're quoted.
I want to know the context of what.
Are you capable of self-control, Daniel? Like, can you let him speak?
I mean, this is a
question. Just let me finish.
Salli al Nabi. Do you know what that means, Daniel?
Daniel, you can bring up the statement and we can.
Who's Leafy? I've never heard of this guy. Who is this guy?
All right, let him speak.
He's a Muslim brother. He's a Muslim brother. Why do you care who he is?
I don't know if he considers me a Muslim.
I consider you a deviant, and I pray Allah takes you out of your deviance. All right.
I mean,
just like 99% of the ummah is deviant. The Ikhwanis,
I don't believe that. I don't believe
okay, whatever. He's trying to deviate. He's trying to deviate.
You don't know me. Why are you speaking my position? Just let Dean finish his point. You don't know me, bro.
Yeah, just let me finish.
Go ahead. Yeah, I don't know you. That's true.
So Daniel, I want you to bring up the statement of Suyuti. And I want to see the context of what he said. Then I'll make my decision on based on what he said. But this will not shift my view just because a scholar makes a mistake or just because a scholar is saying something that is deviance. That's not going to make me deviate my view. I hold to a methodology.
It's shirk.
Yeah. You keep interrupting. You see, everyone can see you're panicking right now. Keep interrupting. So that's my position. So you're going to bring up the quote, then we can discuss it. Otherwise, we're not going to discuss it. Now, I have 5 minutes.
It's like Dan won't answer about Khanj and Yasser Hanafi.
Both
represented, according to him, they represented views of shirk on your own channel. On your own channel.
He's so ignorant of the issue. He doesn't even know Suyuti's position on istighatha. Like, and he thinks, do you think that there's no... Hello? Am I the only one here?
Go ahead, Dan.
You guys...
I wanted to make you big for once. Go ahead.
So, do you not know that there are positions within the Sunni school, like basically the standard position within the 4 Sunni schools is that istighatha is permissible or it's haram, okay, depending on the scholar. And there's no like Sunni scholar other than Ibn Taymiyyah and others who came after him that held that it's necessarily shirk akbar. That was Ibn Taymiyyah's position, and he was alone in that. And it's like the extreme minority position. So the fact that you think, like when I cite Suyuti and you're like doubting whether what I'm describing of Suyuti, like that's a surprise to you. Like, oh, I have to go and read in the context. Like, what are you talking about, bro? This is istighatha.
Daniel, can I ask you?
Issue. This is a well-known
Daniel, you know,
issue.
when
and
you
my
do...
position is actually more strict. My position is more strict than some of these other schools.
And you have become a Wahhabi on this show, actually.
No. The debate that you had, the debate that you ran away from, Jake.
You have embraced
the debate
Wahhabi
that you ran away from.
You agreed that controlling all atoms in the universe simultaneously is shirk akbar, and it doesn't have to depend at all upon istiqlal. So you believe that Khanj's position is shirk.
That's not his position, by the way. Okay, you misinterpreted his position. He actually said that this is a position of the scholars, and he said that he said there's nothing wrong with some to be extreme. So you didn't actually understand.
No, but he said there's nothing wrong with it. He said there's nothing wrong with the position.
He said no. He qualified that, and you even if he did say that it is acceptable. Okay, so I would say that he has a mistaken position on that. Just like I would say Ibn Taymiyyah has a mistaken position when Ibn Taymiyyah says that the hellfire will come to an end.
Oh, here we go, Dan. You keep shit.
That's a red herring.
Daniel, you know, some people...
Listen, you're going to hellfire now. Stick on the point.
Yeah. Anyways, Jake. I just want to make this clear. Wait, Jake, because I have to go. I have to go. Daniel, 1 second. I have to go. So I'm going to say this last statement.
I'm trying to bring you.
Daniel, I'm going to say this last statement. I have to go.
Look,
this stream wasn't.
I thought you had to leave.
I do have to leave. That's why I'm saying my last statement. Can you relax? Can you stop talking? So, Jake, I want to make this very clear, right? And for Daniel as well. This is my final statement before I leave. That I do believe on the apparent, on what Daniel said before, and what you were saying at the beginning of the live stream was kufr. I never made takfir. I want to make this very clear. I never made takfir of Daniel. And I still won't make takfir of Daniel. I don't believe he's a kafir.
Islam did it for you. That's fine.
Yeah, I don't believe Daniel's a kafir, right? I don't make takfir of him. But I do believe he holds the wrong views, and we discussed this here, some of them, right?
And
and his last
I'm gonna that's right. Yeah, we disagree on that, and I believe he's wrong on that. And
but
what I'm gonna say is but you can hold to kufr without being kafir.
No, you have an excuse for Can's ignorance. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, because he keeps redefining.
He keeps flip flopping. I know.
No, it's fine, but that's why I would say I don't believe anyone should takfir Daniel. That's my position, right? But anyways,
you don't even know that. Who are you, bro? Who are you? You know nothing about these issues. And
I know nothing about these issues. But
kufr or not?
Why is he manifesting?
Wahhabis are discussing. Like you don't understand that outside your little circle. Like this is exactly what you want to avoid getting into.
Can you let him finish his position and then he
can? Because I'm gonna leave. Because I'm gonna leave right now.
That you guys are sitting
Daniel, why are you manifesting?
Who is on kufr? Who is on shirk? Who is on mushrik? Who are you, bro?
Daniel, I'm literally saying you're not a kafir.
Why are you here?
About this issue.
I'm literally saying you're not a kafir and you're manifesting.
Who are you?
Why are you so upset that I'm saying you're not a kafir for? Do you want me to make takfir of you?
On kufr? Don't you guys see that you Wahhabis look insane?
Yeah, Daniel.
Daniel, not everyone who disagrees
I look insane. I look
insane.
Wait, watch this. I look insane.
Did you see the reaction? Did you see the reaction?
Let me finish, dude.
Interrogating Hamza and
Daniel,
I want to investigate. I want to investigate. Can I talk?
Yeah, I disagree with what Jake did.
I don't even know the context of what happened, man.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Daniel,
me to talk.
Daniel, I'm about to leave. You're not even letting me talk. I'm about to
finish.
No, Daniel. I'm about to leave. You got to let me finish.
He's muted.
Respect the fact that I came in here. Yeah, thank you for muting him. You have no respect at all, let alone talk about these issues. So the point is that my positions are clear on the issue. I want to make it very clear before I leave. I don't believe there's ikhtilaf on the matter of istighatha, that I agree upon that it's an ikhtilaf issue. I believe that what I defined before on the matter of istighatha is kufr. I don't believe that there's a situation otherwise. I made it very clear it was on the matter of tawassul. There's ikhtilaf when you make dua, not dua, sorry. When you do tawassul at a grave and you believe that person can hear you and they can pray to Allah for you. That's what I said there's ikhtilaf on. I don't want anyone to misquote me on that. Second thing, regarding jinn sacrifice. Sacrificing in the name of jinn, that's shirk. But sacrificing in the name of Allah for a being, I don't believe that's necessarily shirk. I don't know about the views on it, whether it's mubah, makruh, whatever. I don't know, but I believe it's not. But I believe it's not shirk, right? Now, on the position of walay takwiniyah, obviously, again, I believe that's obviously kufr to believe that someone can control everything, absolutely everything in the universe. And finally, I believe asking Isa alayhi, the final thing, and I'm leaving. I believe that if you ask Isa alayhi salam, you believe he can give you rizq, and Allah gives him the ability to give you rizq, and you believe he can hear you anywhere, anytime, in any language, simultaneously, multiple people can be helped by him. I believe that is kufr. Okay, I just want to make that clear before I leave, so no one misrepresents me on these issues. So, anyways, I'm going to be leaving now, and assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum. I only came here to defend Brother Dean and testify for him, so I'm leaving as well. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum
salam.
Yeah, he just left without hearing the response.
He had to go, Dan. He's in a different time zone.
Yeah, but the point was that what he was qualifying and describing, what he believes to be shirk and kufr, that's very different than what's in your Wahhabi joint letter. It's very different. Like, those qualifications aren't there. So he said that sacrificing for jinn is not necessarily shirk. That's what he just said.
Not what he said.
Yeah, he did.
He literally just said
in the name of Allah for jinn.
Everyone saw what he said, and now you're twisting it as soon as he went.
If it's in the name of Allah for jinn, is that not what you said?
And didn't you say in the name of jinn or for the jinn?
Answer my question. Did he not say, no, if you sacrifice in the name of Allah for the jinn?
But didn't you just say he said in the name of jinn or for the jinn?
Who's this guy?
So you're twisting what he just said.
Jake, who is this
he
person?
He literally just left and you're
your minions here?
He's your friend from Twitter.
I don't know who this is. Like, am I debating every random Twitter anonymous troll? Like, what's going on here?
This is proving Islam.
Daniel, I actually started the stuff against you, so you may have an extra beef with me. But
how old are you?
He's proving Islam from Twitter, the one who called you a mushrik.
Oh, you're the guy. Oh,
Yeah.
You're proving. Oh, okay. So this is proving
So
Islam.
he's here to prove
Okay.
Islam to you.
So
Yeah.
can I talk to Jake, or is this like a debate with everyone else?
You
other
can
than-
talk.
Dude, I was talking to you before. What are you talking about?
No, you keep letting Dean be
I
your
asked
human
you
shield,
several
and now this
questions
guy
and you
proving
refused to
whatever
answer.
is your human shield. Can I actually
Nobody's
say
my
something
human
to you
shield.
directly?
You came up and said you wanted to speak
You
to
have
Dean.
all of these. Yeah, I want to speak to both of you. I want to speak to both of you actually, and then you just use him as your human shield.
Exactly. So I asked you a question.
It's
which you
weird.
refused
It's
to
weird,
answer.
and then you keep muting me.
Daniel, can you stop?
muted you
Like,
one time.
Jake didn't invite
Dean
me.
is
I came
Jake
here because I
Christ.
saw you on the stream. I came myself.
So, what is actually this guy proving's Aqidah rating?
I think he's an A.
Oh, mashallah. So he's above Ahmed Didat and Ahmadiyad
yeah,
and Muslim
Ahmed Didat said
Lantern
a
and
lot of foolish
Uthman
shit.
bin Farouk. He's A. He's like at the level of Shamsi and Farid.
Okay.
Zakir Naik is like way down there in C tier or D tier, right?
Daniel,
Who's
can
C&D?
we? Let's just stick to
I
the
just want to know
issue.
what
Yeah,
I'm talking
brother.
to. I'm
But
talking to
honestly,
this-
you took a Wahhabi position. So
star of
got-
Aqidah. I want to
you're
know
going
like
towards-
his eminence.
you're going
I want
towards
to
the
the
D
eminence
range
of who
now.
I'm speaking to. So I show the utmost respect. He's A tier. Whoa. I'm even below F. I'm not even a Muslim, according to Jake. So
No, but Dan,
I
you're
want to
kinda
know
on
like
the
who I'm
rise.
talking to
You're
an
on the
Aqidah
rise, brother.
master.
You're on the rise because you took a Wahhabi position on the stream. We got to congratulate you.
I've had the same consistent position despite you calling me a mushrik. That's
Is
the
it a
thing.
Wahhabi position?
So,
Is it a
so
Wahhabi
we'll go
position?
back to my point. If you guys actually let me complete a
Yeah,
sentence.
I want to know if Kanj's position is shirk or not.
I answered that. How many
didn't
times are you
answer.
going to ask that question? I
didn't
actually
answer the
said,
question.
first of all, you're misrepresenting Sheikh Harun's position. If you
What's
want to actually
Sheikh?
talk to Sheikh Harun, why don't you invite him to the stream as well?
Tell him to come. He's welcome right now.
He might be asleep. This is like the middle of the night. I don't know for his time zone. He's in Australia.
Yeah,
But-
so is Dean.
Yeah. So why don't you actually have a debate with me and Sheikh Harun, and you and bring whoever you can bring this
Ken, you
nice little
just
young man here.
You just
We have
challenged.
2v2. Why don't you accept the
just-
debate?
Let's finish this.
Why don't you accept that?
You just challenged Bassam to a discussion, and I believe he's coming on, isn't he? Have you spoke to him?
To what?
Bassam.
Well, you're asking me or you're asking this guy?
I'm asking you. Is Bassam speaking to you about this topic?
I don't see a response from him.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if he reached out to you. From what I know, he's going to speak to you about this topic. So you're going to speak to him, and I'm going to speak to Yasser Hanafi. I just told you that, and it's public. So that's happening. I don't need to speak to Harun Kanj and every Tom, Dick, and Harry that has something to say
You
about me.
keep asking about him, and you keep telling me what his
Because
position
you
is.
had him on your program, and you
Then
just
when I
said
answer
that
your
the
question, you
position
say,
that
no,
he
that's not his
defends-
position.
What's his position then? Tell me.
I've told you multiple times that his position is that this is one of the positions of the ulama.
Is it?
Yeah,
And
but
I
he sees
said-
it as an
I
acceptable
said-
position,
look,
right?
is it
interrupting.
Is it an acceptable position according
to him, it is held by certain scholars.
Is it?
Whether
But
it's
he sees it as acceptable,
I'm not sure
right?
what he says on whether that specific position is acceptable or it is an innovation or it's I don't
But
know the details.
Daniel, when you asked
he
him, when you
explicitly said on your show, there's nothing wrong with it.
yeah, when you asked him, he first said we would
He
say there's
qualified
nothing
that.
wrong
He
with it. Then
qualified.
only when you pushed back did he say, well, there's some people who said it's ghulu. But the first
Okay, there
thing he
you
said
go.
is, oh, it's acceptable. So
There
what do
you
you think
go.
his
There's
position
nothing
is?
wrong.
You admit that he said he qualified it, right? You admit that he
I'm
qualified
saying
it.
that he first presented it as if it's something acceptable. In fact, he first presented the position, there's nothing wrong with it, which sort of indicates that's his position. But
Exactly.
then when you pushed back, he was like, well, some people did say there's an issue with it. But the way he presented it, it seems like not only does he hold a position that there's no problem, but at least he thinks it's acceptable.
Yeah.
See, everything with you guys is it appeared and it seemed like and he implied and
No,
when he
because
actually
that's how he answered.
Interruption. Okay. With you guys, it seems like what you take his position to be is what was your impression. When he actually goes later and explicitly qualifies it, you don't actually count that. You just go back
okay,
to
cool.
your
So
initial impression.
if he thinks
Don't
it's
interrupt me,
permissible-
bro. Go back to your.
Okay, if
you
he
know,
thinks it's
I think
if
your
he
mom's
thinks
calling you
it's
right
a
now. Your mom's
permissible
calling you.
position,
Go have supper.
then tell us what's
okay?
your ruling on that.
Go have your
or
mom
what's
read you a
your
bedtime
position on
story, okay? The grown-ups are talking here. Just let me finish a statement. You are going by your initial impression of what Sheikh Harun said. Then when he qualifies it, you say, no, that doesn't actually matter. What he said initially, that's what we're going to take into consideration.
No, there's no
And that's what his
qualification
position is
here. There's
based
no
off of.
qualification because I didn't
Stop
say
interrupting,
that is
bro.
definitely his position.
Bro,
I said
okay.
he presented it
Dad,
as
your
a
dad wants you to
permissible
go
position.
Mow the lawn. Go mow the lawn, bro. Okay. So
there is no
Sheikh Harun- Sheikh Harun's-
grass here, bro. It's December.
Okay. Do some chores. Go take out the garbage. When Sheikh Harun made that statement, it was part of a long discussion, 3-hour long discussion, and he made certain statements and qualifications. Now you're interrogating me because this is your Wahhabi Aqidah testing. You want to determine him to be a mushrik, and you want to say that I have to takfir him and I have to call him a mushrik.
Okay, let's forget him. Let's forget him. If someone says that's a permissible position, then tell us what
you should
what's
just
your take
talk
on
to him.
that.
Look, if your mommy gives you permission, if your mommy gives you permission,
him.
bro,
Let's just
you
talk
can
about
have
the
a
position.
conversation with whoever you want, and you can ask him directly about what his position is.
So I'm saying
okay?
forget him.
Yeah,
Just
sign
tell
the
us
permission
if
form.
someone says
Okay?
that's
Get your mom to
permissible,
sign.
what's your
Get
take
your
on
mommy
that?
to sign the permission form, and then you can get on the internet and talk to whoever you want. But let the grown-ups talk right now, okay? So if you want to know Sheikh Harun's position, go talk to him directly. He's more than happy to debate you, Jake, but you keep running away. You keep running away from his challenge. So why are you interrogating me about his position? I made my position clear, and you won't and now you're like, oh, it looks like Daniel's Wahhabi now. What are you talking about? This is what I've been saying for a long time, for months now, and you still call me a mushrik. You still call me a mushrik. You won't even return my salams. That's how disgusting you are, Jake.
Does it
And
bother
these Wahhabis. Everyone saw what you did to Hamza. You want to investigate everyone. You want to investigate them on their aqidah and then give them a D or an F rating. You are vile. You're disgusting. And I had to bully my way onto this stream to confront you and say that you are a disgrace.
Yeah, you came here to rant and whine, dude. You're not even engaging. You're literally.
When you said Muhammad Hijab is a
coward,
philosophy, that is so disgusting and vile. And everyone should see you for what you are.
You're playing to the choir now, Daniel. Come on.
You threw a Muslim under the bus for the sake of a Christian, Jake. You should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed, and no one should defend you or associate with you when you're willing to give
Dan, it's terrible.
rankings to
Daniel. Yeah, praying to Jesus versus some making a tier list, bro.
Dude,
there are
what
levels
are you talking
to this.
about? You don't know what
there
you're
are
talking
levels.
about. You're an idiot. Just shut up. You are a disgrace, Jake, and I want to say that to your face so that you can hear it directly from me. When
at least Jake believes in monotheism, bro. At least he believes in praying to Allah alone.
Let me teach you some aqidah, Jake. When a Christian demands that you mock and insult a Muslim, and you say to them, yeah, I agree with you. Muhammad Hijab is a coward for many reasons, and you denigrate a respected Muslim figure in front of a Christian.
Irrelevant
when a Christian
to the discussion.
Hey, Dan.
You obey like a dog. You obey that like a dog. That is a disgrace.
Hey, Dan, do you want me to say it again? Would you like me to say it again?
Yeah, say it again.
Will it make you feel good?
Yeah, go ahead and prove what a disgrace you are.
Let's play what you say about Muslims here. Let's listen.
Again, this is the theme that we're going to come back to throughout the show. We have to wonder. We know that Jake, being based in Morocco, Abraham Accord country, aligned with UAE, Bahrain, okay, along with Farid and Adnan. We know the relationship that the UAE has with India, with the BJP, and with Modi. We know how the UAE has promoted the BJP and has helped back them up in many cases. And we know that the BJP views Zakir Naik as a major threat. They view him as a major threat, and that's why they've kicked him out of India. That's why they've issued an arrest warrant, charged him with terrorism, and they're trying to shut him down, basically. They've destroyed his presence in India, his offices, and his dawah work in India. They've destroyed that, and they want to put him in prison. He's in exile. And now, interestingly, Jake comes and he ranks Zakir Naik in C tier. And as we'll see later, he ranks Zakir Naik at the bottom of C tier. Okay. So I wonder if there is a political dimension to that. And by the end of this, his rankings, it'll become much clearer that, yeah, this whole thing is based on Jake's politics and his Wahhabi takfiri ideology.
So do you stand by that, Dan? I said that Zakir Naik's arguments aren't that good nowadays for modern dawah. That is because I'm being backed by these Abraham Accord governments, and specifically because Zakir Naik has a problem in India, and I'm trying to amplify that. That's what you believe.
I think it's possible. Yeah, I think it's your position in. Are you still in Morocco? I don't even know.
Yeah.
Okay? Some people were saying that you actually have moved back. I don't actually know for sure, but last I heard, you're in Morocco, which is an Abraham Accord country. You're not a citizen there. You are?
I live here, yeah.
Okay, so you don't have actual citizenship in the country, right?
No, I have permanent residency.
Okay, so are you allowed to just say whatever you want on a live stream? Can you criticize the Moroccan government? Can you criticize, can you be outspoken in any of these criticisms of some of these governments that ally with Israel, like Morocco?
Dan, you're moving from my criticism of Zakir Naik to a general question about what I can say and what I can't say. So do you actually believe? No. I want to know, seriously, do you actually believe that I just said that I don't think Zakir Naik's arguments today are that great against Christianity and in defense of Islam because I'm in Morocco? Is that what you believe?
My belief is that your rankings are based on your personal grievances against people, your whatever political motivations, whoever is allied and aligned with me. Like, those are the priorities.
How does Zakir Naik fit into
and you proved it because you were.
How does Zakir Naik fit into this? I don't understand.
Zakir Naik fits into it because of your political situation. Yeah, because you're in an Abraham Accord country and you're limited in what you can say. And who knows who's backing you? Like, you have suddenly all of these Arabic books that I don't know where you're getting them from, and if you even have studied these. Okay, that's an interesting question that you can maybe clarify. But yeah, you have political motivations in a lot of the things that you do and a lot of things that you say. Like,
okay, so let's
Wait,
talk
what?
about it, Dan. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, we should talk about it. We should
what
talk
are
about
what
all
are
of these
my
issues. We should talk about why suddenly, after just one day, you took someone like Muhammad Hijab at C tier and you put him in F. You took Ali Dawah, you put him in F. After one day, what changed? Oh, they criticized you, or they wouldn't sign a letter against me. Or
why do you
took
Why
Ahmed Didat and you put him in F tier.
Dan,
Okay,
why do you have to lie?
Bassam Zawadi, you know that Bassam Zawadi is on blogging theology, right?
Dan, are you going to allow me to
Paul
talk,
Williams?
or do you want?
Didn't you say Paul Williams?
Is this a
Didn't you say
Dan
Paul
rant?
Williams and blogging theology is actually F tier?
Is this a Dan rant?
It is. Didn't you put Paul Williams of blogging theology
You're
in
asking
F
me
tier?
like 10 questions and expecting me to respond, and you just keep talking. I'm dealing with the Zakir Naik question. What beef do I have with Zakir Naik? There's no political tension or personal beef with me and Zakir Naik at all. Where are you getting this from?
You are part of a Wahhabi network that includes Fareed and Adnan Rashid, who have proven themselves over and over. Fareed, okay, so now who's interrupting? You asked me a question. You want me to explain? You want me to explain or not?
What do you mean by Wahhabi network?
Let me explain the network for you
Go ahead,
without interruption. Okay. You are part of a Wahhabi network. The Wahhabis, if you want me to define them, they're what you do. You like aqidah test all the du'at, and you demand that they make takfir, just like what you did to Hamza. Okay. So you're part of this network with Fareed and Adnan Rashid. Adnan Rashid can never criticize the UAE government. Everyone sees on Twitter, they're demanding he condemn the UAE for backing the RSF genocide in Sudan. He doesn't do it. He won't even mention them. Interruption.
Did you see me condemn them?
Interruption. Can I finish?
Did I condemn them?
Interruption. Can I finish? So then Fareed has literally said, I'm not going to criticize the Hindu temples, and I'm not going to criticize the ruler of the UAE for building these UAE temples unless I have a private meeting with him. Okay. He can police me and my beliefs from the other side of the world, but he can't say something from Bahrain like building Hindu temples by the UAE government. That is shirk. He can't say that. He can't say that publicly, and he's admitted as much. Okay. And then you, as soon as you move to Morocco, suddenly you're on this Aqidah checking rampage. Everyone is being Aqidah checked. As soon as you move to Morocco, you're questioning my Aqidah. You're demanding that I submit to your Aqidah testing. You're interrogating me, video after video after video on me. And it just happens that you are in one of these countries, one of these Abraham Accord countries. So I'm just wondering, is there a connection with all of these Abraham Accord countries, these du'at, and you're doing very political things? You're coming after me right at the moment where I'm most critical of who? Of Israel. And what am I calling for? Pan-Islamic unity. Unity with all the Muslims across Sunni denominations, across Sunni Shia denominations, across the madhahib, the manahij, the aqaid. We need to have unity in order to fight back against the genocide that is taking place. And right at that moment, you move to Morocco, and suddenly I'm your newest project. Literally dozens of videos debunking my Aqidah and questioning my Aqidah. And now you're to the point of calling me a mushrik. So is this all a coincidence? I think not, actually. I think it's not a coincidence. I think there's something else going on. And obviously, I don't know what you're doing behind the scenes, but it raises a lot of red flags. And now when people see that you're actually attacking not only Zakir Naik, but Ahmed Didat, Uthman bin Farouk, Muslim Lantern, saying that he is an Ikhwani. Do you know who labels people Ikhwani? The Medkhalis. The Medkhali bootlickers of these governments, whoever doesn't agree with their sheikhs, they call an Ikhwani. You have taken up this language, and now you're labeling everyone who doesn't sign your letter as being Ikhwani. So that speaks for itself, bro.
Okay, so are you done, Dan? And if I ask you a question, we don't need like a 5-minute, 10-minute dissertation. This is a back and forth. I want to know what you actually believe, because I, as opposed to other people, I don't really believe you believe in these conspiracy theories. I think you're purposely doing it. You do. So you actually believe in it. So do you think I'm working for the Moroccan government?
I think that you have backers who are tied to these governments. I think you have collaborators and backers who are tied to these governments. Yes, I do. I do believe that. I swear to that.
Who are
and one example of someone that you have some connection with is Rabbi Ferris. Rabbi Ferris
is someone. I have a connection with him. What does that mean?
It means that you have been, you have talked to him privately, and you reached out to him, and then suddenly, like on his live stream, and then you confirmed that you had a private discussion with him, and then suddenly you're defending Rabbi Ferris. You're defending Rabbi Ferris, and you're saying things like, "Yeah, you know, it's not so important whether we boycott Starbucks."
No, I actually condemned him. I actually condemned him for that.
No, you actually walked it back. You actually said that.
No,
I
did not. No, I did not, Dan.
I've posted the tweet.
I actually
so can go and look at that.
I actually condemned the mocking of the boycotting. I condemned that. But whether or not someone chooses to boycott a specific product, I don't think that is all that important.
Okay, so yeah, so you don't think that's so important for Muslims to boycott Starbucks? You don't think it's important to boycott Starbucks and to boycott these Israeli companies? It's not important.
No, I didn't say that. I said if someone chooses to go to Starbucks, I don't condemn that person. I don't view that on the same level of all of these Aqidah discussions that we're having. They're two entirely different spheres. So I don't agree with Faris going on public streams or Shamsi when he was doing that thing with the Starbucks and laughing. I don't agree with that, right? And that's not my position to mock people who want to, boycott certain things and feel like they're doing something. That's not my position at all. But that's entirely different than your accusations against me. You're claiming that I'm actually working with these governments. Now you're saying, oh, what you mean by that is Jake talked privately once to Rabbi Faris.
No.
And
that's an example. That's an example. And we don't know what
does that amount to, dude? What does that amount to?
So what happened? So you explained the change. Like, why did you suddenly realize that working with people of other manahij is ikhwani? Like, why does this sudden change as soon as you move to Morocco? And this is a principle that you don't apply consistently because you want to rag on Uthman bin Farouk and Muslim Lantern, but Adnan Rashid works with Ash'aris and Maturidis. He goes on
Yeah,
their
I don't have a
podcast and he
problem.
praises them just today. So how is Adnan Rashid
Dan,
not
you
an
don't-
Ikhwani?
You're not even
Zakir
representing
Naik.
my position. Ask me a question.
So I'm answering your question of why I have these suspicions. I gave you the indications. Like suddenly you're very harsh on Rabbi Faris, but then you softened your tone suddenly when you moved to Morocco. Why? I don't know. Suddenly you were very harsh actually on boycott, on those who violate boycotts. And I posted all of the proof of this from your tweets. You're very harsh on those who violate boycotts. Then you move to Morocco. You have some kind of contact with Rabbi Faris. And now you don't think it's such a big deal if people violate the boycott of these Israeli Zionist companies.
I'm harsh.
It's interesting.
I'm harsh.
Like it just raises red flags. Like, don't you think that will raise a red flag? Or Zakir Naik is considered an Ikhwani. You know that, right? He's considered an Ikhwani. The UAE considers him an Ikhwani.
I don't care.
And that means that he's a deviant. And suddenly you're like downgrading him and calling everyone Ikhwani. This is very suspicious.
I never did that. Actually, for Zakir Naik, I gave him an A.
You gave him a C. You gave him a C.
I gave him, in terms of his aqidah, I gave him an A.
That's crazy because he's Ikhwani. He's Ikhwani in the same way that
That's what you're claiming.
Or you think that Zakir Naik is less of an Ikhwani than Uthman bin Farouk and Muslim Lantern?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Listen,
Now,
Daniel, can we?
question.
I think that we should go back to istighatha, no? Because regardless of the tier list and all this stuff,
it's
not actually as important.
Learn how
as
to pronounce the
compared
word.
to our issues with you.
It's not istighatha, it's istighatha. Learn how to pronounce the word.
I didn't say istighatha.
Don't you have like a
Danielle.
test to study for? Like, isn't it like finals period? Go study for your exams, bro. I'm talking with
Listen,
Jake
Daniel.
I'm talking to
you,
Jake.
you
here.
see, you
You're not
come
a
here
human
and you're
shield.
condemning
not a
Jake,
human
and you're
shield
saying,
for
why
Jake.
are you talking bad about Muslim
We're
apologists?
talking about
Look how you're
Jake,
acting, bro.
We're talking about the
Look how
tier
you're
list.
acting.
Jake didn't even put you on the tier list, bro. I didn't see any proving Islam. Like, you signed on to the letter, but he doesn't even consider you important enough to actually acknowledge your existence.
Right. You know why? Because his tier list is for people with enough followers.
I thought Jake blocked you on Twitter. Is that the case?
No, he's following me. I'm following him. And
Jake
it doesn't
blocked
matter.
you.
Why
He
are you
blocked
going
you.
into these?
Didn't Jake block
These
you
are
because
random,
you believe
irrelevant
that
issues.
That the Bible is
Daniel,
Kalam Allah?
let's get back to what
Didn't-
matters.
Didn't Jake block you for your belief that the Bible is the word of Allah?
Do you want to actually have a discussion, or you just want to do this kind of pity pat games? Just
No,
tell
I
me.
want to understand. Like, you
Dude,
bring this person I don't even know.
Oh,
It's like-
you know,
it's
my
like
position on the
3:30 in the
Torah
morning.
This person
gospel.
I don't even know.
What,
I'm just
do I have
wondering, like-
followers? None of this matters.
Yeah,
Okay,
it does
Daniel,
matter.
the
If Jake
question
blocks
is,
you because you
the
believe the
question is,
Bible is
I
the
don't
word
care.
of Allah.
Doesn't matter to me.
It does. It does. You can't even
I
pronounce
couldn't care less.
istighatha.
Daniel,
you're an idiot.
question is, if I pray to Jesus and I say, Jesus, pray to Allah for me to grant me healing, is that shirk for you?
This is tawassul, and according
it's
to
not shirk?
the majority of scholars, it's not shirk. The
Okay,
vast majority said it's not
So,
shirk. No.
can you explain to me why is that not dua?
Jesus making dua?
No,
Who's making dua?
if I pray to Jesus, like you know how Christians pray to Mary for intercession, or they pray to saints for intercession. If I pray to Mary or Jesus or someone to intercede for me with Allah, why is that not dua? Or is it dua?
It's not considered dua in the istilahi sense. In the lughawi sense of calling, it's talab in terms of requesting. Yeah.
When the prophet says that dua is ibadah, right? So that means if you pray to someone, it's worship. So it becomes shirk, right? Correct?
No. No.
Okay, so dua is not
We're gonna have
ibadah,
to
or is
go
dua
through-
ibadah?
If you want to converse, you want me to educate you on the istighatha issue. Like we're starting
No, I
from
want you
ground
to answer the
zero.
question.
Like
Is
dua
dua
worship.
ibadah?
Like, if you want
Is
to
dua
start, go from the ground zero of this topic. Okay.
Daniel,
you
is
said-
dua
is it-
ibadah?
Is calling
The prophet says
you give the
dua
answer.
is
Okay, you
ibadah.
give the standard. You give the standard. So someone is calling to Jesus. Someone's making dua. That's your term. Okay. They're calling. They're making istighatha to Jesus. Or not istighatha. They're requesting from Jesus to make
Yes.
dua.
Intercession, yes.
Is that dua? Is that dua?
So I'm claiming it is, right?
So it's
and
shirk.
then therefore I'm claiming it's shirk. But
So
now
tawassul
you
is
obviously
shirk.
will have to claim it's not. So I want to
tawassul
ask you,
is
where's
shirk.
your justification that it's not
Is
dua?
tawassul shirk?
So if I pray to Jesus for intercession, right, that's shirk. And I'm saying that is a form of dua. So now I'm asking,
But that's not
for
your
you,
scenario.
why does
Your
that not
scenario
fall under
was-
dua?
Your scenario was that you are requesting Jesus to make dua for you with Allah.
Yeah, intercession. I'm saying, Jesus, I want your intercession. Pray to Allah for me. Intercede for me. Yes. Is this dua or not, according to you?
This is you're making a request. This is like
So is it dua?
This is tawassul. This is tawassul.
Is it dua or not?
Is tawassul. Yeah, it's tawassul.
So it's not dua?
It's tawassul. Yeah.
Is it dua?
It's tawassul. It's tawassul.
But is it dua?
In what sense? Istilahi sense or what sense?
Is it so? For
Do you know what
Quran
istilahi means?
Do you agree that the
Do you know,
Quran
do you
and
know the
Sunnah?
distinction? Do you know the distinction between istilahi and lughawi?
Do you agree that the Quran and Sunnah
answer that
prohibit dua to other
Answer
than
that
Allah?
question. Answer that
Hold on,
question.
Daniel. Does the Quran and Sunnah
answer-
prohibit dua to other than Allah? Yes or no?
Answer my question. Do you know
Does the
difference
Quran
between
and
istilahi-
Sunnah, do they prohibit dua to other than Allah?
Do you mean istilahi sense or lughawi sense?
See, this is the point I'm gonna get to, right? Because
No, you don't
I'm
even know what
saying-
the distinction is. You don't
listen,
even know
what
what the
I'm saying
distinction
is that dua is
you don't even know what the
ibadah.
distinction is.
So praying to someone other than Allah is shirk. Now you obviously have to say that intercession doesn't fall under the kind of dua that's forbidden by the Quran and Sunnah, correct? So that's the whole point. I'm going to ask you now to justify that from the Quran and Sunnah. I want you to justify
talking to you
why
because
the
you don't answer my
intercession
question.
type of dua doesn't fall
I'm not
under
interested
the
in
Prophet's
talking to
statement.
you
Dua
because-
is ibadah.
I'm not interested in talking to you because you don't actually answer my questions and you're trying
I
to
wa-
interrogate me.
The very
don't even
question
know-
you're
you don't
asking
even
me
know
is
the
actually
difference
my
between
question to
something
you.
being the istilahi sense of a word and the lughawi sense
want-
of a word. You don't even know that. So why should I
Okay,
even bother talking to
obviously-
you? You're wasting my time.
No,
I'm
no,
here
no.
to
Okay,
talk to
so
Jake,
we
and
know
I have to
that.
go.
Let me answer.
Yeah,
Let me answer. Yeah?
I'm sitting here to talk to Jake, and I have this like grade schooler trying to interrogate me. He doesn't even know the basic distinctions.
I do know the basic
can
distinctions,
set
but
up
I
a
don't
debate.
want you to
We can
confuse the
set up-
audience.
I'll do you
So
the-
that's why I'm being clear and
Listen,
upfront, because
listen
I
to
know
me.
you
Listen to me,
always
bro.
shift and run to different topics. So
No,
please, I'm going to ask
we
you
were
once
talking
again.
about something. We
is-
were talking about the tier list. We were
And
talking
it's
about
a
the tier
terrible
list and why
topic to
Zach
talk
are
about.
nice
It's not
and Jake's
nearly as
very
important
suspicious
as this.
background.
That's
and then
why
you
I'm coming
jump
back
in
to
as a
this.
human shield, and I have to go through the ABCs of istighatha with you.
Daniel,
Okay? That's a waste of
Daniel,
my time. Okay,
So
Assalamu
okay, I
alaikum.
want you to
Assalamu
sit in
alaikum.
a shut.
studying for your finals. Okay, go get ready for I don't know what for your study exam. I'm talking to Jake. If you want to have a debate on istighatha, we'll set it up, and I'll take you through the
Daniel,
basics, and I'll explain
Daniel,
what istilahi means,
Daniel,
lughawi
from
means,
a
mustalahat. I'll
shar'i
explain all the
sense of the
mustalahat
word
to you.
dua,
I'll explain all the mustalahat.
I don't
you.
need to. I'm
Okay.
asking you right now. I don't need to have a second debate. I'm asking you right now.
You-
From a
you're
shar'i sense
confused.
of the word dua,
You're
is
confused.
praying to Jesus for intercession.
think-
Does it fall under that?
You look. You don't answer my question, so why should I bother being interrogated?
Because
by
the question you're asking me is
should
actually
I
the question
bother?
I'm asking you. That's the
Why
whole
should I
point of
bother?
what I'm asking.
You don't
So-
address. You don't acknowledge anything that I say. You want to go through your little decision
Okay,
tree
so
or your debate
the Prophet
tree.
says dua is
You don't even let me
ibadah.
finish a
So
sentence.
I'm asking,
You just
does
want to
pr-
lecture
does
to me.
praying to
You just
Jesus
wanna
for
lecture.
intercession fall under
You
that?
don't let
Yes
me
or no?
talk. You don't
Does,
let me talk.
does praying to Jesus
we
for
define
intercession
terms?
fall
Can we
under the
define
Prophet's
terms?
statement?
Hey,
Dua
hey,
is
can we define
ibadah. Yes or
terms?
no?
Jake,
It is
can we define
tawassul.
terms?
It is
So
tawassul.
it doesn't fall into. Does it fall into the Prophet's statement?
Dua,
Yes or
making
no?
dua is to Allah. Okay.
Okay, so
the
if
hadith,
praying to Jesus for
dua,
intercession, does
okay,
it fall
to-
under the
to
Prophet's
Allah
statement?
is
Yes or
worship.
no?
Yes. Yes.
It
Dua
does?
to Allah is worship. Dua
No,
to
no,
Allah
what I'm
is
saying
worship.
is,
Yes.
if I pray to Jesus for intercession to pray to
That-
Allah for
that
me,
is
does that
tawassul,
fall
yeah.
under the statement dua is ibadah? Yes or no?
I don't know how more clearly I can say this. So I'm just tired of being interrogated.
Jake, did you
can't
understand
even
his position?
answer my question. You can't.
Did
even
you
answer-
understand his position?
No.
Okay, so we didn't understand. So I'm going to ask once again. The
No,
Prophet
I'm
says
not being
dua is
interrogated,
ibadah.
babe. Hey, Jake.
The
look,
Prophet says
you
dua
wanna
is
use-
ibadah. So if
you
I
wanna
pray to
use this
Jesus for
guy as your
intercession,
human
does it
shield
fall
to
under the
avoid
Prophet's
the-
statement? Yes or
to
no?
avoid my points, Jake.
Does
like,
it fall under the Prophet's statement? Yes or
Jake,
no?
are you going to use this guy as your human shield? Like you block this guy. You don't even think that he is worthy enough to be on your tier
Not
list.
blocked at
Why
all.
are you? You never blocked this
He's not
guy. You never blocked proving Islam.
Man,
You never
are
blocked proving
using-
Islam.
Daniel,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
running from the Prophet's
You
statement.
never
You're
blocked-
running from the
You
Prophet's
never blocked
statement,
proving
Daniel.
Islam.
Stop running. The
You never
Prophet
blocked
says,
Proven
alayhi
Islam,
salatu
did you?
wassalam, dua is ibadah. I'm asking you, if I pray to Jesus
not
for,
being interrogated
for
by a great
intercession,
ruler,
does it fall
bro.
under the Prophet's statement?
Okay,
Bro,
so
I'm
Dan,
not
what
gonna
do you
be
want to
great.
talk about?
Does
You
it
wanna
fall
talk
under the
about
Prophet's
whether
statement?
I ever blocked him, but you don't want to talk about your claims about me being affiliated with governments or your
Yeah, I do. I do want to talk about
You don't
that.
want to talk about any of those. You want to talk about whether or not I've ever blocked this guy. That's
No,
what-
because
that's
you're
what you wanna
using
talk
him
about.
as an authority to come
Did
and
I
debate
ever?
with- I don't even
how do
know
I
him.
use him as an authority and a human shield. He came up here. He wanted to speak
Why?
to you, because he's one of the
I
people
came here. I came here to talk to you, Jake. I didn't
Okay,
come
so-
here to
So,
debate
Daniel,
random
let's
trolls
talk.
who can't even
Daniel,
pronounce Istighatha
And
properly.
then when I
Daniel,
start talking
no
to
one
you,
cares. No
You're
one
wasting
cares
my
if
time.
he
Yes, we
blocks
do
me, if
care.
I block him, if I block you. We're asking you. The Prophet says dua is
I'm done
ibadah.
talking
If I pray
to
to Jesus
you.
for
I'm done
intercession,
I'm
does it
talking
fall
to
under the
Jake.
Prophet's statement? Yes or no?
I'm talking to
So you
Jake.
can't answer. So
I'm
you
talking
can't
to
answer.
Jake. I've answered your question.
I
I'm
don't
talking
care if
to
you're talking to Jake. I'm asking you a question. You can't answer. I'm asking you 20 times. You can't answer.
You can't
What
even
is your problem?
define dua. Define it.
That's exactly what I'm asking you.
How can you ask me a question about something when I acknowledge that there are multiple meanings of the word?
So if I pray
So how
to
can I
Jesus
answer
for
your question if there
I'm
are
asking you,
multiple meanings
in
of the
your
word, bro?
position, the way the Prophet is using that term, in your position, the way the Prophet is using that term, would that encompass me praying to Jesus for intercession? Yes or no?
No, the dua that is mentioned in
Okay.
the hadith would not be.
Why not?
Would not apply.
Why not?
It would not apply. It would
Why not?
because there are multiple meanings of dua. If you mean talab, a request, then when you do tawassul, okay, when according to the ulama, okay, or even istighatha, they don't consider that as dua in the meaning of dua is worship.
Okay, so if I pray to Jesus for intercession, is it a request or not? Am I requesting something
request.
from Jesus?
Yes, talab.
Is it a request?
Yes, it's a request.
So how? But you just said I'm not asking in the term in the sense of request. Why is this type of request not under the
Bro, you're
under
out
the
of your
meaning of the
depth.
Prophet's
You don't
words?
even know.
I
You
want
don't
you
even know
to
the
I want you to
basics.
justify it from the Quran and Sunnah.
You acknowledge
Where-
that there are multiple meanings to the term dua.
I know. For example, if I call on my mom and I say, "My mom, make me a sandwich," that's not under the Prophet's statement. Yeah?
Is it dua?
in a linguistic sense, if I say, "Oh, mom," and she's right there, and I say, "Give me a sandwich," yes, but obviously that's
Okay,
not
so it's
what the
dua.
Quran and Sunnah means. So there's a meaning.
The people who say that istighatha is not shirk, they deny that hadith and what is meant by the Prophet.
That's exactly what I'm
ﷺ
asking. Now,
applies.
I want to say, what's the Quranic or the justification from the Quran or Sunnah for that? What's the justification?
Ask the people who have that position.
So,
Ask the
it's-
people
is
who have
it your
that
posi-
position.
You
Ask
just
the
said
people-
it's your position. You just said it doesn't fall under the Prophet's statement. So what's the dalil? What's
Look,
the dalil?
bro,
What's the evidence?
we can go through a debate on istighatha. I've
Tell
actually
me right
challenged
now.
everyone.
I'm asking
I've
now.
challenged because you don't let me speak. You don't let me.
I'm letting you
to
speak. Go ahead. Go ahead.
and
have
you're
the floor.
wasting my
Go ahead.
time. Okay. The point is that Jake here is the one who is aqidah checking everyone, giving them.
I'm giving
Look,
you a
he's the
chance to
expert.
respond.
See,
I'm
Jake,
giving you a
this
chance to
guy's
respond. Stop
interrupting
talking
me,
about
bro.
Jake. Respond to the question. You have the floor. You complained. I don't let you speak. I'm letting you speak. Respond to the question. What's the evidence that praying to Jesus for intercession doesn't fall under the Prophet's statement? Give me the evidence.
So let me speak. Jake here invited me onto the stage.
Give me the evidence. You were whining that I don't let you speak. I'm not letting you respond. Stop talking about Jake. Answer the question. What's the dalil from the Quran and
Who are
Sunnah
you?
that praying to Jesus
You're
doesn't
not
fall
that-
under the Prophet's
You're not
statement,
that amazing,
which is a
bro.
general statement
You're not that
dua is
important,
ibadah.
bro. You're not that important, bro.
More important than
You're not-
your ass. Now, please answer the question.
Calm down, man. Calm down. Am I a mushrik?
Answer
by
the
way?
question.
Am I a mushrik?
Yes.
I'm a mushrik kafir. So if I say salam alaikum to you, you won't respond.
Walaikum.
Is the had
This is a red
applicable to
herring,
me?
though. This is a red herring.
the
Can
had
we stick-
applicable
like,
to
can we
me?
Stick to topic.
Daniel,
Do I
can you
deserve
answer?
capital
See,
punishment?
everyone
Do I
can
deserve
see
capital
you
punishment?
can't answer. You can't
Do I
answer. You
deserve
have no
capital
knowledge.
punishment?
You follow your desires and you don't care about Islam. That's why you have no idea. You're just pandering to your followers. I asked you a million times, if I pray to Jesus for intercession, Yeah, is that dua? Because the Prophet says dua is ibadah. You say no. I say, what's your dalil from the Quran Sunnah? You want to run away. You want to talk about the tier list. You want to talk about Zakir Naik. You want to talk about Jake blocking me. You don't want to answer the Prophet's own statement. You want to run from the Prophet's statement. Please answer his statement, alayhi salatu wasalam. Dua is ibadah. If you can't justify it, then you have to admit it's shirk.
Alayhi salatu wasalam. So can I talk now? Can I
yes,
speak?
respond to the question. I don't want to hear about the tier list.
So does the had apply to me?
Oh
that
my
I'm
God.
a mushrik murtad?
Oh my God.
Does it apply?
You're running, my friend.
Does it apply?
Easy question. Praying to
Does
Jesus
it apply?
for intercession. Does it fall under the Prophet's statement? Dua is ibadah. You say no. I say dalil. You can't provide any evidence? No evidence? No dalil? Just desires?
So, hey, so if someone comes up and is here like ready to cut me, should that be done?
Okay, let's go on. Okay, so
is that,
there's a
do I deserve
statement.
that?
Let me ask you another question, yeah? Because you can't answer that question. Let me ask you another question.
Does this apply? Like if this comes in, like does that apply?
Okay,
like
so
that'll be justified, right?
Really desperate, dude. You're just
if someone comes here, if someone comes and like pushes this in, this knife,
man, you're getting so pathetic and immature.
Okay,
answer.
You called me a mushrik because you can't answer this one. I'm going to ask another question.
You already gave me the ruling.
It's okay, Daniel. It's okay. It's okay. You can cry to your wife later, but don't cry on the stream. On the stream. I'm going to ask you another question. Yeah. Allah says, وَيَعْبُدُونَ مِن دُونِ اللَّهِ مَا لَا يَضُرُّهُمْ وَلَا يَنْفَعُهُمْ وَيَقُولُونَ هَؤُلَاءِ شُفَعَاؤُنَا عِندَ اللَّهِ. They worship other than Allah what doesn't harm them and doesn't benefit them, and they say these are our intercessors with Allah. قُلْ أَتُنَبِّئُونَ اللَّهَ بِمَا لَا يَعْلَمُ فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَلَا فِي الْأَرْضِ. Say, do you inform Allah of something He doesn't know in the heavens or in the earth? Subhanahu wa ta'ala amma yushrikun. Exalted is He and high above what they associate with Him. In this ayah, Allah is condemning Quraysh for praying to their gods and saying praying to them and saying they are our intercessors. So this ayah shows that praying to someone for intercession is shirk. Now, I've not only given you the Prophet's statement, I've given you Allah's statement, which proves, Allah's statement proves that praying to someone with the intention of intercession is shirk. So now, how can praying to Jesus for intercession not fall under the Quranic and Sunnah, and the Quran and Sunnah's framework, which says dua to other than Allah is shirk? Allah in the Quran is condemning Quraysh for praying to their gods and saying they're our intercessors. So how is me praying to Jesus for intercession not shirk? Please answer this. He cannot answer. He's been cooked. You've been baked, bro.
Can I actually speak now?
Okay, go ahead. 10:18. The ayah is Surah 10.
Can I actually go through what I have said about this? Can I actually go through all the proofs and evidences? Okay.
Can you first answer my question?
Do you want to allow me to do that, or do you want to just interrupt?
I want you to reconcile your.
Do you want to interrupt me, or do you want me to actually present this?
I want you to reconcile. I want you to answer how your position holds up against this ayah.
Yeah. You want me to present on this, or do you want to interrupt?
I want you to answer the ayah. Go ahead.
I'm not here to answer your
question. You're going to respond. It has to relate to this ayah. I'm here to talk to
Jake.
However you respond must relate to this ayah.
No,
you
don't
can
give
give
me
your position as long as you address the ayah.
Can I share my screen here?
Okay. Are you going to address the ayah? Yes or no?
I'm not asking you, bro.
I'm asking
you. Can I share my screen or no? Are you going to allow that?
Are you going to address the ayah? Yes or no?
Are you going to allow that, Jake, or not? Or I'm going to have to listen to this guy go through his like Islam.
You can present as long as you address the ayah. Allah is condemning Quraysh for worshiping their gods as intercessors with Allah.
We had like a 2-hour discussion on this, going through all the evidences and the
proofs. You must have a lot of, you must have an easy refutation.
You don't even agree with the people that presented. So how is that relevant? You don't agree with
I do agree on istighatha. Yeah, I do agree that that's a valid position. That the position of Shah Wadi Allah and some of the Deobandis where they say that's not necessarily shirk to do istighatha. Like I think that's a valid position. Yeah.
So
let's go through the statement. Like share my screen.
So Harun Kant says
share my screen
is not shirk, right? Share my screen is not shirk, right?
Okay, guys.
Wait,
So if you're not going to actually allow me to
wait, is Wilayat
present
Takfir shirk
anything or
according to
say
Harun Khan?
anything, you want to just interrogate me? Like, this is not what I came here to do. I came here to
No, but I have a question.
talk
I have a question.
in a civil way. Okay,
Yeah,
you're just
so
interrupting me.
I have a question, which is Harun Khan, because you said those people, they agree with you, right? Harun Khan says Wilayat Takfir is not shirk. Do you agree with that?
Are we now switching topics? Wilayat Takfir, can you repeat that?
Yeah.
It's
So
not
Harun
I don't
Khan.
even know who this is. Like,
Yeah.
this is a random voice from the ether.
Okay, so Harun Khan, he said that.
He's part of the network, Dan.
Yeah, exactly. So what Harun Khan said in your video, which you did with him, he said that Wilayat Takfir is not shirk akbar. You told Daniel a while ago, like maybe like 20 minutes ago, that anybody who believes that somebody can control the universe, even if it's bi'ithnillah, it's shirk. So do you agree with him or do you disagree with him?
Do you know what the definition of Wilayat Takfir actually is?
Yeah,
Dude,
so
he gave you the definition of controlling all the atoms in the universe. Kanj said this is not shirk, and he said it's an acceptable position to hold.
Yeah, and I disagreed with that.
But
Wait,
do
is
you
it shirk,
think
though?
his position of saying that it's an acceptable position is shirk?
I think he's wrong. I think that he is wrong.
no, but you
That
said
doesn't
it's
mean
shirk,
that
right?
he's a mushrik. That doesn't mean that he's holding
I
shirk.
didn't
It says
ask if
it's
he's a
acceptable.
mushrik. I asked if his
I didn't-
position. If
No,
his
to say
position
it's
to say
acceptable is not shirk.
acceptable,
No,
it's
if he
not
says
shirk.
that scholars have held this and it's acceptable, that doesn't mean that he holds a shirk position. You have
Okay,
to
but
ask
you
his
said it's
position on
Does
that.
he hold a
actually.
position that is bid'ah? Is it bid'ah?
You have to ask him.
I'm asking
You have to
you.
ask him.
Is his position? Do you consider?
I don't know in depth what his position on that
Well, you
is.
just brought him on your channel to do a 3-hour presentation.
I explained to you, okay, that he said that it's acceptable in the sense that
I'm saying,
scholars
what
have
do
held
you
this
deem-
position. What is
you
hard for you
deem-
to understand,
You
Jake?
deem his position.
What is hard? What is
Dan,
hard for you to
I'm asking
understand?
you a direct question.
I said
Do
it's
you-
just. Can I explain? Can I explain?
Yeah,
Just
go
like
ahead.
Ibn Taymiyyah, just like stop interrupting, bro. Just like Ibn Taymiyyah holds the position that Fana and Nar, that the
Oh my
hellfire
God,
is going
here we
to
go.
end.
Dude, you're
Yeah, here-
deviating to
interrupt.
another
Interrupt.
topic. Every
Interrupt.
time
As soon as I bring up Ibn Taymiyyah, you
you're not
interrupt.
sticking to the topic. You're
Yes,
going
I am.
Nawawi
Yes, I
and
am.
Ibn
You don't
Taymiyyah
understand.
and what John from down the street said. You never.
Ibn Taymiyyah is John from down the street.
I
Ibn
asked
Taymiyyah
you
is
a
John from down the
direct
street.
question about Khan.
I'm answering
you
your
had
direct
on your
question. I'm
program.
answering your direct
You're
question.
not.
Can
You're
I
going
finish
to
my
talking
sentence?
about Ibn Taymiyyah.
Can
and
I
Hellfire.
finish my sentence? Can I
It's
finish my
irrelevant.
sentence? Can I finish?
Yeah. if
Ibn
you get back
Taymiyyah,
to the point.
Ibn Taymiyyah is not John from down the street. Ibn Taymiyyah holds
We're not
that
talking
the
about his
Interrupt.
position on Hellfire.
Interrupt.
We're not talking about his position on Hellfire. We're asking you whether or not you
Interruption.
deem Khan's position to be acceptable. You said no, it's wrong. Is it bid'ah?
Interruption. So Ibn Taymiyyah, is it kufr to believe that the hellfire will come to an end?
You see
No.
this? We asked
No, it's
Dan.
not. No,
It's
it's
not.
not.
It's
It's not.
It's not.
It's not,
And
kufr.
it's
Jake,
irrelevant
is
to the
it
topic.
to believe that the hellfire will
So
come to
we
an
will
end?
answer this.
He
one.
didn't believe that, but even if he believed it, guess what? Tabari
Is it-
quotes people from the
is it-
Salaf who believe it. So it's
I'm
not that
Jake.
important, and it's completely
It's not that
irrelevant
important?
to the topic.
It's not that important.
It's not relevant
Because
to this
some
topic,
Salaf
not
held
Dan.
this
whether a
position,
hellfire
so
comes to
it's
an end.
not like it's
It's not
kufar.
relevant to what you believe about
not-
istighatha.
No,
and
it is
Wilayat
relevant. It is
Takfir.
very
It's
relevant.
not
Read
relevant.
Tafsir
It is
al-Tabari,
relevant
okay?
if you'd let me explain. It is very relevant if you'd let me explain, but you keep interrupting.
It's
So,
not
relevant.
just
kufar.
like- see?
So look,
See?
wait. I'll explain why it's not relevant.
Can I
right?
speak? Like, just
Wait,
let me
wait,
speak. Just
wait,
shut your
but
mouth,
this is a
random
red
voice.
herring. But this is a
Just
red
let me
herring.
speak, random
This is
voice.
a red
Can I-
herring,
can I
Daniel.
actually
This is a red
speak?
herring. This is a red
Can I
herring, and I'll
actually
explain why.
speak, random voice?
But you're
Can I actually
being
speak?
fallacious. You're being
Can I
fallacious,
actually
Daniel.
speak, random
You're
voice?
being fallacious.
Look,
You're being
Jake,
fallacious.
if you're not going to let me
Muslim,
speak,
show
you're
some
just going to
respect.
have these
I'm a
randos
Muslim.
interrogating
He's a
me
Muslim.
and
Show him
like
some
shouting over
respect,
me.
man.
You're being fallacious, Daniel.
But you're just
So,
talking over me, and
but
this
that's
is
being
because you're
fallacious,
scared.
Daniel. There's a
You're
reason. No, I'm
scared
not scared.
of what I'm saying.
No,
Okay,
you're just
fine.
Because it shows your
deviating from the topic,
inconsistency.
man.
You guys
Yeah.
are scared of what I'm saying because it exposes your Wahhabi.
This is a red herring, Daniel.
Deviating from the
No, it's not
topic.
a red herring.
This is a red herring.
You have to
It is
say
a
it's
red
a red
herring.
herring. You have to say it's a red herring because as soon as I say it, it's going to expose you.
Dude, we
That's
already know
scared
your point. We've dealt with it.
You're
We've
so
responded to you
scared
time
of me
and again.
speaking that as soon as I mention it, it
Oh,
will
everyone
expose
is
you.
scared, Dan, but yet you
Then let me
refuse
speak.
to answer
Then
direct
let me
questions.
speak. Let me actually talk. If you're not scared, let me actually talk.
Okay, so you're going to tell us about Ibn Taymiyyah's position on
I
hellfire
believe,
and-
okay, the position that the hellfire is going to come to an end, that it is not going to last forever. I think that is a kufr belief that contradicts the Quran.
No, it doesn't.
So you think that some of the Salaf were on
Wait, can I finish the? Wait, can I say the verse? Okay. لابثين فيها أحقابا. What does that mean? What does لابثين فيها أحقابا mean? No. What does the Quranic verse لابثين فيها أحقابا
It's not just one verse, you idiot. There's many verses on
wait,
the
wait.
hellfire.
Allah
What
says
does that verse
خالدين
mean?
فيها إلا ما شاء الله. So the people
What
who
does
said
that
that
verse
no, they're
mean?
wrong. They had
many
a dalil with them. They had an evidence because there's two ayahs in the Quran which can be read as implying this, and some of the Salaf held this. So it's not a kufr position, my friend.
Can I finish my point before you interrupt?
So Dan, just answer
Can I
this.
finish my position?
Yeah, I'm letting you. I'm letting you talk
You're
about
not,
your topic.
because you're
you
allowing
talk
this
about your
clown
topic.
to interrupt me.
I'm letting you talk about your topic.
You're allowing a human shield to interrupt me whenever I'm going to pin you on this.
You believe that
your human
you
shield
believe. Allow
in.
me to finish. You believe that Ibn Taymiyyah held a kufri belief, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, do you?
No, I don't believe he did.
So you think that the hellfire? So do you agree that the majority of ulama consider it to be a kufri belief to say that the hellfire will come to an end?
You broke up on my end. I couldn't hear you.
Do you agree that there's ijma that the hellfire coming to an end is kufr?
That the question doesn't even make any sense.
How so? It doesn't make sense.
You say, is the ijma?
Is there an ijma among the scholars? Is there an ijma of the scholars that the hellfire coming to an end is a kufri belief? Yes or no?
No, I don't hold that. No.
Yeah. So if you go to the same verse that I mentioned, can I mention the verse?
There are many verses, you idiot. It's not just one verse.
You're name calling. I'm giving you a verse.
So the point is, can I give you the verse of the you're not letting me finish my point, okay?
Can I
believe Ibn Taymiyyah was upon kufr?
Yeah. You believe he's upon kufr, so let us defend that. If you want us to defend
I don't. Let me make my larger point, okay?
But dude, you believe he was upon kufr? You just said that.
Yeah, he's also going against the ijma. He's going against the all the ulama on this.
Was he a kafir?
Was
he a kafir?
Okay?
Was he a kafir?
No, that's my point. That's my point. I can still respect him. I can still respect him and even say that he's an imam of the sunnah and he's within Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah while having a position that amounts to kufr. That's my point.
Wow.
That is my point. You can't have that position because you're a Wahhabi. You're a Wahhabi.
That's a Wahhabi position.
Here's the question.
A Wahhabi position is to say that somebody who holds a kufri belief is not an imam of the sunnah. That's a Wahhabi position.
Okay, so here's the question for you. Is it kufr to believe that a human being can resurrect the dead? A non-prophet. Is that kufr?
Oh my God, bro.
If you mean
I'm testing you now. I'm aqidah testing you. Is that a kufr belief?
Oh my
that
God,
you can bring someone back to the dead,
be brought back to life.
Okay,
is that kufr belief?
So there's a distinction here. Number one, if you read the Gospel of John, and this is relevant, you know the role given to Allah in Surah Al-Hajj that He brings out the dead. That description is given to Jesus. So from that perspective, that's clearly shirk, because in Surah Al-Hajj, that's given to Allah. It's the same description. So to say that Jesus is going to resurrect the dead in the way Christians believe, that is shirk. But to say that Isa alayhi salam brought someone back to life by the permission of Allah, that's not shirk.
Yeah. Yeah, because we believe that all miracles are actually done by Allah through the prophets. We don't believe that they're the ones who are doing the miracles and they're the ones acting.
So if I say like my sheikh, he actually brought someone back to life.
Yeah, but what do you mean by that?
That's not sure.
But
that means like through the power of Allah, dependent on Allah.
let me say, if you mean it in the sense of how the Quran speaks about Isa alayhi salam, then no, it's not shirk.
Okay, so I say like my sheikh, so like someone today, my sheikh has actually resurrected someone from the dead. You'd say, oh, that you mean through the power of Allah? Okay, yeah, no problem.
If you mean it in the sense as I just explained, then no, this is not kufr and shirk.
Okay, so someone could resurrect the dead. How about someone who says, I know the future and what's going to happen because I read it directly off of Lawh al-Mahfuz? Is that shirk?
How would he read it off of Lawh al-Mahfuz?
Yeah.
He read it directly.
How would he? So he would be
just said
claiming
that-
to
he
have
just
gone
said,
into the heavens?
I read it directly from Lawh al-Mahfuz. Is that
So,
shirk? or not?
so it seems like he would be claiming to have gotten revelation?
No, he's just saying that he read it
Yeah,
directly from Lawh al-Mahfuz.
Yeah, but to read it, he
That's all
has
he's
to either
saying.
get like a dream
that kufr
about
shirk?
it,
Is that
or
kufr?
like an angel tells him or something, right?
No,
or he has to go
he
into the
read it
heavens. How
directly.
else would
The
he?
statement is, I'll read you a statement, and then you tell me if it's shirk or not.
Yeah, so
okay?
I'm clarifying with that guy. What do you mean you read it? Because it's in heaven.
Dan,
So how can you read it?
You're going to all.
He just claims that he does. Is it kufr or not?
So I'm asking him to clarify. How? Like, did you get it in a dream?
All you know is that he has read it directly from Lawh al-Mahfuz. What's going to happen in the future?
What I can
Is
think,
that-
I
is
can
that
imagine
kufr?
some
Yes or no?
scenarios here. That's why I would ask clarifying questions.
So it's not necessarily kufr to say, for someone to say that you read directly from Lawh al-Mahfuz.
Well, for example, could he read it in a dream?
You don't know. It's just he said he's
That's why
read
I'm
it
asking to
directly.
clarify.
He's from the actual Lawh al-Mahfuz, not in a dream. The actual Lawh al-Mahfuz, he has read it. Is that kufr or not?
So he went up to heaven, and in like
No,
in
he read
Isra Miraj type experience.
You don't know. He said he read it directly.
It
Okay, here, I'll read you.
sounds-
I'll read you. Let me say that. Let me read you. Okay, this statement. I just assume that this is what I'm saying. I witnessed amazing cases of firasa, supernatural insight from so-and-so sheikh. What I did not witness was even greater, and to describe all the cases of his firasa would require a large volume. He informed his companions that a certain army would enter this Muslim area in this specific year, and that the armies of the Muslims would be broken, that there would be no general killing or general enslavement in this region, and that the center of the army would busy itself with taking property. And this was before this non-Muslim group had even resolved to move to attack. Then in this particular year, when that non-Muslim group set out and headed toward our region, he told the people and the emirs that the reversal of fortune and the disgrace would be upon them, and that triumph and victory would belong to the Muslims. He swore to that more than 70 oaths, and people would say inshallah, and he would reply, okay, inshallah, as an affirmation but not a condition. And I heard him say this. He said, when they pressed me, I said, do not press me. Allah Most High has written this, his prediction of the future. Allah has written this in the preserved tablet, Lawh al-Mahfuz, that they will be defeated in this round, and that
this
victory is
doesn't
for the
prove
armies
that
of
he
Islam.
read it, though. This doesn't prove he read it.
It doesn't say he read it.
Is that statement okay?
Yeah,
And
but
then,
it doesn't prove he read it.
Is that statement kufr or not?
It's
Okay,
philosophy.
so when someone knows the future, yeah, so the general rule is Allah knows the future, and he reveals sometimes some of it to his messengers, yeah. But we know that sometimes someone who's not a prophet can be informed, for example, in a dream, as the Prophet ﷺ mentions, that the believer can be, it's a form of revelation. It's not a prophetic, but it can come to a believer in a dream, yeah. So we believe in that. We believe, for example, it's all, it could be a miracle for a quote unquote saint, right? It could be, I'm thinking, we know there's a report in Bukhari that Heraclius, that he foresaw that the kingdom of the circumcised Arabs was going to come out based on astrology. And that's because the jinn showed it to him. If you read Ibn Ishaq's Sirah, he mentions that the rabbis and the monks as well as the Arab soothsayers were foretelling the coming of the Prophet ﷺ. Regarding the Arab soothsayers, he says the reason is that
what does it have to do with the statement? Is the statement?
It has to do with the
statement
statement because I'm explaining that there are multiple methods by which you can know the future, which doesn't contradict Allah knowing the unseen. So it would depend on how this person is claiming to know.
He read it.
Doesn't say he read it.
He doesn't say that. So he just says it's written there.
I just read it to you. Do I have to read it again?
But what you read from the quote, he just says it's written in it. That doesn't mean, for example, if a rabbi knows that the Prophet Muhammad is going to come out based on the Bible, then he can say, I know it because it's written with Allah in the Kitab. Even though he didn't read the Kitab, he got it from the Bible. You get it? So your statement doesn't prove he read it.
So if I come and I say that you are going to die in 2 years and it'll be a car accident, and you say, well, how do you know? I say, it's written on the preserved tablet. Would you say that I've committed an act of kufr or no?
I would ask you to clarify, because it could be that, because again, someone who's a prophet and even someone who's not a prophet, sometimes you can have a dream or this sort of situation where this can be revealed to someone, and it's not something where we're saying, oh, they're claiming to know the unseen like Allah. Yeah. So it depends how you're saying it. Even, for example, among Bani Israel, sometimes an angel would come and inform, for example, Maryam, that Isa is going to be born. Right now, does that mean Maryam is claiming to know the unseen because she says an angel comes? No. So there are ways, where something can be shown to someone, but it doesn't. So just the statement that it's written in, it doesn't prove that he's saying, "Oh, I went up to the heavens and I read it" or something. So I don't.
So someone can say, like, make definitive statements like that. Like, let's say hear what Bin Baz says. Like, let's hear what a Wahhabi scholar actually says about this. Bin Baz says, the preserved tablet, Lawh al-Mahfuz, is not looked upon by anyone other than Allah, and this is the speech of the foolish talking Sufis who deceive the people. The preserved tablet is only known to Allah. And again,
you're assuming that the quote is saying, "I read it in the preserved tablet."
You can't even let me read the fatwa. You can't
because you're quoting something irrelevant.
You can't even let me read the fatwa.
The fatwa was only relevant. The fatwa was only relevant if we conceded that he's claiming to read it on the tablet.
I mentioned it.
We didn't understand from that he's claiming to have read it from the tablet.
Let me read the fatwa, guy. Come on, have some adab. Like, you guys need to learn some basic adab. Okay, I guess it's because you think I'm a kafir that you don't even give me the basic respect to let me finish a sentence. The preserved tablet is only known to Allah, and anyone claiming knowledge of it is a kafir. If he does not repent, authorities may kill him to protect Muslims from his evil and mischief. So Bin Baz says only the foolish Sufis are having this belief of saying that they know something about the preserved tablet and speaking about it in that way. He's saying that they're kafir. He's doing takfir.
He's saying only they claim to read it. But the statement you read doesn't necessitate that he got it from the preserved tablet.
Yes.
Even you see, for example, Ka'b al-Ahbar, he was saying Omar is in the Torah, and these sorts of predictions are there because they got it from the Bible, according to them. So you can have, for example, a dream. Yeah, a dream can be given to a non-prophet, but it doesn't necessitate that he's saying, "Oh, I got it." So it depends how he's claiming it. So the quote you read, I don't see that it's necessitating that he's claiming, "I went up to the heavens and I read it." Yeah. So it depends on how. That's why I'm asking clarifying questions that, apparently we don't know the answers.
So the quote that I read is from Ibn Taymiyyah, and he claimed to know the future, what's going to happen years in advance. And he didn't say it's from a dream. He didn't say that an angel came to me. He didn't say that he was inspired. He just said it is written on the preserved tablet. It is written on the preserved tablet. That is the quote. So
exactly. So we don't actually know how he knows.
Actually a kafir, according to
we don't actually know how he knows. For example, what if an angel came to?
That's not true. Ibn Baz doesn't believe that.
Yeah, it is.
No, you're taking Ibn Baz out of context, right? Ibn Baz is talking about people.
I read you the whole fatwa. I read you the whole.
Ibn Baz says
we did not
concede.
The number of people coming on is just increasingly increasing.
No, I was already.
How many human shields do you need, Jake?
I was already here.
How many human shields do you need, Jake?
I was speaking to you earlier, Daniel. So
how many human shields here? So I'm debating like who? No, there's no name, there's no face. I can't even have the dignity to know who's like takfiring me. to my
I didn't
face. Like,
takfir you, so you don't need
be
to
a
know
man
my
and
name.
actually turn on your camera or something. I don't know. Like, what is this random face or a random circle?
You don't need to know my name if I'm not takfiring you, right? So look, Ibn Baz, he's saying that if somebody claims to have the knowledge of the unseen, meaning the entirety of it, this is kufr, of course. But if somebody has
He didn't say the entirety. He didn't say the entirety in the fatwa.
Wait, just 1 second. Well,
You're
because
saying you're not actually addressing the fatwa.
You whine about people. You whine about people interrupting. You won't let him speak.
Yeah,
because there's 5 of you. There's 5 of you who are talking.
But you're talking more than the rest of us.
Only
You're
one
talking the
person is
most.
talking at a time.
At the moment, it's only one.
Yeah. So this is called firasatul mu'min, right? Ibn Baz believes in that too as well. We can get you that from his own fatwa. So Ibn Taymiyyah, when he has firasatul mu'min, this is not going to be kufr. But Ibn Baz is talking about the people like the Sufis who claim to have the keys to the unseen, and they can have the same knowledge. Like, I can read you some of these quotes by Sayyidin Toba and the Tijaniyah where they say these statements. So that's the type of people he's talking about. So yeah, of course it would be kufr in that sense. What's the issue?
Bin Baz didn't say that in the.
Firas is a type of knowledge that can come to a wali that doesn't necessitate revelation, and the awliya can have these forms of knowledge. And Ibn Baz believes in that. He believes in karamat al-awliya, and we can bring those other fatwa that say that. So just to take one fatwa and project it upon a statement of Ibn al-Qayyim about his sheikh that has nothing to do with.
You guys are all Sufis. Like, I'm talking to a bunch of Sufis here. So you think that I can have a sheikh?
No, we're just clarifying.
Let me talk now. You don't interrupt. I can have a sheikh who can resurrect the dead. Actually, through the power of Allah, he resurrects the dead, and he says, "Actually, I know when you're gonna die," because he has firasa. I know when you're gonna die. He has other karamat, and that's not kufr and that's not shirk according to you. MashaAllah, you guys are Sufis.
The Kutub al-Aqaid mention karamat al-awliya. Even Ibn Abdul Wahhab mentions we believe in the miracles of the saints. There's nothing wrong with this, but even your phrasing is incorrect because you said my sheikh can raise the dead. It's not your sheikh that raises the dead. It's Allah who raises the dead. And for example, your sheikh can just touch someone, and Allah raises them after your sheikh touches them. So Allah is actually the one doing the work,
which we said to you already about.
Yeah, we already said that. I don't know why you're pushing this.
Yeah, and Daniel, in the Quran, Allah provides miraculously for Maryam fruits. So we have evidence in the Quran. You can have a miracle to a non-prophet.
You believe in the Abdal?
What's that?
So these are the individuals, the awliya, who victory is given through them in Sham and in Palestine and greater Syria. Victory is given through them. Rain is given through them. Punishment is averted from the people through them.
They don't control these things. Yeah, but they don't control.
But you believe in the Abdal then?
Yeah, so for example, someone who's righteous, there's the presence of a righteous person in a certain city, and because of that righteous person, Allah has mercy on him and those around him. Yeah, that exists. I'll help you here. For example, in the Tabaqat al-Hanabila,
you believe in
Ibn Qudama. I'll help you.
You believe in the Aqtab.
I'll help you. Ibn Qudama, for example, in Tabaqat al-Hanabila, it says that he walked on water as a karama. And yeah, we believe these things. So, like, it doesn't prove your point.
You guys are Sufis. You're completely contradicting.
But I gave you evidence from the Quran.
These things are all shirk.
I gave you an evidence from the Quran,
These
though.
concepts are shirk.
I gave you evidence from the Quran that Maryam had fruit miraculously given to her. Is she a prophet? No.
But what they say is that these are mu'jizat that are limited to those individuals, and they don't extend to our time today.
No, karamat al-awliya is
no. We maintain that some people do have.
That is not true because Ibn Abdul Wahhab, he transmits the books of Ibn Taymiyyah, including Al-Wasatiyah, which includes and has a section on Karamat al-Awliya. So Ibn Abdul Wahhab doesn't disbelieve in Karamat al-Awliya. He just believes it's restricted, and he doesn't agree with the claims of certain groups like the Tijaniyah, like the, the Qadiriyah in Pakistan, and these types of people who extend it to something that's godly.
Yeah, to his risala, for example, to Al-Qasim, Shaykh ibn Abdul Wahhab, I think you cited this risala even in your documentary. In that same risala, he says that we affirm the karamat al-awliya. His son Abdullah also says we affirm these karamat. Those that are authentically reported, not these khurafat, those that are faked and that are obviously fabricated and exaggerated. Those exist.
Ibn Taymiyyah says that these are not authentically reported. These are things that are known through tajriba, like the experiences that people have had. In his
but how
time,
do we know the experiences? Because they reported to us, right?
Yeah, but when you say authentically reported, it's not from the Salaf, it's not from the Sahaba or Tabi'een. This is something that is reported from people, like people around him. So if someone comes to you and says that, look, my shaykh has resurrected the dead through the power of Allah, and he knows the future, what's going to happen because of firasa, and he has other karamat, then that's the report that's coming to you. You wouldn't say, oh, this is shirk, this is kufr. Or someone comes to, because of my sheikh, victory is given and a punishment is averted. And because of my sheikh, through the power of Allah, rain is granted. You'd say you have no problem with that. There's no shirk or kufr in those statements, right?
No, because the hadith of Musnad al-Imam Ahmad, I mean, it's very, very clear how, because, I mean, the context of the hadith is the fitna between the people of Asham, Muawiyah, and Ali. And the people in Ali's congregation are asking him, curse the people of Asham, because they are having hostilities towards each other. So Ali says in response, there are 40 people present in Asham because of their righteousness, because of how close to Allah they are, and because of how much of a good Muslim they are. Allah averts punishment from them. Because of their presence, they win battles, and because of them, Allah provides the rain for them. He's not saying these people control the rain, they bring down the rain. He's not saying no, they have some divine. He's not saying they have some divine power to single-handedly decide the battles.
These Sufis claim that either. In fact, they don't believe
they claim more than that,
causation. They believe that they're occasionalists. They believe that Allah is creating every iota of time. So these Ash'aris, for example, or Sufis, they don't claim that this is power of the Sheikh. They agree that this is coming from Allah. So but yet Bin Baz and other Wahhabis, they say that this is kufr.
No. It's just clear you don't know our position, because I'll give you an example. So do you know, Daniel, there's a story of the early Muslims, the Sahaba actually, finding a dead body that was preserved, and the people told them it's the body of the Prophet Daniel. Yeah. So Omar gives an order, radiyallahu an, that they hide the body. Yeah. And in that story, the reason that they used to take out the body, I think it's some Christians, they used to take out the body, is because when they took it out, rain used to come down. So notice two things. Number one, yes, they accepted that, yeah, when the Christians, they take out this body, which is apparently of Daniel the prophet, but there's some disagreement who it is, it starts to rain. So we can affirm that Allah can cause it to rain for a righteous person, but it doesn't mean that righteous person is controlling it or anything. But number two, notice the Sahaba, they don't agree with this practice.
No one claimed that the
I know, but I'm giving you the position, right?
No one
the second thing here, let me make my second point. Notice the Sahaba hid the body. Notice they hid the body because they didn't want the Christians to do this. They didn't want them to rely on this body. They hid it. I think they dug up like 13 graves and hid it somewhere, so they couldn't use Daniel's body like this. So that teaches you the aqidah of the Sahaba. So that is our position.
The black circle here just said that the karamat of the awliya, like that's known, and there's no problem with it.
That's what I just said.
You're contradicting
I just gave you more evidence for that.
Yeah. So you guys are basically admitting that you're Sufis. Like you believe in the concept
what this is showing you,
believe in the concept of aqab. You believe in these concepts just like the Sufis do. So great.
Ibn Abdul Wahhab, I can read you the Risala. And quote, this is from his son Abdullah. Quote, and we do not reject the karamat al-awliya, and we give them the recognition that they deserve, and they are upon guidance from their Lord as long as they follow the legislated way and the laws of the Sharia. However, they do not deserve to be given any form of ibadah, whether during their lives or after their death. This is the son, Abdullah, the son of Ibn Abdul Wahhab. So look, if you don't know these things, then we're happy to educate you before you start calling people Khariji, we're Sufis.
I don't think your audience knows. I don't think your Wahhabi audience knows.
Yeah, we're willing to educate.
That you believe, like if someone comes and says, my sheikh, through the power of Allah, has resurrected the dead, that there's no problem with that. Like there's no shirk or kufr involved in that, or that he knows the future. I think your Wahhabi audience is actually shocked now that these things are coming to light. And it's so funny that Jake is gone. Like he's called his whole team, this Wahhabi network, to come and debate me while he's gone. He's not even here anymore. So
dude, you diverted to 1 second. Akhi, Black Dot, if I may say something real quick.
Like
Daniel, you are diverting to karamat when we spoke to you about wilaya takwiniya. Why is that?
It's related, obviously.
How is this related?
Oh yeah, we agree on that. Why are we
exactly? So there's a distinction.
Is wilaya takwiniya, is it shirk akbar?
Yes.
Well,
What do you define as wilayah
what you
takwiniyah?
stated, what you stated.
First you say yes, and then you ask for a definition.
Yeah,
No, no,
if you go by the 1 second, because usually when you speak about wilayah takwiniyah, you're speaking about it in terms of what the Rafida believe, right? So
Yeah, okay. What do they believe?
okay, yeah, so the Rafida believe that the Imam has absolute control of every dharra in the universe. Okay, and my question to you is that do you believe that shirk?
Wrong. Like you're not even representing the position of the
Really?
Rafida.
Do you want me to show you? You want me to show you the scholars saying that?
You want me to show you the official site of Ayatollah Khamenei and their?
I don't care about Khamenei. Khamenei is from Wilayat al-Faqih. I'm talking about classical scholars.
No,
like I can show you. I can show you. Forget scholars. I'll show you the Imam.
Let me talk.
I'll show you the 1 second,
It's not
Daniel.
even here. What the heck is going on?
I haven't spoken for like 2 minutes. I could show you the Imams themselves saying it. The Imam himself saying that he stopped the sun moving so he can catch the prayer. Is this shirk?
There's examples of this.
Dude, answer my question. Is that shirk?
He doesn't believe it's shirk.
No, because
So the Rafida,
you know about the hadith. There are many.
One
like,
second,
from
the
Ibn Taymiyyah
Rafida.
itself.
1 second.
Like,
Forget Ibn Taymiyyah. You keep diverting to Ibn
Yes,
Taymiyyah.
Ibn Taymiyyah is talking about this.
Why are you diverting to Ibn Taymiyyah, bro? I asked you
He's
about
talking about
1
this
second, a
exact
Rafidi.
issue.
1 second, a Rafidi
He's
narration.
talking about this
Just
exact
1 second. 1
issue.
second. Let's quote this narration, right? So 1 second. Let me pull it up for you, and I'm gonna read it verbatim. I assume you understand Arabic, right?
Look, I'm reading you the statement of Ibn Taymiyyah here. You want to hear?
Dude, we're speaking about the 12 Shia. Why are you speaking about Ibn Taymiyyah?
Because you asked me whether something is shirk or not, and I'm trying to give you an answer from Ibn Taymiyyah, and you don't want to hear it.
Yeah, we're not speaking about Ibn Taymiyyah. We're speaking about. We're speaking of 1 second. We're speaking of
making about wilayah takwiniyah is false. They have multiple. They have ikhtilaf amongst themselves.
They don't have ikhtilaf. So
Yes,
if I 1 second, so do you want to see the Imam saying it?
Let me show my screen, and I'll show you what the Shia actually say about this.
Yeah, but you're bringing Khamenei. We don't care what Khamenei says. If I could bring you the Imam, yeah, according to the Shia, he's not a Shia. Yeah, according to classical Shias, Khamenei. 1 second. According to classical Shias, 1 second. According to classical Shias, classical Shi'i belief, right? Akhbari belief, which is Orthodox Shi'ism. Khamenei, Khomeini, Sistani have fallen into nullifiers, so they are not Shia. So if I bring you the Imam himself saying that he stopped the sun to catch the prayer, is that shirk? Yes or no?
Listen, you don't even know. Okay,
answer my question, bro.
On this issue, you're taking the position of one group of Shia.
I'm bringing you the Imam himself, the guy that Shiaism is based on.
We're talking about wilayah takwiniyah. Jake won't show my screen, so I can actually show you the definition that's given by one of the main bodies, one of the main scholarly Shia authorities. Jake won't even show the screen so that I can prove this, because it's going to make you look like a fool. And yeah, see, he's not going to share my screen.
You can share it. I don't care. First of all, I'm not the host, right? It's my first time ever. It's my first time ever on Jake's panel. But you showing what Khamenei says doesn't change anything.
Al-Wilayah Takwini is the power. This is from a Shia official body. Okay, Al-Wilayah Takwini is the power to exercise control over another existent thing. Al-Qudra ala tasarruf. Without the mediation of the physical body, it manifests the power of the infallibles, i.e. the Prophet and the Imams, to exercise control over things in the universe, such that the infallible brings a thing into existence or causes a thing to disappear in a manner contrary to laws, natural laws, through a delegated power from Allah at the time when the infallible is challenged to perform a miracle or at some other time. Examples of wilayah takwiniyah include miracles, mu'jizat, which are mentioned in the Quran, and in numerous narrations that establish their occurrence at the hands of the prophets, awliya, and the righteous, as well as the hands of the noble messenger ﷺ and the Ahlul Bayt, peace be upon them. The definition of wilayah takwiniyah linguistically, the word wilayah comes from the root wilaya. It means proximity and adjacency, such that two or more things occur with nothing else between them. It is metaphorically used for the nearness in place, lineage, religion, friendship, support, and belief. Al-wilaya also means support, and al-wilaya with kasra means assuming authority over affairs. Ibn Manzur says al-wilaya with kasra is a noun like al-imara, leadership, and niqaba, supervision, because it designates something undertaken and carried out by someone. The word takwiniya comes from the root kawana and means an event, a happening, something that comes into existence, and God brought things into being and created them. It also means the verbal noun of kana, and it's in its complete form. One says kana yakunu kaunan. That is, it came into existence and became established. Okay, that's just technical terms. So these are the four. There are four possible interpretations of the true meaning and understanding of wilayah takwiniyah. So he's going to give four possible interpretations, okay, that the Shia scholars have held historically. One is a form of miracle making. This interpretation appears in the words of those who established wilayah takwiniyah by appealing to the miracles of prophets and imams, peace be upon them. For example, Sayyid Sabzawari states, the way to establish this wilayah takwiniyah is through mass transmitted reports of those miracles wherein they bring things into existence. Al-Qummi says in his doctrinal responses, there is no doubt about the wilayah takwiniyah of the prophets and imams, or even the awliya who are close to God. The Quran is the greatest proof of this, mentioning in many places the miracles of the prophets. So Sunnis will agree with this understanding. Even Wahhabis, even what you just said, agrees, because he's talking about
that is false. One second.
Let me continue.
One second. You're just, bro, with all due respect, you're yapping. So look, you're bringing me Khamenei commenting about the differences of opinion that the scholars held about wilayah takwiniyah. Now, if I go to classical scholars like As-Saffar, who authors Basair al-Darajat fi Fada'il al-Muhammad, one of the earliest Shia collections of hadith, earlier than Al-Kafi, bringing a whole chapter showing Ali ibn Abi Talib controls the atoms of the universe to the point where he stopped the sun just to catch the prayer. And then scholars that are classical scholars, right, not you can call them, you know, the Akhbaris call them Wilayat al-Faqih scholars, which are dismissed, right? These scholars, classical scholars, then saying that the Imam has the control of every dharra, every single atom of the universe. Would you agree that this is shirk, yes or no? Forget what they believe. I'm asking you, do you believe this is shirk?
I have said it multiple times that controlling every atom in a simultaneous, all-encompassing way, even if dependent on Allah, is shirk akbar. I've said
okay, beautiful. Okay, so beautiful. One second.
Changed your position.
Afwan, akhi, other brother, afwan. Allah barik feek. So look, go to 1 second. So Daniel, go to Basair.
Jake, do I have to be interrogated by every single Wahhabi?
No, you're speaking to me, bro. How do you know I'm a Wahhabi? How do you know I'm a Wahhabi?
Now it's 6 people, 6 circles. We don't even know.
I'm the only one speaking, bro.
Jake, you are. Look, I'm not gonna go through an interrogation from all of these people.
No, Jake, just because when you get caught up on lying on sources, now you want to play the victim card. Stop playing the victim card. Stop playing the victim card.
Let me speak, okay? I let you speak. You don't even let me finish the definitions that are given about
because we know what wilayah takwiniyah is. We don't need a definition.
No, you don't. You said there's only one definition, and you.
I never said there's only one definition of wilayah takwiniyah. I never said that. Stop lying. Stop lying. I never said that. I never said that.
Are actually
even if they're usulis, that does not mean they can. 1 second, and usuli. 1 second. 1 second, and usuli cannot negate the authentic narrations of the Imam. That's the whole point.
They're not Sunnis, bro. They don't care about authentic.
Yes, what's, excuse me, the difference, what is the difference between the Akhbariyya and the Usuliyya?
They don't
1 second, yes they do, yeah, bro. Daniel, what is the difference between an Akhbari and Usuli? Go ahead, tell us.
First of all, acknowledge that you made a false statement that the
you don't know the difference. You don't know the difference.
Are going by all of these, like they go by.
When it comes to accepting hadith, when it comes to hadith science, what is the difference between an Akhbari and an Usuli?
They go by the akhbar and they're not going to say that these are inauthentic and they're not going to throw them out.
No, that is not. No, that's wrong. No, that's wrong. That's not the difference between the akhbaris and the usulis.
You didn't even know.
So 1 second, just 1 second.
There are
just 1 second.
Definitions
just,
of
just 1 second, bro.
You won't even let me talk. So this is like.
I let you literally have screen share. You spoke for 5 minutes. 1 second.
You didn't even let me finish the entire quote. Because
now you
say that certain definitions of wilayah takwiniyah are.
All right, go ahead, finish. Go ahead.
They say that certain definitions are kufr. So a form of answered request. This is the second type, that wilayah takwiniyah of an infallible prophet or imam is nothing more than reference to the infallible uttering words wherein he requests from Allah that something be brought into existence. Then Allah answers his request. It's like dua, and the thing is brought into existence. This is what appears in the words of some scholars, such as so-and-so. From one of his treatises, it's understood that he holds wilayah takwiniyah as a form of answered supplications. So this is also something that Sunnis believe, that the prophets and the awliya are so beloved to Allah that when they make dua, Allah will grant that request. That is one understanding or interpretation, according to some Shia scholars, of wilayah takwiniyah, and that's not kufr shirk. And that's not kufr shirk. Number 3, a form of delegation. This means that Allah has delegated to the purified imams the affairs of the universe, such as creation, sustenance, giving life, and causing death, such that they are done independently with their own power, independent from Allah. That means that Allah has granted them this power and left things to them such that they exercise control over the universe how they please, with no involvement from Allah. And then 4, a natural act of the infallible, i.e. the true meaning and understanding of wilayat takwini as a natural power possessed by the prophet or imam, through which he exercises control over things in the universe, tasarruf, through a delegated power from Allah, the highest, at a time when the infallible is challenged to perform a miracle or at some other time. So the third one is what they consider to be kufr. The other 3 definitions, they consider to be not kufr, not shirk.
All right, beautiful.
Sunnis agree with.
All right, beautiful. No, we don't agree. Don't lie on us.
You don't agree that prophets can make
just wait, bro. Just wait, man. Just wait. Let me speak. Let me speak. Let me speak, bro. Let me speak. Let me speak.
That a prophet or imam can make dua and that it's answered.
Listen, bro, let me speak.
You're
asking me a question, so let me speak. First of all, I want to comment on what you read, right? So the first thing is that you said the third type is shirk. Do you agree that there are Shia scholars that hold to that? Credible Shia scholars that hold to that?
How do you define credible? There are Shia scholars that
like scholars that are seen as a reference in books of hadith, in books of fiqh, who have wrote shuruhat on certain books, main books of the Shia, such as al-Istibsar, such as al-Tahdhib. Yes or no?
A stupid question. Of course, there are Shia scholars who hold this.
So why would you ask me to elaborate on the question if it's a stupid question?
Because you stupidly think that
So you ask me to explain the question, but it's a stupid question.
You're stupid because you claimed falsely that
it's okay, bro. You don't need to start insulting because you're getting baked. Just relax, bro.
Yeah, just you relax.
I'm not the one insulting, am I?
One definition, but it actually has many definitions. So it depends on who you ask.
Yeah, so and I told you we're speaking about the third. We're speaking about the third definition. I said we're speaking about the third definition. I said we're speaking about the third definition. I clearly said, going based off of your source and that third definition, if a Shia, do you agree? You said it's shirk. Okay, beautiful. You said it's shirk. Now, do you agree that Shia scholars? 1 second. Do you agree that Shia scholars hold to that? Some Shia scholars hold to that.
Yeah, some Shia scholars.
Are they mushrikeen?
Yeah.
All right, beautiful. So I want you to stay consistent now. 1 second. Now wait. Let me land my point. I want you to stay consistent. You have a secondary source, right? Go to Basair al-Darajat, volume 2, page 795. I want you to call the Imam himself a mushrik, because these are authentic narrations of him saying he controls the atoms of the universe, right? And he even stopped the sun.
Imam says it.
I want you to call him a mushrik, and this is their version or their narrative of their first imam, which is going to be their Ali ibn Abi Talib. We don't believe Ali ibn Abi Talib ever uttered such statements. I want you to say what he said in narration 1 through 6 in this chapter, all saying the same thing, that he controls the atoms of the universe. I want you to say he's a mushrik. Be consistent.
If he says that, then he is a mushrik.
So so the 12er Shia imam is a mushrik, right?
There are many. You fool.
No. Answer my question. The 12er Shia imam, forget the scholar. The 12er Shia infallible imam, is he a mushrik?
Random anonymous. You can't even show your face.
My name is Muhammad. My name is Muhammad.
Oh, Muhammad. Okay. Yeah. I am answering your question, Muhammad. That there are many Shia scholars historically who have had kufr positions and were kuffar.
Never said scholars.
Is that clear enough for you? And
never said scholars. Never said scholars. I said the infallible imam. The infallible imam.
And up to this day.
I never said the scholar. Hey, hello.
The whole question.
I never said the scholar. I said the infallible imam. Is he a mushrik?
I don't know what the statement is. I don't know what.
I just told you. Basair al-Darajat by Safar.
You don't trust my statements. Why should I?
1 second. I trust your statement right there. You brought it up. I agree. Khamenei says that. If this is Khamenei's website, I agree. Now go to Basair al-Darajat. Very early source. Khulaini even quotes from this source. I'm assuming you know who Al-Khulaini is, right? If you want to speak about 12er Shi'ism, you must know who Muhammad ibn Yaqub Al-Khulaini is. Go to volume 1, Basair al-Darajat, fi Fadail Ali Muhammad by Safar. He has a whole chapter about it, right? Bab number 2 in volume 1, page 794. The infallible Imam, in 4 back-to-back narrations, says he controls the atoms of the universe to the point where he was about to miss Salah after fighting the Khawarij, right? And he stopped the sun to pray. And if you want scholars' commentary on this, I'll even show you the scholars' commentary on this because it's not a biased Wahhabi.
You're wasting our time, bro.
I'm not wasting time. I just want you to be. I want you to be consistent.
Of kufr and shirk from the Shia.
Yeah, but they're authentic, and those imams are infallible. They can't make mistakes. That's the point. These people believe
there
that
are many narrations of kufr and shirk about their infallible imams. You think this is?
So you're not answering.
They have narrations of.
Okay, is this narration? Is the person? Okay,
there are many beliefs of kufr and shirk.
All right, Daniel. So maybe I'll rephrase my question.
Is
the person that's uttering this narration right here, who is the infallible imam, going from Ja'far al-Sadiq, Abu Abdullah, to Amir al-Mu'mineen, meaning Ali ibn Abi Talib, the 12-ver narrative of him, is this person uttering this statement a mushrik? Yes or no?
The report attributing this to the imam is attributing shirk to the imam, and if that's what the imam actually
we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear him. Yeah, continue, Land. I can hear you.
Oh yeah, maybe it's bugged for me.
You can't even hear what I'm saying. So
no, go on. We hear you.
Wait, can I? If I drop, is it gonna bring me back up? Because I don't know how this app works. It's my first time using it.
So there are many reports that are found in Shia books that attribute kufr and shirk positions to the infallible imams. Like, is this news? Like, is this something that is supposed to blow our minds? Like, is this gotcha? We know that, bro. We know that. The point is, what do the Shia today believe? Or the majority of them? And your claim initially was wilaya takwiniya is shirk akbar. And I pointed out that actually I asked you, is there multiple definitions of wilaya takwiniya? You said no. Another false claim. I showed you that there are all these other definitions from the official site from the religious authorities under Khamenei, and it gives you multiple definitions of wilaya takwiniya, some of them which are just completely compatible with Sunnism and belief in mu'jizat and karamat and dua, etc. So the initial claim that was made that wilaya takwiniya is shirk akbar, necessarily like someone like Farid, an ignoramus like Farid makes, or Jake makes, that is false. That is false. It's certain definitions are shirk akbar, and we condemn those, but the majority of Shia don't have that position. The majority of Shia don't follow that. That's the argument, and for that, I am called a mushrik. I am called a shirk apologist. This is what is so unjust. So now we have Jake.
Finally, so now we removed all these people. Listen, you were condemned on 3 counts for shirk in the document, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, for shirk, yeah, 3.
Okay. So one of them you're saying that you agree with us about, which is the idea of the imams or any created being simultaneously controlling all the atoms in the universe. You agree with us that this is shirk akbar.
Yeah, in a simultaneous way. The problem I had is that you guys made takfir of Sheikh Saleh, and Farid called him a 5-star mushrik just because he said that, just because he advocated tasarruf fil kawn. And his interpretation. Huh?
Do you think he had the position of a created being simultaneously controlling all the atoms in the universe?
I don't know. I don't know what he actually believed, but there's different ta'wilat of what that could mean. So, and that's why I'm trying to explain is that tasarruf fil kawn can mean like literal, all-encompassing, simultaneous control of every atom in the universe. And that is shirk akbar, as I've said many times. Or it could mean, like, it means that a prophet can make dua. And he can make a dua for anything. Like the Prophet ﷺ can make dua to split the moon, or to split the sun, or to do anything in the universe that affects any atom in the universe. And because he's so beloved to Allah, that dua will be granted. That's another interpretation of tasarruf fil kawn. Maybe the sheikh meant that, and in that case, he wouldn't be holding a shirk belief.
Okay,
so why
let me address this. Whoever keeps coming to the chat, and I believe they're trying to dox Daniel, please stop doing that. I've blocked this scumbag about 15 times already. Stop coming to the chat and spamming whatever you're spamming. I've blocked 15 plus different users coming here and doing that. Anyway, back to the point about Sadiq. the difference is, and if you look at the video that I posted, I go through his statements. I'm not just taking one statement out of nowhere. He's explicitly asked the question, for example, is the Prophet ﷺ in this situation, is he giving it from himself, or is it from Allah, or is he giving it from himself directly? And he says, no, it's from himself. He's giving it from himself and responding to these people from himself. He literally says that he is beyond space and time, controls everything, including space and time. How could you possibly interpret what he's saying any differently? If you can make ta'wil of Sadiq's statement, then you could never condemn anyone for shirk, because there's nothing clearer than what he says.
No, I don't. That's not what I heard him say. So if he said, if he did say this, that there is the Prophet ﷺ controlling every atom of the universe in a simultaneously all-encompassing way, and in addition to that, it's independent. If that's what he meant, then that is shirk, and he would be a mushrik. But I disagree that that's actually what he said.
Did he say that the Prophet gives it from himself? These answers requests from himself.
Again, so when you're declaring takfir on someone, this is a general principle. If there's multiple ways to interpret the statement of the person, then you have to withdraw from declaring takfir on that person, because maybe they meant it in a non-shirk way, or maybe they had a slip of the tongue, or maybe there was some other reason that they said it and it was a mistake. So you can't declare that that person is a mushrik until you understand exactly what they mean. And his statements were all generic in a way that you can't pin him on that. You can say that these are words that shouldn't be used. He shouldn't talk like this. This is confusing. Like, this is an innovative way to talk. I'm completely on board with that. Like, this is confusing. But to say, no, he's a mushrik, this is going way too far. Like, this is very problematic.
We could literally go through what he actually said one by one and break it down, but we don't have enough time for that. So my point to you is, you agree with us on the position that a created being simultaneously controlling everything in the universe is shirk akbar. So you agree with us on that. Now, whether or not Sadiq specifically actually his statements amount to that position or not isn't the key point. The key point is what your verdict is on that position itself, not on the individual Sadiq. You are being pressed upon that just for the specific reason that you had previously endorsed him. That's why you were being pressed upon him specifically. But if you said, yeah, Jake, it is clearly shirk akbar, but I don't know if Sadiq is actually really what he's saying amounts to that position, then we could literally walk through his statements one by one and go through that and determine that. But on the position itself, you are agreeing with us, and you declared that to be a Wahhabi position. So you have embraced a Wahhabi position.
The criticism of Wahhabism is that you declared him to be a kafir based on a statement that can be interpreted in a perfectly fine way, or not a perfectly fine, but something that is not shirk akbar. That is the problem. And that's why Fareed called me a shirk apologist. He didn't say that I'm a mushrik on the basis of that. He said I'm apologizing because the belief in tasarruf fil kawn that Sheikh Sadiq is advocating, and you clipped it. Like, you clipped that statement. Okay, we can go to the clips that you created for the document. He doesn't go in on these and say all these things that you're attributing to him in those clips. So he just says tasarruf fil kawn. And
no, that's not what he says, Dan. He literally says that the Prophet is controlling
from your statement.
He literally says the Prophet, peace be upon him. I've made several videos on this. He literally says the Prophet, peace be upon him, is controlling space and time. I mean, how are you going
what
to
does that
interpret
mean?
that
Like,
another way?
If you make dua, if the Prophet ﷺ makes dua to speed up time, well, is it like within Allah's power to accept that dua?
There's a clarifying question in the discourse where one of the viewers asks, is the Prophet giving it from himself, or is it from Allah? He says, no, it's from himself directly. He's distinguishing between, oh, just making dua to Allah and then it's granted because the Prophet makes dua. That's not his position.
That's what you're attributing to him. Because even if he's saying that this is from the Prophet ﷺ, does he mean like this is dua from the Prophet? And the Prophet ﷺ this is what the Prophet ﷺ wants, and then Allah grants it according to Allah's will. Like this
okay,
is
so we could have a whole nother stream. We could literally have.
He was an Ash'ari, okay? So he didn't believe that the Prophet ﷺ has an independent power. You are reading into his words that, and then calling him a kafir mushrik. That's
okay.
Completely inappropriate.
As I said, we can go through his entire thing on another stream. We're not going to be able to do that here. It's almost 5 o'clock in the morning, my time. I want to go through the next two issues. I'm saying, in principle, on the verdict, you agree with us. You just disagree on whether or not Sadiq is somebody who should have been takfired. That's the difference. But in terms of the ruling on the position, you agree with us and you don't agree with Kanj and Yasser al-Hanafi, who you brought on to try to disprove us. But you actually agree with us on that.
But that is actually the core of the issue, because your problem is that if you don't takfir Sheikh Salik and that you don't takfir Sheikh Harun, that you are a shirk apologist.
No, that's not it.
That is exactly what Farid accused me of. Yes,
Dude,
Farid accused me of being a shirk apologist. If I held the position, let me finish. If I actually held the position of Sheikh Salik, then why didn't Farid just say that Daniel is a 5-star mushrik as well? Farid said Daniel is a shirk apologist because he's not willing to takfir Sheikh Salik. Okay, that's what makes me a shirk apologist or a shirk promoter according to you guys. And of course I'm not going to takfir Sheikh Salik when it's not clear what his actual belief on that issue is. It's just your interpretation of his statements. Okay, and in the same way that you're doing takfir of me. And that's what I never figured out. Why am I a kafir mushrik? What is the shirk belief that I have? Because you made that ruling, right?
Okay, Dan,
why?
Can I actually talk, or is this a monologue? Listen, your claim originally, how everyone interpreted it, and that's why I'm actually glad that you are embracing the Wahhabi position. I'm actually happy about that. The way it initially was brought up was on one of your live streams where you were basically talking in reference to the Shia, and you were saying, well, if you guys are saying that the Shia are upon kufr and they're all kuffar because of this belief in controlling the atoms in the universe, well, don't you know that there are some Sunnis who actually believe in this? So if you're going to condemn the Shia and say that they're guilty of kufr and they are all kuffar, then the Sunnis that believe in this, you're going to have to apply the same ruling to them. That was the context. And so the impression that people got from that is that what you're actually saying is that because we don't say that this is kufr for the Sunnis and we don't call them kuffar because it's not even kufr itself, therefore we should not say that the Shia who believe in something similar are guilty of kufr and therefore they're not kuffar either. So people actually interpreted your statements there as saying that the Sunnis and the Shia who believe in it, not that just that we don't make takfir of them, but also the belief itself that they hold and share is not kufr. That's how people interpreted you. So are you saying that's an incorrect interpretation and you never actually held the position that the belief itself was not shirk akbar?
Again, the problem that you Wahhabis have is it's all based on interpretation rather than explicit statements. And I have to make these nuances for you because you don't have much depth in, and now I'm explaining it to you. So controlling the atoms of the universe, what is the modality of that? What is the means for that? And those are the questions that have to be asked to determine whether that is considered shirk akbar or not. And that's all I've been saying. So according to one interpretation of controlling the atoms of the universe, that just means a prophet or a wali makes dua. He makes dua for something, and that's how Allah grants that dua, It's Allah who's controlling the atoms of the universe, but the prophet or the imam is making dua and is able to control through the power of Allah the atoms of the universe. Clearly, that is not kufr or shirk. So, or the prophet or a wali is so pious that he has barakah, that he has this kind of ability to also do karamat, or if it's a prophet to do mu'jizat, that is how he can control the atoms of the universe. So, of course, that's not shirk or kufr. So, for the Wahhabis to say that Sheikh Salik is a mushrik and that Daniel is a shirk apologist, just because he's pointing out that tasarruf fil kawn has multiple interpretations. Wilaya takwiniya has multiple interpretations. And some of those interpretations are clearly not shirk or kufr. That is a unjust thing to do. And it's based on a misunderstanding or deliberate misinterpretation, because I put hours of content, I put hours of written statements clarifying these things. I've brought on now Sheikh Harun Kanj, I've brought Sheikh Yasser Hanafi, who you're going to talk to, and they've also stated that nothing that I have said or put out counts as shirk or kufr.
Yeah, I know
but you're not honest. You're not honest, and you're not.
Well, actually, I don't.
You call me a mushrik. You call me a mushrik, and when I ask you for justification, why am I a mushrik? You're not able to answer that.
And I'm literally trying to go through the 3 main points with you right now, and I'm allowing you to speak and explain what you actually believe. That's what I'm doing right now.
That's what you have to do before calling me a mushrik. You have to ask me my beliefs before you call me a mushrik.
Yeah, and to me,
that I should be killed.
To me, it was already clear. Now, what I'm saying to you is on the first point about the controlling the atoms, we're talking about in the specific modality that was explicitly explained, which we went over, and we agree with each other on that. There's no difference. We never said that, making dua, this is shirk, or this understanding of al-wilayat takwiniya. I understand that there's different meanings of the terms. Nobody's disputing that. I'm focusing on a specific understanding. I don't even care about the words. I care about the content of the belief. And on the content of the belief that we consider to be shirk akbar, you agree. You just disagree that that was for sure what Sadiq meant by his words. And as I said, that's a separate discussion for another time. But on regards to the other 2 points that we do believe are shirk, you definitely disagree with us on that. When it comes to the slaughtering to other than Allah, to the jinn, and when it comes to istighatha, you clearly disagree with us on those positions. You don't believe that it's necessarily shirk akbar in all cases. You think that the person's belief are relevant in those cases. You're shaking your head, but do you think that we agree with you on that, or you think we disagree?
Look, I want to just have a nice conversation with you, especially now that it's me and you. I want to just go and show you these statements, okay, that Fareed has talked about. You've talked about them, and you can explain to me why I'm wrong and why I've misinterpreted. If you have doubt about something, you don't trust my interpretation, that's fine. But at least, like, let me show you these statements from the ulama.
What I'm saying to you is your statements from the scholars, that is going to take a lot of time to go through each
It'll take 2 seconds. Like when, for example, Subki, like just show the screen. Like show the screen.
Yeah, I've responded to you on these points on Twitter.
When
you know
Subki says, no, you haven't actually. You haven't actually answered this.
I haven't. So you admitted when Yasser Hanafi was on there.
When Subki says that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam exercises power over the universe, okay, and that's his statement. Like, why wouldn't you consider that to also be shirk? Just like
if you allow me to explain, I'm trying to say to you, I'm dealing with the general issues first.
Like here is a statement.
We can go into all of the specifics. We can do that on another time. I have no problem with that. But I'm saying to you, I want on the 3 points where you were accused of shirk, I'm saying that now it seems clear to me that on one of them, you agree with us on the ruling, and on the other 2, you disagree with us. And I want to know, I'm not here to argue the point now. I want to know, is that correct? Do you disagree with our understanding of istighatha? and our understanding of sacrificing to other than Allah. Do you agree or you not? That's all I want to know.
So when it comes to sacrificing for jinn, again, for all of these positions, I present what the scholars of Islam have said. Because I'm not a scholar, you're not a scholar. We have to look at what the ulama have actually stated on these issues. So I don't follow. So Wahhabi scholars have a certain understanding of ibadah. They have a certain understanding of dua. They have a certain understanding of what counts as shirk and not shirk. That's one opinion. The problem with the Wahhabis is that they want to takfir and accuse of shirk and having problems in aqidah anyone who disagrees with them on those points. Okay, that's the problem. So when it comes to all of these issues like tasarruf, there you can see all of the statements of the scholars who actually say exactly what Sheikh Salik said. For example, Tajuddin as-Subki, you can show the screen. All of existence belongs entirely to Muhammad.
We went through that issue.
No, you haven't. All of existence entirely belongs to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he exercises control over it as he wills.
Yeah,
as the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam wills. Is that shirk?
And I'm going to ask you, do you think in that context that he means that the Prophet, peace be upon him, is controlling all of the atoms and everything in the universe simultaneously, as you said before, the position that you deem to be shirk akbar? Do you think that that's what he means by that statement?
I don't think that that's what he means by the statement. Okay, but this is the same statement as Sheikh Salik.
Okay, so this is the
same statement as Sheikh Salik that you deem to be shirk.
This is about interpreting.
The question is, do you deem Tajuddin as-Subki to be a mushrik? Like you deem Sheikh Salik to be a mushrik?
No.
Okay, why? Because he made the same exact statement.
Exactly, because as I said to you, I believe that your interpretation of Salik is incorrect, and I believe that the interpretation of as-Subki is correct. That's the difference.
He says that the Prophet exercises control over the universe as he wills, as the Prophet wills.
Man, so how is that different from what Sheikh Salik said? Twitter account. I could bring it up on my Twitter account. I responded to your assertions about as-Subki. I think Ibn Hajar was the other one. You brought up 3 or 4 quotes. I'm trying to do something with you. We've been on here for 5 hours, okay? What I'm trying to do now is deal with the 3 topics in broad strokes. We already agree on this topic on whether or not that position that we consider to be shirk akbar is. We agree with that. Now you're just trying to nitpick.
That's not why you call me a shirk apologist. That's not why you call me a shirk apologist.
Okay, so Dan, now you're going to tell me why I believe that you were upon shirk. That's what you're going to do. I'm telling you.
I mean, it was explicit. Fareed and you made it explicit. Why you call me a shirk apologist is because I'm not takfiring Sheikh Salik for his belief in tasarruf fil kawn.
Wrong. The reason why I believe you're a mushrik, and I still believe that, or why I believed it before, was on these 3 points. That I believed that you thought that this position, in similar way to Yasser Hanafi, I thought that you held his position, that it was haram, it was a bid'ah, it's wrong, but it's not shirk akbar. That's what I believed. Then on the second issue of slaughtering to other than jinn, I don't even, other than Allah, I don't even think I really commented on that publicly. But based on what you've said here today, it seems that your position is kufr and shirk, because you're saying that it's not necessarily the case that anytime someone sacrifices to other than Allah, that on purpose, intentionally doing that it's shirk akbar. You don't believe that. Likewise, you don't believe that it's necessarily the case that it's shirk akbar. If somebody asks the Prophet ﷺ, if I asked the Prophet, peace be upon him, from Morocco right now, and Dan does the same thing, presumably in Texas, and there's other people from around the world doing that at the same time in different languages, and the Prophet, peace be upon him, has to compute all of that, and at the same time he is granting us rizq, or our wives to get pregnant, and all of these different types of things that we're requesting for, I believe that that's shirk akbar. You, insofar as I understand you, you do not believe that that is necessarily shirk akbar. It depends upon the person's views and whether or not they believe the prophet is an independent God and all
let me
these
ask
things.
you.
So these are the two. We do not hold the same position on these topics. So why am I going to focus? Why am I going to focus on an issue where we do hold the same position, but we're just differing over a particular scholar's interpretation? Why not talk about where we actually disagree?
We can go to istighatha, and we can. So I'm saying it has a big dependence on intention. So istighatha. Imagine someone is saying, "Oh, Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, give me health, give me rizq, or give me a child," and they make this statement, but they intend by it, "Oh, Prophet, make dua to Allah for me." Okay, they intend tawassul by it, but their expression they use, the language that they use, is directly asking the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Is that shirk akbar?
If they're asking, sorry, say it again. If they're asking the Prophet to make dua?
No, they're asking the Prophet directly. "Oh, Prophet, give me a child." Oh,
yeah,
Prophet,
but the meaning. We're saying the meaning is that
but
what
his
they mean by
in his heart. Okay.
Yeah. So the
he
meaning.
Intends, huh?
So the meaning of the words, we're going based upon the, I believe that the meaning of the words has to do with what the speaker himself understands it to be. It's not what Daniel or
intentions matter. So I could say, "Oh, Prophet, give me a child," and I'm not near his grave. I'm like on the other side of the world. You think that that's shirk akbar?
Yeah.
But I thought you just said that depends on the meaning. Like he intends.
Because
the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam make dua for me to Allah for a child. But his wording, his explicit wording is just, "Oh Prophet, give me a child." But his intention is the other thing.
I understand that. But from our perspective, our position, and what the brothers tried to explain before about the situation where you're in front of the grave, the reason why it being in front of the grave, why some Salafi scholars have said this, and I believe that this is the position of Ibn Taymiyyah, and I'm willing to defend it, why it's merely only a bid'ah is because we have explicit ahadith that explain that the people in the grave can hear certain things when you're directly at the grave. Okay. Whereas when you're all around the world, when I'm in Morocco and you're in Texas and this person's in China and all around the world, calling out upon the Prophet and being able to compute that at the same time in different languages, and then being able to make dua to Allah for that to be granted, that is shirk, because then it starts to be similar to the attributes of Allah, that he's all hearing and that he can hear all of these people at the same time and understand all of this information at the same time, and then making dua to Allah. It becomes similar in the same way that you think that it's shirk akbar for a human being to do that in terms of controlling all of the atoms in the universe, even if it's in a dependent fashion, because of the manner in which it's being done. That starts to liken the creation to Allah. That is our position. It's not because of the person's intention. If he was in front of the grave of the Prophet ﷺ, and he made that statement, and by it he meant that he was asking the Prophet ﷺ to make dua for him, then we believe this is a bid'ah, because we don't believe that this is something that was done by the companions. We don't believe that there's a text for it. But if it is in the way that we mentioned, where there's this, as you said, almost all-encompassing kind of properties being ascribed to the Prophet, peace be upon him, by having this understanding, then it doesn't even matter if he's asking for dua. It's for the fact that he is far away and it's being done in this all-encompassing fashion. That's our position. Do you agree or not?
If someone, because I got confused by your restatement, so I'm going to ask, just to clarify, not to trap you, so don't freak out. If there is a man in front of the grave of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in Medina and says, "Oh Prophet, give me a child, give me a son," is that shirk akbar?
again, as I said, if he's in front of the grave of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and by his statement, he's intending that he's asking the Prophet to make dua for him. And I don't know. Hold on a second. No, because no, I'm stopping. Hold on, Dan. I'm stopping because I don't know if you know, there are people in the chat who keep doxing your address. And this scumbag is here. I want to actually take a picture of him. 1 second.
Bro, you called me a mushrik. Like, so these are people who they think that I'm a murtad. They're following your view, and they think everything is allowed to do to me, up in including killing me.
Okay, and I'm rejecting that. So I'm trying to make sure that I'm responding to you while deleting these comments, because I don't want to be accused that I'm sending these people here or that I'm
not accusing you of that. I never accuse you of doing
okay, but
like
I'm just saying that there are people in the chat and there are people messaging me. Now, to get back to your question, the people who do that in front of the grave of the Prophet ﷺ, with the meaning that they are asking the Prophet, peace be upon him, to make dua for them for those things, no, then that's not shirk akbar.
But that's not my scenario. My scenario is, what is the ruling for the person who says, "Oh Prophet, give me a child"?
Yeah, and you said
is that shirk akbar or not?
You said by that they mean just asking the Prophet to make dua, correct?
But they don't say that. They just say, "Oh Prophet, give me a child."
It doesn't matter.
So someone could say that, "Oh Prophet, give me a child," and they're intending that the Prophet ask Allah, and then that wouldn't be shirk akbar.
Yeah, this is the famous.
So it depends on their intention.
Hold on. This is the famous defense of the type of people that you mentioned, which I strongly disagree with them. Subki, this is the majaz aqli defense, where basically they're saying, in the same way that you appeal to occasionalism before, they try to appeal to these other beliefs, and they say that even though and they will even agree that the apparent meaning of their statements is kufr, they don't actually mean what the apparent meaning of their statements is. They mean something else, like what you mentioned. Now, my response to this is, if there's truly somebody who says this, and I ask them what they mean by their statement, and they say what you said, then I would say, this is a bid'ah, you should refrain from doing this. And the apparent meaning of your statement is that this is shirk akbar, but based upon what you're saying you mean by this, it's not. However, the question is, in practical terms, is this what people, the common people who usually do engage in this practice, is this what they actually mean when they make those statements? Or do they have the belief that the Prophet ﷺ actually is directly going to grant them those things? What do you believe?
Your position is basically a Sufi position. You don't even have the position of Ibn Taymiyyah. Like this is a Sufi position.
I asked you a question.
Someone goes to the grave.
I responded to your question.
I'm answering your question right now. Someone is going to the grave of the Prophet ﷺ and says, "Oh Prophet, give me a child," and you're stating right now that that person is not necessarily committing shirk, because it depends on his intention. If he intends,
you're not understanding the point, Dan. I'm asking you: do the common people, when they?
It doesn't matter. The
It does matter. We're asking
if you're applying. The whole point is that there are cases of istighatha that aren't shirk akbar according to you. There are cases of directly asking the Prophet ﷺ for a child, for rizq, for health, for a brand new car. That is not necessarily shirk akbar. That's been my position.
You're not answering my question. I asked you a direct question, and you're refusing to answer it.
Because you're confused about the whole concept.
What do the common people mean when they make this request?
How do I know what a person means? How do I know what that person means? I'm just I want to know the ruling on
the scholars who make these statements, they actually tell you this. Al-Ghazali, As-Sanusi, all of scholars, they tell you that the common people do not actually believe in occasionalism. They don't have this belief that no created being in reality is really doing anything at all. They tell you that the common people don't have this belief. Now, do you believe that the common people are occasionalists or not?
I think that's irrelevant to the point.
It is. It's directly relevant to whether or not.
Even if 99%, look, if 99% of people are attributing these powers directly to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and they view the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam as acting independently, and that's what they intend with their istighatha, and there's only 1% that actually has the tawassul intention, then it would be correct to say that this practice of istighatha in 99% of cases, 99% is shirk. That's what I've said. But in 1%, in 1%, it would not necessarily be shirk. That's exactly my position.
I'm asking you, do you believe that that's the case? Do you believe that the common people are occasionalists? Honestly.
Why are you changing the subject
to
occasionalism?
It is directly.
Why are you changing the subject? The point is, what you're actually contradicting. Like, this is so insane that you're contradicting Ibn Taymiyyah.
It's so insane how you don't understand.
Ibn Taymiyyah doesn't make this distinction that you're talking about. Ibn Taymiyyah doesn't talk about the intention or the meaning. That what you're saying actually now is coming from someone like Sheikh Yasser Hanafi or Sheikh Harun Kanj or others, where in my position, where we say intention matters. To determine something to be shirk akbar, intention matters. So if someone's calling and saying, "Oh Prophet, give me a child," if they intend by that tawassul, meaning, "Oh Prophet, ask Allah," then that istighatha is not necessarily.
So let me show you how you're wrong. Let me show you how you're wrong.
The whole time.
Let me show you how you're wrong. Does Ibn Taymiyyah believe that prostrating to a grave is or prostrating to a person is necessarily shirk akbar?
No.
Okay.
He says it believes on the. It depends on the intention.
Okay, Dan. So there you go. So wait a second. And Imam al-Dhahabi believes the same thing, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you said that Ibn Taymiyyah doesn't consider the intention of the individual at all relevant in any cases, you're wrong. You're wrong. You just were proven wrong, and you just admitted that.
You don't even know, bro. You don't even know.
A person could literally prostrate to somebody, and it depends upon their intention. It's not necessarily shirk akbar. And I agree with that.
Is it an act of shirk? Is it an act of shirk akbar?
Bro.
You're misinterpreting or misstating.
How am I? Do you have the same position as Ibn Taymiyyah on that issue of prostrating to someone?
That's the inconsistency, bro. That's the inconsistency.
Okay. So let's deal with it.
If you let me explain, if you let me talk, okay. The inconsistency here is that for certain acts of worship, like prostration or slaughtering or tawaf, another one that Fareed brings up, intention matters, and intentions and beliefs. But when it comes to istighatha, suddenly intentions and beliefs don't matter. It's just shirk akbar in and of itself. The very act of calling to the Prophet and asking for a child, asking for rizq, that in and of itself is shirk akbar, and it doesn't matter what the intentions are.
And do you know why?
Ibn Taymiyyah says it's shirk akbar, what is happening. And we can give an excuse like udhr bil jahl, and we might not make takfir of an individual person, but the action itself, the istighatha, asking the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam directly, that is shirk, regardless of any other factor.
You know
and
why?
You just contradicted that.
You know why? You know why that is? I'm asking you. No, you're saying.
Are you changing your position now?
Listen to me. You are, forget about my position. You're saying that Ibn Taymiyyah is inconsistent, correct? In some cases, he considers the intention, and in other cases, he doesn't, correct?
Yes, and Ibn Abdul Wahhab takes that position as well. Ibn Abdul Wahhab also takes that position as well.
So let's deal with it. Let's deal with it. In the case of prostrating, he considers the intention. In the case of istighatha, you're saying he doesn't consider the intention whatsoever. And I'm saying to you, that's why I went to the issue of occasionalism and all of these kind of points, is because Ibn Taymiyyah is saying the dhahir, or the apparent meaning of their words, right, is that they obviously are requesting from the individual directly. He doesn't buy into this majaz aqli defense, where these people really do actually mean that no, they're just asking the Prophet, peace be upon him, to make dua in order for them to get rizq or a child. He doesn't believe that, and neither do I. That's why it's shirk akbar.
You're contradicting yourself. So if forget about the common people. Let's say we're talking about a different planet. Let's say we're talking about in the year 10,000 in the future, and there are people there, and they are Muslims, and they are supposed Muslims, and they're saying, "Oh Prophet, heal me on Mars," or "Oh Prophet, heal me on the moon." Okay, would you say that they're calling? They're making dua according to what your friend that you brought on said. They're calling to the Prophet for a child. Are those people in 10,000 years, have they committed shirk akbar?
Yes, because of what I said.
But what if they were intending with their statement to do tawassul, to ask the Prophet to make dua to Allah? Then you're calling them a mushrik. You're saying that they've committed shirk akbar when actually they were intending tawassul.
Yeah, and I'm saying to you that there is an apparent meaning of the words that they're using, and they do not actually say that. When they actually are calling upon someone and they're saying, "Oh Prophet," and the manner in which they are, and the fact that they're on Mars, I think, as you said, or wherever you said, on the moon, right? They're believing that the Prophet ﷺ can actually hear them, right? Do you believe that?
Yeah, they believe in that scenario. They believe it. They're saying, "Oh Prophet, heal us."
Yeah. So in that case, when they say, "Oh Prophet, heal us," and they're on the moon, and they believe that the Prophet ﷺ can hear them, and they can hear Dan when he's on Mars and Jake when he's on Venus at the same time in different languages, this is shirk akbar. In virtue of having that belief of the Prophet ﷺ, having this sort of all-encompassing power to hear everybody at the same time, compute it, and then respond accordingly.
So if it's at his grave, if you're at the grave and you say, "Oh Prophet, heal me," that's not necessarily shirk akbar.
No, I said to you.
No,
I said to you, and I explained to you how you get out of the supposed contradiction, Dan. Because if you want to try to interpret scholars, forget about me, I'm a nobody. But if you want to try to interpret scholars legitimately and in a fair way, you should have a principle of charity where you are trying to interpret them and make their statements make sense together, instead of saying, "Oh, they're just contradicting themselves. Ibn Taymiyyah is just constantly contradicting himself." No, I'm giving you an explanation how he's not contradicting himself. Ibn Taymiyyah's position is that in virtue of the words themselves and the nature of the request, that the person themselves actually is calling upon the Prophet, peace be upon him, that dua and calling upon them, that is shirk.
Okay, so that is shirk, even if the person intends to, their intention, their words are one thing. They're asking the Prophet ﷺ directly, but their intention is for the Prophet ﷺ to ask Allah. Do you not see the problem with that?
I heard, Dan, I already responded to that, and like 3 times. I mean, I
don't
know what you want me to say.
Like,
I explained
initially you said that the intention does matter. What is the meaning of what they are saying when they say, "Oh Prophet, give me a child"? At first you said that, but then now you've backtracked and you said it doesn't matter their intention. Even if they intend tawassul, they're actually still committing shirk akbar. So Dan, which is it? You're contradicting yourself.
I'm going to answer you. I'm going to answer you. I'm making sense of this position. If that person who did that in front of Ibn Taymiyyah, and he was a qadi, he was a judge, and asked that person directly, do you think that he would even ask that person what he meant by that statement?
Why is asking necessary? I just want to know the hukm on asking the Prophet. Why can't you answer
I gave you the hukm already. I gave it to you. It's shirk.
Okay, it's shirk. Let's stay with that. Okay, that is Ibn Taymiyyah's position. It
you
is
agree?
Shirk. Okay,
you agree with that? That's his position.
And the reason that I say that doesn't make sense is that when it comes to prostration to a man, we look at the intention. Like, what does he think about this man? Is it a sign of respect to prostrate, for example? We look at the intention, and that is important before we determine. It's not like we say, Ibn Taymiyyah doesn't say prostrating to a man is shirk And then we asked for the intentions when we wanted to, when we're standing in front of the qadi. No, he says the intentions matter for that act. For the act of prostrating, the intentions matter before we can determine if that is an act of shirk. But if we're going to the grave of the Prophet ﷺ and asking directly, "Oh Prophet, give me a child," why are we not considering the intentions before considering that to be shirk?
Dan, I'm telling you the reason why. Because in previous times that there were people, and we know this from the Quran and
the
other
scenario is now the future.
Dan,
the scenario is 10,000 years into the future in Medina.
You're not allowing me to respond. I'm disambiguating. I'm disambiguating and I'm showing the difference. The reason why is because the act of prostration itself is divided into two categories. This is Ibn Taymiyyah's position. He sees that the act of prostration is not always necessarily an act of veneration or worship. There are sometimes what?
Why is it not necessarily prostrating to a man?
Dan, I'm trying to explain it to you. It's because in times past, and even today, we know that this takes place, that there is sometimes a bowing or prostration, even in non-Muslim context. There is even a bowing or prostrating done to an individual that could be a type of greeting and showing a type of honor or respect that doesn't rise to the level of someone actually worshiping them, right? And the act itself, it's judged upon the act itself. And the reason why we know that is because of the context and how this has been taking place for millennium. But it's not the case. It's not the case when it comes to asking a being directly, calling upon that being directly, and asking them to grant you rizq, the apparent meaning. And nobody, if you asked any of the awam who are doing this, they're never going to tell you, oh yeah, I actually mean by that I'm just asking the Prophet, peace be upon him, to make dua and ask Allah to do this for me. That's the difference, is because one act itself in context is seen by the people to have two different contexts and meanings, whereas the context of dua and asking somebody to grant you a child doesn't have that context and meaning.
Okay, so fine. So someone goes to the grave of the Prophet ﷺ and says, "Oh Prophet, give me a child," and then you go to that person and you say, "What did you mean by that?" And he says, "I meant that the Prophet ﷺ make dua for me." You'd say, "Okay, then your istighatha was not shirk. Your direct calling to the Prophet ﷺ was not shirk. Is that correct?"
Yeah. So, as I said, that's why I went to the example of Ibn Taymiyyah and being a qadi. I'm saying to you, in my understanding, that when they're directing or making that act, right, the apparent act itself would be shirk akbar. It is shirk.
Why? You're saying that you're making an assumption about what the common people believe. So I'm putting that aside. Forget about what the common people
I'm
believe.
saying that's what
in
the
this
ruling
specific
is based
case.
upon.
In this specific case, you go and you ask the person, he went to the grave of the Prophet ﷺ and said, "Oh Prophet, give me rizq." And then you ask, what was your intention? What did you mean by that? And then he says, "I meant tawassul." Then you say, okay, your istighatha was not shirk akbar.
No, we don't say that. We say
it is shirk akbar. Oh. Even when he intends tawassul, that's crazy.
You allow me to respond?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm saying to you, in my understanding, I'm representing what I believe is Ibn Taymiyyah's position. He would say that the act itself of asking and making that request is shirk. However, if that person was brought before a judge and he was the judge and they were questioned about this, I do not believe that the head would be brought upon that person.
You're adding like another dimension to it. We're not even talking about the had. We're talking about the act itself.
Yeah, I answered what the act is. I told you already several times.
Okay, yeah, you changed it. So, but that's the contradiction. The contradiction is the person is not committing. Their intention is not shirk. Their intention is not shirk. So how are you determining that to be shirk?
Okay,
they didn't intend. They intended tawassul. That was their intention. But you have deemed their action to be shirk. that seems to be a hasty conclusion without knowing what their intention actually was.
Okay, so Dan, do you believe that you can judge a person's action at any time on anything before you ask them what their intention was? Is that possible? To judge based upon looking at an act or hearing their statement. Can you judge upon that before you ask them specifically what their intention is? Is there any way to do that?
It matters for acts like prostration. Like that's what Ibn Taymiyyah is saying. Like Ibn Taymiyyah is saying for prostration, you have to look at the intention. So I'm wondering, why does that not extend to istighatha?
Dan, I'm asking you in the reverse. Now I'm trying to press for your consistency. I'm asking you, is there any case where you can judge somebody and have a ruling based upon their action without specifically asking them what their intention was for the said act?
When it comes to like acts of ibadah, I don't think that's the case.
So you can never know whether or not an act in and of itself is shirk akbar or whatever, even any ruling on it, until you ask them specifically what their intention was for doing or saying something.
Like if the person is a Muslim, like I know that they're a Muslim, then no. Like if they're a Muslim, then I need to know the intention. I need to know their beliefs. I need to know context, as you mentioned. There's all these factors that I need to know. And that's why I say that it's not necessarily known with these acts like istighatha. The problem is that position that I have with istighatha is also the position that all these scholars have, including Ibn Taymiyyah on prostration, including on slaughter, including on tawaf, including on even visiting graves, even ziyarah. All of these practices, the scholars of the Sunni schools, including Ibn Taymiyyah, say intentions matter, beliefs matter. But on this one issue of istighatha, suddenly the intentions and the beliefs don't matter, and we judge by the act itself. And that seems like a contradiction. That seems like a contradiction in that position.
Yeah, but Dan, you're seriously telling me, I'm not even talking about acts of shirk. I'm saying when someone does something, right, and it can either be haram or halal, you're saying we can't actually say whether or not the act itself is put into a specific category unless we ask them what their intention was?
Like, for example, if someone is eating pork, okay, do we say that this person has committed a sin because they've eaten pork?
I'm asking you, is there anything?
We wouldn't, because we would say, okay, do you know that this is pork? Do you know? He says, yeah, I know it's pork. Okay, well, are you starving to death? He said, yeah, I'm starving to death. Okay, you ate the pork, so that's halal for you, because you're starving to death. So you actually have to know the context. You have to ask him his intentions, his beliefs about what he's eating. So yeah, you do have to, before you are able to judge that person, of course. And judge that act. Yeah, of course.
If you personally found two people who were not married, who you knew were not married, having sexual intercourse, you wouldn't be able to say whether or not they were committing a haram act until you asked them why they were doing this?
Again, if they're Muslims, I'm not saying that you can't judge certain acts. I'm talking about ibadah. I'm talking about ibadah. I'm talking about worship.
What's the relevant difference?
The difference between worship and the difference between any other act.
Why are
you're calling something shirk akbar? Like this is something that takes you out of Islam. It's something that Allah will not forgive on Yawm al-Qiyamah. So the kinds of judgments that we have, the bar for determining something to be shirk akbar is much higher than determining someone has committed zina or has committed a sin or has committed some haram act. There's a much higher bar. So
you're trying to say
we take someone out of Islam, like you kick someone out of Islam, for example.
You're
like
saying
that's a serious thing.
Okay, Dan. In the case where you find that person doing that, is it okay for you to say that what they were doing is haram without asking them because it's not as serious as shirk, or is it because just merely in virtue of you seeing the act that you know for sure what they're doing is haram and you don't have to ask them? Which one is it?
So in this scenario, like, how do I know that they're not married?
No, I'm saying if you knew that they weren't married, if it was a family member of yours.
So I know details about what their status is and what they're intending. Like if I know those details, then I'm not judging by just the act. So you're changing the scenario. If
You're
I'm
not.
just judging by the act, then I can't judge it to be zina. I can't.
You don't know. You don't know if they went to a.
You're actually moving the goalposts.
No, because you don't know.
It's on the basis of extra information, not just the act itself. So
Dan, what if it turns out? What if it turns out in that scenario that you ask your cousin, "Hey, dude, what are you doing?" And then he slaps you and says, "This is my wife. We got married last night."
Okay, then I would say that that's not haram what you're doing.
But I'm saying you judged based upon the apparent.
No, I didn't.
At the time,
I didn't judge by the apparent. I said, how do I know? I said, how do I know that they're not married? So I didn't judge, actually. I didn't judge that they're committing zina.
You said that you would say it was haram if you walked on that.
No. You misunderstood what I said. Let me clarify.
So you wouldn't know it was haram.
Yeah, I wouldn't know because I don't know if they're married.
But you had the presumption that they weren't married based upon the evidence and information that you had.
So are you talking about me saying definitively they have committed zina, or my impression, like my first impression when I walk into a room? What are we talking
your
about?
impression of what you believe about what they're doing.
Who cares what the impression is? Like, what is the ruling? And the ruling can't be determined until I know background information from them. That's why in Islam, you need to have a certain evidentiary bar. That's why you can't go to a qadi and say, oh, I saw someone committing zina, come and stone them, come and lash them. You can't do that because it's not on the basis of just one eyewitness testimony. You have to have four upright male witnesses.
You have to have more witnesses. I'm not
so then
saying
how are you? So the judgment, I'm not
saying about them being stoned, just as we weren't talking about whether or not the person committing shirk was actually killed. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about how the person who is there, because you making the example about me seeing somebody doing this at the grave. I'm not the qadi. I'm not the person who is going to be making a judgment in a definitive way on that. You're asking
you did
me,
make a definitive judgment.
You're asking me. No, you're asking me what is my position on the statement or the act itself. And I gave you an answer to that. Now I'm saying you're saying that in a vacuum, you cannot know whether or not any act is haram or halal or shirk or kufr or anything. You can't know any of that until you directly are asking them detailed questions about all the context. That's ridiculous.
No, you're conceptually confused, okay? Because what you want to say is that we can determine the hukm of an action without knowing background beliefs and context and intentions. And you brought this example of you walking in on two people having intimate relations. And wouldn't that be just clear zina? And I explained to you, no, that's not a good example for what you're trying to argue, because even in that case, I can't determine that is zina that's taking place. Forget about the qadi. Even in my walking into that room, I can't determine that zina has taken place until I know some background information. I suspend judgment. Until there's more information. In the same way that I suspend judgment on someone who calls to the Prophet ﷺ until I have more background information about his beliefs, about his intentions. I suspend judgment in the same way. And the contradiction in your position is that you do suspend judgment when it comes to prostration. You do suspend judgment when it comes to tawaf. But for istighatha, there's no intention that matters.
Dan, you're saying in a normal case where you actually knew who these people were, I'm giving you that there is some context, that you know some information, but you don't know every possible scenario. There is a wild possible scenario that they got married yesterday and you just didn't hear about it. That's possible. But if you walked in that room based upon the information you had, you would be judging and be making that assumption in your own mind that this person was actually committing a unlawful act. You would. You wouldn't be
fine, but you see that causes a problem for you, because I gave you the scenario of a person who is making direct request of the Prophet ﷺ, "Oh Prophet, give me a child," and I gave you the information
Right.
the background information that he's intending.
No, you gave that
to work
afterwards. You gave that afterwards.
That's the only scenario that we're talking about is that scenario from the beginning.
Okay, and I'm going to bring it to that issue. What I'm saying to you.
Let me land my point. Let me land my point, and then you can respond. So, in that scenario that I'm giving you, I'm telling you that okay, the apparent is he's directly asking the Prophet ﷺ for a child at the grave. And I'm informing you in this hypothetical that he's intending tawassul. He's intending that the Prophet ﷺ ask Allah on his behalf. That's the background information. And you're saying it doesn't matter the intention. It doesn't matter the background beliefs.
Dan, how would I know that?
By the physical, what I see. That's not analogous. That's not analogous to your zina example because there was background information.
How would I know that? How would I know that? How would I know that those are his beliefs?
Is it possible for that to be the case? It's a hypothetical, bro. It's a hypothetical.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to explain to you, it's not a legitimate hypothetical. What I'm trying to say to you, in the same way that when you walk in that room with those two people having intimate relations, the point and what Ibn Taymiyyah's position is that based upon what we know about people and the nature of their request and what they are asking for and what they're calling upon the being for, and the fact that they're not occasionalists and they don't have all these wacky ass Ash'ari beliefs that nobody believes in except for a few scholars who study this and dreamed it up in their own mind. The fact that we know that most people do not, 99.999% of people do not ever have this intention or belief regarding this.
How do we know that?
Let me finish. We judge by the apparent action itself and what they are actually saying and requesting. And based upon that, we say this is Shirk Akbar. That's what we're doing. In the same way that when we see a person stab somebody on the street or commit a crime that seems so clear to us that it's an actual crime or unlawful act that they're committing, we say that this is an unlawful act. We don't wait to go and start interviewing everybody who was involved in the scenario.
Like you're equivocating, bro. We're not talking about impressions. Like, yeah, if I see someone get stabbed on the street, yeah, my impression is that, oh, this is a murder that's taking place. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a very specific, we're talking about something where you know the details. You know the details in the scenario because I'm giving you the scenario in detail. And you keep referring to
yourself.
No, I'm not. It's
because you're saying your whole defense, Dan, is Jake. I agree with you. Most times it's probably shirk, but the reason why we can't say it's always shirk is because we don't know the person's intention. But then you're giving me an example where you're saying we do know the person's intention. So it's totally contradictory.
That's that example where we do know the person's intention. Like it's a hypothetical that people like Subki is talking about this example.
It's not realistic. Yeah, it's not realistic at all.
Why?
Because you're saying there's a chance when I'm walking around and I'm in the graveyard and somebody is at a grave and I hear them saying, Ya Rasulullah, grant me my wife a child, and grant me halal rizq, and grant me, and he starts naming all of these things. And I hear him saying those things. I'm going to judge based upon the apparent action and statements that I hear. I'm not going to wait and say, hey, buddy, really? Or do you mean like this majaz al-aqli position where you're actually meaning that you're asking the Prophet to ask somebody else, and you're doing this in front of his grave so he can hear you? Like that's not what happens. What happens is we say, oh, this person is committing an act of shirk and kufr, and then they would be brought to a judge and that would be discussed later on. Just like you yourself did with Omar Suleiman. You didn't start asking him about his intentions, why he was participating in these acts of kufr and shirk. You didn't do that.
I think it's haram. Like, I think this is haram. I think it can be an act of shirk. My position
on
Omar
Suleiman, you said definitively it was kufr and shirk what Omar Suleiman did. Were you wrong to say that?
Because he's not asking. He's not. That's not istighatha, bro. He's engaging in a ritual.
He's committing an act. How did you know his intention of doing that action?
he's committing an act. I said, I didn't say that he is definitively a mushrik or that he's a kafir.
You said that he committed
like if someone is prostrating, look, if someone is prostrating to an old man and is just on his face prostrating to an old man, are you going to judge by the apparent and say, and he's like on his face and he's muttering to himself and he's there for 5 minutes? Are you going to go and say, oh, this is shirk akbar, he's committing shirk akbar? You can't say that, right? Because Ibn Taymiyyah says it depends on the intention.
And I asked you a specific question. And I want to know genuinely, because I think you have changed your position. Since the time when you were criticizing Omar Suleiman for those rituals and things he was doing, have you changed your position on this question of ibadah, shirk, and all these kind of things? Or has it been the same this entire time?
To be honest, I've just learned a lot more about what someone like Tajuddin or Taqiyuddin Subki has said, for example, and other ulama, and the reasoning that they're giving on this. I'm trying to explain it to you and explain why I have the position that I do, that it's in many cases, it can be considered shirk akbar, calling to the Prophet ﷺ because of whatever context, but it's not necessarily the case. Just like in many cases, I can say that in many cases, 99% of cases, someone is prostrating to an old man or prostrating to a tree or prostrating. I can in many cases say, or all cases with a tree, but imagine like prostrating for respect to a king or prostrating with respect to whoever, that this is in many cases probably shirk akbar, but I can't say that definitively. I can't say that that's necessarily the case, and Ibn Taymiyyah agrees with me on that.
I get it, man. We already went over that point, but I'm asking you, when you declared the action that Omar Suleiman did was an act of kufr, did you question him about his intentions behind the action, or did you declare it kufr before you asked him about his intentions?
Like this, there are certain things where if you go to a church, okay, or you go and you go to like some Hindu temple, or you're doing like a dance for a certain god, okay, or the water pouring ritual, okay, I think that you can say that this is an act of shirk because this is what those religions are doing. Like you're participating in an act of shirk.
And are their intentions relevant?
Huh?
Are their intentions relevant when they do those acts?
To determine if they have committed shirk akbar, yes, I guess it is relevant. It is relevant for them to know what their intentions are. And I when it comes to participating, like for example, Andrew Tate going, like you declared Andrew Tate to be a kafir, and it was on the basis of him going to the church.
Not really. Not only that. It was, but Dan, what
was it? Why did you declare Andrew Tate to be a kafir?
I will get to Andrew Tate in a second.
No, but I'm answering your question. Like, why did you determine Andrew Tate to be a kafir?
Dan, let's be honest here. Will you admit that you were wrong for actually declaring the act that Omar Suleiman did was kufr without speaking to him regarding his intentions? Because there's a possibility that he intended something other than what you would consider to be shirk or kufr.
Right, I said, the intentions are relevant. The intentions
are. So you were wrong. You were wrong. You were wrong for prematurely declaring it an act of kufr and going on there with Dawah Man and doing this whole podcast and with Sheikh Kareem Abu Zaid. And you explicitly said that what he did, I know this, I have the video. You said what he did was an act of kufr, but you don't make takfir upon him. That's exactly what you said. Now, you did not question him about his intentions, and yet you declared it to be an act of kufr based upon the apparent in and of itself. So you're not consistent. Either that or you've changed your position. To me, it seems like, Dan, it's not like you're contradicting yourself. I truly believe that you held a different position regarding ibadah and shirk back then, and now you've changed your position because what you're saying now is not consistent with you declaring that an act of kufr at that time.
when I called it an act of kufr, it is a ritual. It's like a pagan ritualistic practice that is practiced in other religions. Like if you see a Christian, okay, practicing a water ritual or like a baptism, or you see a Hindu practicing a water ritual, like bathing in the Ganges River, okay, you can say that this is an act of kufr. This is an act
without asking their intention.
Yeah, because this is a kafir who's practicing. This is a mushrik.
No, but I'm asking
practicing
Muslim.
that. So
Omar
Omar
Suleiman
Suleiman participated in a shirk action. In a
But
shirk
Omar
action.
Suleiman
Now,
is
did
a-
he
Omar
commit kufr? Did he commit kufr? It depends on his intention. It depends on his intention.
you
But the
said-
action, the water ritual. Let me finish my sentence, bro. You're asking me. I'm patiently waiting for my turn to talk, and then as soon as I talk, you interrupt me. So the action that he is engaged in, that is a pagan ritual. It's a water pouring ritual that he was surrounded with Christians and Jews and literally a Hindu. I don't know if they call them priests. Okay. They were engaging in a pagan ritual. That is a ritual of kufr and shirk. And he was a part of that ritual. So when I say he committed an act of shirk, engaging in a pagan ritual, that is true. That is true. Now, if I want to say that he himself, okay, he has committed an act of shirk and therefore he needs to like renew his shahada, or he needs to like, obviously he repented from that. But that does depend on the intention. I'm completely consistent on that. And go watch the video. Go watch the video on my channel. He participated, and I say very clearly, he participated in a pagan ritual. Is a pagan ritual kufr? Is a pagan ritual shirk? Like if someone goes and prostrates in a pagan ritual of prostration to your Hindu peer or whatever, your Hindu sage, that is an act of shirk. That is an act of shirk. And it doesn't matter the intention because that's the religious practice. If someone goes and kisses the cross in a ritual of kissing the cross and taking communion, doing the Eucharist ritual, that is an act of shirk. Okay? If a Muslim does that, okay, they have committed an act of shirk. They have taken communion. They have participated in the Eucharist. They have committed an act of shirk. Now, if you want to say that they have committed kufr, knowingly committed kufr, then yes, the intentions matter. Yes, their understanding matters. Do you see the distinction?
So what's the difference? You tell me. What's the difference between the act being kufr and them committing kufr?
The act is the description of the act, because there are certain acts that are specific to religions, like Christianity or Judaism or animism or Zoroastrianism. There are specific acts, and those are acts of kufr and shirk.
So
then there are certain acts that a person can take, like when a Muslim, okay, this is the problem. When you're applying the categories of shirk to Muslims, when you say that, oh, he is practicing istighatha, or he's practicing like a practice to the calling to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam or to the awliya, okay, that is a Muslim who is doing that. So the intentions matter, because if we go to the scenario, don't avoid this contradiction. When a person is at the grave of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and they're saying, "Oh Prophet, give me a child," and he intends something that's not shirk, you acknowledge that his intention is not shirk, but you are still going to say that he has committed shirk akbar. That's the contradiction, because you have made a ruling on something that he's actually not committed. It's just the words that he's stated, but his intention is not shirk akbar at all. You have that logic for prostration and tawaf and slaughter. The Hanbalis have that position at least, and you claim to be a Hanbali. So that is how is that consistent?
I'm not a Hanbali in fiqh, but was Omar Suleiman a Muslim at that time?
Yeah.
So he was a Muslim at that time, but he was participating in a pagan ritual, right? I agree with you. I'm in agreement with you.
Yeah. Is the pagan ritual shirk? Is it kufr?
Yeah, but Dan, I let you talk. Let me finish. So Omar Suleiman was a Muslim at the time. We both agree. He says that he was a Muslim. And from everything we've known about him, he goes and he participates in this pagan ritual. Now, this pagan ritual itself and the act that he's doing is an act of kufr and shirk. We agree?
Yeah, it's a pagan ritual. Pagan rituals are shirk and kufr, yeah.
Yeah, so when he committed that act, it was an act of kufr, correct?
He is participating in a pagan ritual, an act of kufr, yes.
I think you broke up, Dan. I couldn't hear you.
Yes, he participated in a pagan act, which is an act of kufr. Yes.
Yeah. So at that time, Omar Suleiman committed an act of kufr, even though we know he's a Muslim, right? So you didn't ask him about his intentions. His intentions, directly asking him, were not relevant. You made assumptions and inferences based upon the scenario that he is standing around other whatever heads of other religions and participating in what is known to be a pagan ritual, right? And he does this. And so you, based upon that, you determine that he is actually committing an act of kufr. But what if Omar Suleiman himself, when you questioned him about it, he said, Dan, I now understand that. But at the time, I didn't know this was a pagan ritual. Somebody just gave me a water bottle or whatever. I don't remember exactly what happened. I just did it, but I didn't know that this was actually a pagan ritual. I just did it because they told me to, and I was trying to fit in, and I just did it. Then after he says that, would you still deem it to have been an act of kufr?
If he still committed an act of kufr in the sense that he participated in a pagan ritual. Now, is he like, if he did it ignorantly, then I'd say he's excused. And that's clear. Like the distinction between what I'm saying about istighatha and what you're saying about Omar Suleiman, I never claimed that Omar Suleiman committed shirk akbar or that he's committing kufr akbar. That's what you're saying about istighatha. That's what you're saying about istighatha. I'm with committing an act of kufr. Okay, someone can fall into an act of kufr. Okay, and they can, but you do have to take into account their intentions. But to describe that act like this is an act of kufr,
so you don't
especially
believe
when it's a different religion, like you're standing there with priests and priestesses and Hindus, then yeah, you have committed, you've participated in the pagan ritual, that in an act of shirk. Yes.
But did he commit an act of
But if he
shirk?
when he clarifies, okay, when he clarifies and he says that, oh, I didn't know what this was about, I didn't intend it as a ritual, I was actually only thinking about Allah and all of these things, I would say that you have committed haram act. Like this is haram, your participation in these rituals, okay, these shirky, kufri rituals that you're participating in is haram for you to do this. You have done something haram.
Yeah,
and I
so I'm asking you, which one do you think realistically, what set of intentions did he have? The first one that aligns with him actually committing an act of kufr, or the second ones that he didn't know, he was purely thinking about Allah, he was just kind of doing something because they asked him to, but he didn't really know what he was doing. Which set of intentions do you think Omar Suleiman had at that time?
I have said it very clearly at the time and afterwards on social media. And I said that I don't think that he is deliberately committing shirk. Okay. He's knowingly, deliberately committing shirk like this. I said it very clearly. I think that he was just like in the crowd, in the moment, and he didn't like, I don't know. I don't know what was going through his head, but he participated. The fact of the matter is, and everything that I said then is consistent with what I'm saying now, he committed a pagan ritual of water pouring for blessings, okay, for the migrants. And this is when he was standing next to a priestess, a Hindu, a Jew, a rabbi, and they were in this circle, and they were praying for blessing by pouring water. That is factually a pagan ritual. Now, what we determine from him, what are his intentions? I don't think that he intended to worship the earth or to worship the water. I don't think that he had that intention. That doesn't change the fact that he participated in this pagan ritual. How many times do I have to say this?
So it was an act of kufr akbar. Was it an act of kufr akbar?
No.
Okay, there we go, Dan. So you are now saying that Omar
Suleiman, I never claimed it was. When did I claim it was?
You're saying that Omar Suleiman did not commit an act of kufr akbar when he performed that action, and that you never claimed that he did.
I never said that he committed kufr or shirk akbar. I never said that.
Let's look at it. You want to look at it, Dan? You really want to do this? You really want to do this? See,
If
now
I
I'm
said he
showing
committed
you.
shirk akbar,
I'm
go ahead.
showing you what you could do, Dan. This is your real option. You could just say, you know what, Jake? I changed my position. At the time, I was accusing him of this. I now realize that I have this wild position, in my own words, about intentions and all of this being necessary. So now, you know, I actually want to apologize to Sheikh Omar Suleiman. I still disagree with him a lot about a lot of things. It was a terrible action for him to do, but it wasn't actually kufr akbar, even though I said that before. You could say that, or you could stand right now as you are and say that you never actually intended to accuse him of kufr akbar. What do you just meant like a minor kufr? What did you mean?
Bro, I explained it. Now we're going for the 5th time.
Because you haven't given a clear answer.
No, it is very clear. You just don't want to accept it. You just want to interrogate me instead of addressing my questions and basically trapping you on istighatha.
Let's be honest. Have I given you the chance to question me and vice versa?
You just changed the subject. Like we were talking about istighatha, and you want to now interrogate me about what exactly I meant.
You how you're inconsistent with your position about whether or not intentions are always required to be specifically asked of an individual before you consider the act itself to be kufr. And you are flip-flopping. On the one hand, you're saying,
why are you judging me? Look, how about we just make it easy? And I say, okay, yeah, my position has changed. Can you debate me on the position that I'm arguing now?
And I would respect that.
Okay.
But Dan, I would respect that. I would respect that.
I've tried to explain it, what my statement was and how it's consistent with my position now. I've tried to explain it 5 times. Okay. So for the sake of time, I'm going to say just assume that my position has changed. Address my position now. Address my position now and explain how someone who intends tawassul, his intention in his heart is tawassul, you are accusing him of shirk akbar without even knowing his intention. It doesn't matter his intention. According to you, we just judge it by the apparent. He has committed shirk akbar. How is you're applying a ruling to someone who is actually not in his heart doing shirk?
Yeah, and I'm saying it's in the same way that you said that certain acts, we know that certain acts themselves are in and of themselves kufr and shirk akbar. Like you gave the example of, you mentioned something about the cross. I don't remember exactly what you said about the cross, but doing something with the cross, taking communion, these acts in and of themselves are kufr and shirk akbar, no matter what the person claims his intention was. So now let me,
non-Muslim. It's a kafir. It's a kafir. You're misinterpreting my position.
I'm saying a Muslim doing it.
No, if it's a Muslim, I didn't say it's kufr akbar. I didn't say it's shirk akbar.
Okay, so Dan, if a Muslim goes on Easter Sunday to church and goes and takes communion in the church, is that an act of kufr akbar?
We have to know what he's intending. We have to know.
Okay, so the answer is not necessarily, correct?
He is committing an act of shirk in the sense that he's participating in the ritual. But we have to know what does he think, like, is this someone off the street who is just thinking that this is a homeless shelter with like really beautiful arches and they're handing out crackers and he takes, let me finish. It's a Muslim off the street and he sees them handing out crackers and he goes and they put the cracker in his mouth and he eats it. Do we say, oh, see, he's committed an act of shirk? This is shirk akbar that he's done. Or he's committed an act of shirk. Yes, in one sense, he has committed an act of shirk in the sense that he went to church and participated in the shirk that is communion. But in another sense, has he himself intended to do shirk akbar and therefore been doing something knowingly shirk? No, we have to know his intention.
Okay, so it's not an act of kufr or shirk akbar. If he doesn't intend, listen, it's
how
simple.
Many times do I have to say? It depends on what you mean.
Okay, let's use the example of Andrew Tate, because you asked me why did I takfir him, which I'll get into. It's directly related to this issue. Andrew Tate literally said, and you saw, did you see the clip, or do I need to give a lot of context to the whole thing?
It was like a long time ago.
Okay, so I'll briefly explain for you in the audience. Andrew Tate on his own show, whatever, they have their own production recording. He's sitting there with his brother, who his brother is a Christian, okay? And they start talking about, and they're like, oh, guys, it's Easter Sunday, which is kind of weird, like how they just randomly brought it up. But anyway, they're like, it's Easter Sunday, guys. And, you know, everybody in the country that they're in, because it's a big, I think Romania is a big Christian country, they're like, everybody celebrates Easter Sunday, right? And they're talking about it. And then Andrew Tate, out of his own mouth, says, let's go to a church and worship the Lord Jesus Christ. He literally says that. He says, let's go to church, let's go there, and it's on Easter Sunday, to go to the church to worship the Lord Jesus Christ. Verbatim, that's what he says, worshiping Jesus. They then get in their supercars, they drive to the church, and then Andrew Tate, at least in the clip that we've seen, I don't know what else he did while he was at church, he's standing there amongst the Christian church body, including his brother and his other Christian friends, and the priest is shouting whatever, I don't know, because I don't know the language, but obviously in such a ceremony there would be shirk and kufr spewed. But let's give Andrew the sake of for the sake of argument, maybe he doesn't understand what the priest was saying, but nevertheless he's standing there and he's holding something, a candle, and he's participating in a ritual where they're all holding a lit candle in the moonlight for Jesus. This is what the thing is. And he said prior to going there, these are his words, we are going to worship the Lord Jesus Christ. Now, given that context, given who Andrew Tate is, that he's not a random idiot homeless guy off the street, and he was claiming to be a Muslim at the time, based upon entire thing that I know of and what I said, was that an act of kufr and shirk akbar?
Yeah, going to worship in a church. Yeah, going into a church to worship, that is an act of shirk. But does that mean that when you say kufr akbar, that he is, because you said that you went beyond saying that he committed an act of kufr akbar. You said that he is a kafir.
Yeah, but
right?
we haven't gotten to that point yet. We're saying, is the act itself kufr akbar?
Bro, I explained it again. I can explain it.
Yes or no?
Yes, the act is an act of kufr.
Okay, but Dan, you didn't know what his intentions were.
It's going to church and worshiping. Yes, it's going to church, going to mass. Okay, going and like sacrificing to Shiva. Like those are all acts of shirk. Of course,
Dan, you don't know what you don't know what his intentions were.
The act is, bro.
So the act is kufr regardless of his intention.
Do you not understand that things can be have two different understandings in two different lights? Like, do you not understand that? Like, I feel like I'm talking to these bums, like your human shields on wilaya takwiniya. Don't you understand that there can be multiple aspects of understanding the ruling on an act or what an act actually is?
Yeah, so give me what the ruling is in this case. What are the two different pieces of it?
The two pieces are, again, in the sense of him participating in church rituals and Christian rituals, he is participating in a Christian act of shirk and kufr. Yes, okay? In terms of knowing if he is actually willingly committing an act of kufr and shirk, we have to know his intentions.
Okay, good. So the individual act of Andrew Tate doing it, we don't say it is necessarily kufr or shirk akbar until we ask him what his intention was of going there, which I'll explain to you. It's relevant because I know what he was. I know what he said on Twitter.
You don't understand. Like what you just said shows me that you don't understand the words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay. Because it depends on what we mean. If we mean, has he committed kufr and shirk in the sense of participating in Christian rituals? Yes, we definitively say he has committed kufr and shirk. We definitively say that in that sense of the word.
Yeah, so then what is the other sense of the word?
Whether he himself in his act, okay, in the status of his action in doing that, if that is kufr and shirk, in terms of what he is intending to do.
Right. So if he didn't intend,
so in that sense, maybe he committed shirk and kufr. Maybe Maybe.
So
in the other sense, he has definitively, in the sense that he has participated in a church ritual, definitively, okay, how many times do I have to say this? Definitively, he committed an act, a pagan act, a Christian act. Of course, that is necessarily shirk. Of course.
And is the hukum based upon the first example you gave or the second option? What is the hukum of Andrew Tate's action based upon? Does somebody declare it to be definitively an act of kufr and shirk akbar by Andrew Tate based upon the fact that he was claiming to be a Muslim and he was going to a church and those circumstances? Or is the hukum of whether or not it was shirk or kufr akbar based upon his intentions? Or are you saying there are two different hukums? I mean,
you have to know, like, what are his intentions? As I keep saying, you have to know what his intentions are. And he could have been drunk. Okay, what he did is haram. Like, this is something that shouldn't be done. And could it be actually he has committed shirk akbar? Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. We need more information. We need more. Just like in the case of istighatha, and just like in the case of Omar Suleiman, just like in all of these cases, okay, in that sense that you're talking about, like the ruling on this person, this Muslim committing this act, a Muslim that we know, he's Muslim, meaning he prays, he fasts, he says the shahada, and he commits this act, okay, in one sense, he is committing a pagan act. So it's known definitively to be a pagan act of shirk. But in the sense of this person doing it, we have to know his intention before saying this is kufr akbar or shirk akbar. Because if that is the case, then that person has left Islam.
Okay, so I'll tell you what his intention was, because he said it directly to me after he called me homosexual. He said explicitly, and his brother was basically saying the same thing. Their idea was, or at least what they claimed, I can only go off of what they said. They said, oh, well, it's kind of like how what's his brother's name? Andrew's brother is
Tristan.
There you go. Tristan said to me, dude, he's not worshiping Jesus like that. That's not his intention. It's like when Tristan fasts with Andrew during Ramadan, in his own mind, this is what he explicitly said, to show solidarity with his brother, to show support of his brother, that he is fasting during Ramadan, and he does this. So Andrew was responding in kind and going with his brother Tristan on Easter Sunday to the church, and that's what his level of participation was. That's how he explained it. Now, given that that's what he said, if we take him at his word that he actually was doing it for that reason, and we trust him and we believe in what he said, was it a specific act of kufr or shirk akbar that Andrew Tate specifically did, given his intentions and what we just explained?
I didn't see those statements, but if he said that my intention was go to worship Jesus, then yes, it's shirk akbar. He committed
No,
shirk.
he didn't mean it like that, Dan. He said, when I said, oh, I'm going to worship him, I just meant like in the sense of giving, reverence or honor to, and, in a sort of cool way. Just like when he called himself Lord, he said, oh, I don't really mean that I'm Rabbil Alameen. I just mean I'm Lord, like as a street type of term, that I'm Lord X, Y, and Z. Like there are even rappers that use these Lord Jamal and all this kind of stuff. Anyway, the point is, he gave his own ta'wil to those statements. And then he actually apologized. He said, but I understand how it could be interpreted wrong when I tell people to bow down and I'm your Lord, bow down and worship me. I don't really mean that. I just mean, like, I'm Andrew Tate. I'm cool, respect me, listen to me. You guys should actually be bowing down to my authority type of thing. I don't really mean that I'm Lord of the world or anything like that. Come on, I'm a Muslim. That's what his explanation was. Now, whether or not you buy that or you think he's just, BSing, that's up to you. But I'm saying to you, that was his explanation of when he said bow down and worship and when he said use the word Lord. So you're laughing, but this is what he said, bro.
No, but like the whole point is that you're not making a judgment that okay, you're doing takfir because if someone tweets like I am Lord, you will takfir that person?
No, I'll tell you why I made takfir. But before I do, I want to know, based upon that, was the act and those statements itself, were those acts and statements kufr or shirk akbar, or based upon his intention of what he explained, it wasn't?
If he's saying like I'm worshiping, my intention is to worship and revere like a Lord, like a God, and yes, that's shirk. That is shirk.
He said he didn't mean that. He said he didn't mean that.
Okay, if he didn't mean that, so what am I supposed to do? Like, I'm supposed to open his heart and see what he actually meant?
No,
like, how can I make the fear on someone when he says that, no, I didn't mean worship. No,
I'm not asking
I don't
you to
think that
takfir
Jesus
him,
is
Dan.
God.
I'm saying to you, he explicitly said that he didn't mean that. He meant it in a street sort of way. This is what
then he's an idiot. Like, he's an idiot. He had said something haram. He said something that is disgraceful. He should be condemned for it. But we don't say, hey, you're a kafir. You're a mushrik now. I'm not going to.
Okay, good. Now, but so you don't think, based upon his intentions, it's not kufr and shirk akbar to do what he did at the church or to make his statements of bowing down and worshiping him as the Lord. Now, I'm saying to you, the reason why I takfired him, I didn't initially takfir him. If you go back to my original videos, you'll see that. The reason why I takfired this scumbag is because I reached out to somebody privately who I thought had contact with Andrew Tate, which was Uthman ibn Farouk. And I don't think he had direct contact with Andrew, but he got in contact with the guy, Joel Shooter. You know who he is, right? I think he's Andrew's manager in Dubai or something like that. Anyway,
Shooter something.
Okay. He got to him, and he's supposedly a good friend of Andrew. Now, he went to him and said, Andrew, I understand you're a new Muslim. Look, I understand you probably didn't mean it in this way, but you shouldn't make these kind of statements because they can be taken the wrong way, and it's really given a bad impression. So please, make a statement to say you didn't really mean it like this, and basically apologize and say you won't do it again. And Andrew supposedly understood. It wasn't from Jake. I mean, he don't know me at all. And he listened to his friend, and he the next day made a post saying that I retract my I'm paraphrasing, but he basically said, I retract my statements. They were wrong to make. I didn't really mean it in that way. I pray every day and I say, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. I believe in only one Lord. Of course, I'm not Lord in that way. Blah, blah, blah. He explained all of that. And he basically was apologizing to the Muslim community. So I said, okay, great. That's great. Andrew made that statement. And, it was partially through me trying to reach out to him privately. Then the very next day, after he made that statement apologizing and, basically rectifying the situation, he makes several tweets, not only just one, several of them, identical or nearly identical, basically saying the exact same thing. Then when I said that, I said, why the hell would he do that? I mean, is his account hacked or something like that? Why would he do that when he just apologized for saying that? And I went to certain people who knew him, and they told me, they said, Jake, that is Andrew Tate's way of telling the Muslim community that they cannot control him. Who the hell do they think they are to try to police Andrew Tate on what he can say? He said that and then directly went back, and that was a backhanded smack to the Muslim community. So at that point, I said, this person isn't sincere. He's a kafir. He's doing these things in the sense of going to church and doing these things and also making these statements about him being a Lord, and he knows how it's being perceived. He doesn't care, and he's doubling down on his kufri and shirki statements and actions. At that point, and even further, he did other things along the way, then I made takfir of him. So that's the context. Crazy. I didn't do it merely when I saw him do the thing in the church. I said, wow, what the hell is this guy doing? But I didn't make takfir on him initially.
You made it worse, bro. You made it worse. How
did I make it worse?
Takfir like even more suspect and questionable.
How is that?
Because it's just what some person told you. It's just hearsay. It's not like Andrew Tate said anything to you directly. It's you, someone else, like
He said
another
directly
source
on-
said, "Oh, this is just Andrew Tate's way of saying that he's not controlled by the Muslims. This is just Andrew Tate's way. This is what someone told you." And then
Dan,
based
why
off
would
of
he
that,
say that the next day? Why would he say that the next day?
I don't know. There could be a million reasons. Someone could have hacked his account. Someone could have literally hacked his account. Yeah, isn't that a possibility? Like if someone hacked his account.
We now know that nobody did hack his account.
How? How do you know that?
Because he was questioned about it.
No, you don't know that. Someone told you that, oh, this is Andrew Tate's way of spitting in the face of the Muslim community. You took that statement of hearsay. It's not even Andrew Tate's statement. It's someone else who you are telling us knows Andrew Tate personally. And on the basis of that third party, you're making takfir?
It's not on the basis of that person telling me it. Again, that's the difference in our positions. It's on the basis of him repeating the action after he knows that it's wrong. It's on that basis. And my position is not like you. I believe that the original acts themselves of Andrew Tate going to church on Easter Sunday, right, and participating in a church ritual of holding a lit candle for Jesus in the moonlight, okay, amongst a bunch of Christians, he did this. That in and of itself, in my position and the position of Ibn Taymiyyah, is an act of kufr and shirk akbar. We don't have to ask him about his intentions and say, Andrew, what did you really mean when you said you were going to worship Jesus? And then you actually went to church and you did this. This is the sin of the murjia. That's exactly what you are. You're completely guilty of irja because you think that you can never judge somebody based upon their apparent actions and statements. We don't believe that.
So the shirk akbar that he's doing, that means he is a kafir, or no? In the church. When Andrew Tate is going and participating in Easter ritual, then he is committing shirk akbar. That means he is a kafir.
No, not necessarily, because I can have the excuse of ignorance for him. I can have certain excuses for him that prevent the takfir. So that's why I didn't initially takfir him. But I initially deemed the act itself to be kufr and shirk akbar, but I didn't takfir him at first.
Okay, so let me, for the sake of argument, grant you all that. Okay, so then you determine that because of he made a statement apologizing. Okay, then now the excuse of ignorance doesn't apply if he repeats the action. But he didn't repeat the action, right? He just tweeted something. You assume that it's him tweeting it, but you actually don't know that it was him tweeting it. You don't know if he was hacked, and you don't know if he actually.
We could make that up about anything. Like you could say, like, Dan, how do you know that my account hasn't been hacked?
I've never takfired you.
Yeah,
I've never takfired you.
You still have said that certain things that I've done. Well, you've called me a deviant, right?
Yeah, these are positions. Yeah, that I've called you. There's a difference between takfiring someone, bro. This is why it's so dangerous and why you're playing with fire. When you takfir someone, we know the hadith. You know the hadith, right? That the Prophet ﷺ says when a brother takfirs another Muslim, the ruling of kufr will apply to one of them, to paraphrase, right? So that's why it's so dangerous. If you're mistaken, and Andrew Tate has actually been hacked and you have made takfir of him, then you are risking being a kafir in reality. Like, doesn't that worry you? That's why there's much more caution, like basically like an infinite amount of more caution that's necessary when it comes to takfir as opposed to tabdi' or anything less than that.
Okay, so what I'm saying,
you don't know if Andrew Tate wrote that.
If I don't know if Andrew Tate wrote the post,
wrote those tweets. You have no yaqeen. You haven't seen him write it. You didn't see him by his hands writing those statements and pressing send. Right? Okay. True. You haven't seen that, right?
And on the position of what he did at the church, by the fact that he never removed the video, he kept it up there. He never actually publicly repented for that action. How do we judge that?
Look, my point is that there are a lot of things that you go on the basis of your impressions, assumptions that you have, and you declare takfir. And I'm not saying that Andrew Tate did not commit kufr akbar or shirk akbar. That's not my claim. Clearly, you followed it more closely. I wasn't following it.
You said
my
that.
point is that you're declaring takfir. You're making takfir of people like me without having certain knowledge, and therefore you are risking. You're making a huge risk by that. This is not irja. Irja is not being cautious about applying takfir. The Murjia, they would never apply takfir, even if the person makes statements, even when the person clarifies their intentions, even when the person, they will never make, that's irja. Okay, I'm not advocating irja. I'm saying that there needs to be some understanding. There needs to be some investigation, actually, by a qualified scholar, not from you, a YouTuber, or me, a YouTuber, okay, to actually make that kind of declaration.
Okay,
to make
but Dan,
against a new Muslim, by the way. He's also a new Muslim, and he's been in prison. Like this, all of these factors matter, and the scholars have mentioned this. Or your takfir of me, which you still have not explained. Why I am a mushrik. You won't even return my salams. You have avoided actually giving me the reasoning for that, and I'm still waiting because you're trying to go through like all these different issues. But the point is, you've already declared your takfir. So why are you interrogating me? The interrogation could come before the takfir, right?
Can I respond to your quotation of the hadith? You brought up the quotation of the hadith about when someone declares a person a kafir. If they're not, then it turns back of this hadith and how the fuqaha actually dealt with it.
I acknowledge that there are different interpretations of that hadith. I
aware of what Ibn Abbas said about it,
right? No, I don't know. Go ahead and share.
Yeah, so he did not say that this is kufr in the sense that the person literally is becoming a kafir.
Wait, what is not? What is not?
Like, for example, if I make takfir of somebody and I'm wrong about my takfir, which is based upon my own ijtihad, or somebody else does it, that it's not that the person themselves, if they're wrong about their application of takfir, it becomes a kafir in light of making that mistake or making that incorrect judgment of takfir. Many of the scholars talk about it and they interpret that way. So they don't interpret it to mean that, and you said you're aware of the difference of opinion, so I don't really need to go into it much more. But the point is, many scholars don't interpret it that way. That I'm not trying to belittle the importance. It's still important. Takfir is important. If you make an incorrect judgment regarding takfir, of course, it's a big concern. It's not something small, but it's not necessarily in the sense that what you said, that the person necessarily becomes a kafir. So I just wanted to clear that up, and you recognizing difference of opinion and understanding of those texts. Now, going to why I takfired you, I explained this to you earlier, okay? I said that I takfired you for the reasons listed in the document, and also there's another one which I don't think is listed in the document, which, by the way, I didn't write myself. The position on a created being controlling all the atoms in the universe, I don't make takfir of you on based upon that now, because you clearly stated that it's not shirk akbar. However, that doesn't nullify the other 2 points regarding sacrifice to jinn, regarding or other than Allah, doesn't necessarily have to be jinn, or the issue of istighatha, and what we were just talking about this whole time on your position regarding ibadah, right? And the fact that you're trying to say that, oh, we must always go into the person's intentions and determine whether or not there's, they're attributing that this thing is actually a deity, or attributing istiqlal or independence. I don't hold that position. I hold, and I'm going to tell Sheikh Yasser about this. I'm just going to tell him straight up. We're going to have a discussion about it. But even though he believes that position more so than Kanj, he's closer because he says that position itself is actually bid'ah. It's he actually says it's the worst possible bid'ah. He said to you, it makes the hair on the back of his neck stand up. It's so terrible, but it's not shirk akbar based upon his principles. I view his position of not declaring that shirk akbar to be kufr and shirk itself. What's known as the istiqlali position is actually kufr itself. That's my view. That's the position of Sheikh Sultan al-Umairi and Bassam Zawadi and the people that I take from on this issue. So I'm not coming at this from a vacuum perspective. Now, you don't hold that position. So I don't make takfir based upon that. But I make takfir based upon your position on istighatha, your position on slaughtering to other than Allah, and also, which is something I really want to talk about, which is your position of denying that non-prophets being greater than Anbiya is actually not kufr akbar. Now, you have been refuted by your own previous Deobandi friends and scholars. And I'm going to ask Yasser al-Hanafi about that, whether or not he considers that position to be kufr akbar. And not only that, the Deobandis who were writing to you, who you responded to, Dan, it's not like, oh, you made this off-the-cuff remark. You made the statement in a debate setting where you had prepared slides. Then you gave 2 responses to Mufti Zamil. Okay, you know what I'm talking about. And in those articles, Mufti Zamil explicitly said that your position is kufr. You are on kufr because according to him, you are denying ijma'. You are denying what is known in the religion by necessity. Now, I know you disagree with this, but these are his claims. And on that position, which is not even related to ibadah, you have a kufri belief. And you've doubled and tripled down on that, Dan. You can smile all you want, but this is not a Wahhabi position. Would you recognize that the Deobandis, including Mufti Zamil, declared your position to amount to kufr?
No, you don't even understand their position. Like, this is so hilarious to hear you try to describe it. Their position is that is like Mufti Zamil's position is that is a kufr position. That doesn't mean that I have a kufr position.
Yeah, he did say that. He explicitly says that.
So that point, okay, that yeah, I understand. He made this argument, and I responded to it in depth. You know, I responded with 2 separate articles. But again, let's go back to the letter. Like, let's go back. Your statement that I am a.
You're asking why I declare takfir, Dan.
Yeah, I'm going to. You said you're a mushrik, and then you put a video of me talking to Sheikh Harun, and I'm reiterating the position that I think that it's shirk for a created being to control all the atoms in the universe simultaneously in this all-encompassing fashion. Exactly. I say it's shirk, and you say, oh, for that, you're a mushrik.
No. It's because you consider it a genuine ikhtilaf. You consider Harun Khan.
That's not what I didn't say. It's a genuine ikhtilaf. I think it's a wrong position. I think it's shirk. And if someone is holding that, they're holding a shirk position.
But Dan, I'm not talking about
like way above your pay grade, bro.
I'm not talking
above your pay grade.
No, you're just missing the point. This is going over your head like a kufi.
Yeah.
You're not understanding the point that Harun Kanj, I'm not saying whether he believes in it or not. We already went through that. I'm saying is the position of Harun Kanj and Yasser al-Hanafi deeming it to not be kufr and shirk. Is that position of, even if they say they don't hold the position, they think it's wrong, or they think it's a bid'ah, are those positions, are they acceptable positions, or do they amount to kufr and shirk akbar themselves?
Do you even understand what you're asking?
Yes,
are you asking me, is it acceptable to have a kufr position or a shirk position? Is that your question?
No.
What is your question?
No. Do you understand the difference between someone who believes, who actually affirms that a created being is controlling all of the atoms in the universe simultaneously, and we agree that that's shirk akbar, can you understand the difference between somebody who actively believes in that and somebody like Yasser Hanafi who doesn't believe in that, but he doesn't declare it to be shirk akbar? Do you understand the difference between those two?
So in which one is it acceptable to have that? Both of
are both considered shirk akbar?
The position is shirk akbar. The position
is
is
Yasser Hanafi's position shirk akbar?
If he believes that this is a bid'ah, he believes that it's not shirk. I believe that it is shirk. I believe that he has a mistaken view. Like he has.
You believe him denying shirk? Do you believe him denying something that is shirk akbar is kufr? Do you believe that?
Again, this has to do with my overall methodology that I've explained to you, or I tried to explain without you keep interrupting me. That just like I think that Ibn Taymiyyah has a kufr position, that the hellfire will come to an end, even though Allah says khalidina fiha abada, and Ibn Taymiyyah says no, the hellfire will come to an end. That is a kufr position. Is it acceptable for someone to have a kufr position? No, it is unacceptable for anyone to have that position. And Ibn Taymiyyah has a kufr position, and there are many. If you look at the entirety of Sunni Islamic scholarship in history, there are many kufr positions that were held by ulama, great ulama and great scholars. And I don't say, oh, therefore these are kuffar. These are
ask you to do that.
The person who endorsed you, Muhammad Shamsuddin, says that, well, Suyuti has this position on istighatha, therefore he is a mushrik. He is a kafir. He actually takfirs him. Dimishqiya, the other person that you wanted to co-debate with, he says Al-Ghazali is a mushrik. Al-Ghazali is a mushrik. He is a kafir. Okay, that's the difference between my position and your position.
Debate with him? When was that?
Or he claimed, okay, that he wanted to debate me.
I never said I was.
He said I will. He said I will debate with Jake.
I never agreed to debate with him at all. But I'll tell you this right now, Dan. I'll give you a free little bone here. I don't agree with those guys. You think I agree with Muhammad Shamsuddin?
Yeah, he endorses you for sure, but I don't know. You don't agree. So how is it that?
I'll do it. I'll do it for you right here. Muhammad Shamsuddin, please take away your endorsement from me. I don't care about your endorsement whatsoever. How about that?
Okay, so is Suyuti he's not a mushrik then, even though he says he encourages istighatha?
Dan, you're trying to go into individual scholars. You want to know about my
methodology. You're going to individual scholars. You're asking about Yasser Hanafi and Sheikh Harun. You're asking me about individual scholars. I'm asking you about
I didn't ask you about whether or not they're Muslims. I didn't ask you that. I asked you, do you believe that they have, just like you said, Ibn Taymiyyah.
Do you believe that Suyuti has a shirk position?
Dude, just like you said, Ibn Taymiyyah had a kufri belief. I'm asking you to be consistent and say that Harun Kanj and Yasser al-Hanafi have kufri beliefs, even though you don't make takfir on them in the same way that you don't make takfir of Ibn Taymiyyah. Is that correct?
Assuming that is their belief, then it's a mistake. It's a mistaken belief. They didn't say they have the belief that I believe that there is an entity that controls all the atoms of the universe simultaneously. Did they say that?
But that's why I asked you. Is their belief that it's not shirk akbar, is it kufr? Even if they don't believe that they have this created being doing it, but they don't believe that the belief itself is shirk akbar, is their position kufr?
No. If they believe others have that belief and they think that that's there are scholars who hold that and that's based on their ijtihad. No, I don't say that they have a shirk belief on the. See, this is the chain takfir principle that's so problematic. Okay, in the same way, if you say that Ibn Taymiyyah's position in Fana an-Nar, the ending of the hellfire, is not kufr, I don't say, oh well, that means that you have a kufri belief.
Yeah, but because Dan, my point.
You get the analogy? Do you get the analogy? First of all,
yeah.
Like if you or your Wahhabi buddies say that well, Ibn Taymiyyah believes that the hellfire will end, and that's not kufr, I'll acknowledge that, well, Ibn Taymiyyah had a kufri position, and the fact that you don't hold that to be kufr and you don't hold that to be shirk, I don't say, okay, you've committed kufr now. That's
Right.
you see the second stage, like you're adding a second stage.
I understand, Dan, and I'm saying to you,
do. I don't think you do understand.
I don't understand. I do. You're saying that the belief itself is kufr, but somebody who doesn't deem that specific belief kufr, you don't apply kufr to that person. That's what you're saying. I understand exactly what you're saying. Now, I'm saying to you, likewise, then, in the case of
but like you're asking me, but state your position. Like state your position.
I did. I already stated it. I believe.
So you think that Yasser Hanafi, Harun Kanj, Suyuti, they have kufr positions? Yes.
Dan, let me.
Yes or no? Yeah. No. Before. Yes or no?
Harun Khan, Harun Kanj, and Yasser Hanafi, they have kufri beliefs. Yeah.
Okay. And Suyuti. And Subki?
What are you referring to about Suyuti?
They say istighatha is permissible and mustahab.
I would have to look at the text that you're referring to.
Okay.
And honestly,
let's assume that they're promoting. Do you accept that there are scholars who have promoted istighatha?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so those scholars have kufr beliefs, shirk akbar beliefs, and whoever does not consider them or someone who doesn't consider them to be kafir mushrik, that's acceptable to you.
If somebody doesn't make takfir of them, yeah, they don't have to.
They don't have to, okay, right? And you can think, and they say that, well, this is ikhtilaf. This is ikhtilaf. Suyuti, Subki, like there's ikhtilaf here with the Sunni ulama. There's ikhtilaf. So do they have a kufri position for believing that?
It depends what you mean by ikhtilaf. If you think that their position is acceptable, then no. That's
so what they have a kufri belief too, then.
Yeah. If they think thinking that istighatha is not kufr is kufr. So let's say, for the sake of argument, that those scholars you mentioned specifically, that they have the belief that istighatha, or let's say wilayat taqwaniyya, in the sense that you and I agree is shirk akbar. If people have a position that is not kufr, then that itself is kufr. And this is what I'm saying to you. This is my understanding, and I'm happy to go through the article. My understanding of Mufti Zamil and the Deobandis, they're not merely saying that that specific belief of believing a non-prophet being greater than in status and rank than a prophet. They don't just say that is kufr itself. They say denying that it is kufr actually is kufr, because they're saying that you're denying that something that is known in the religion by necessity, and you're denying the consensus of the ummah. That's their position. So they are doing the actual second stage, Dan. They're saying that you're upon kufr for not actually accepting that belief is kufr, even though you reject the belief.
Yeah.
Now,
in my response, I cited different scholars, Ash'ari scholars, who stated that it's not kufr. And as far as I can tell, Mufti Zamil didn't have a response for that. This is like over a year ago, so my memory might be fuzzy about the details, but he wasn't able to respond to the points that I brought up, that, okay, well, if this is known by necessity and there's ijma, well, there are statements like this from different scholars, Sunni scholars. So go ahead and say that they have a kufri belief and that they're upon kufr.
And what?
So anyway, but getting to the point that you changed the scenario. Okay.
No, I answered you directly.
You did not. Listen to what I'm saying. Okay. Because if you would have to accuse all of the Sunnis then, like that are associated with the four schools, the traditional Sunni schools, you'd have to accuse them of having kufr to be upon kufr as well. And just like me, you'd have to have the same kind of ruling for them. Because look, the Sunni schools, the issue of istighatha, there's ikhtilaf on this. There's ikhtilaf. Different scholars will have different positions, especially if you look over time. Okay? So we've already come to the same position, or the understanding that, okay, if someone has a kufri belief, okay, that can be a mistake. They're not necessarily kafir, but you're extending it to a higher level beyond just that individual sheikh. Even if someone else denies that that is kufr and shirk, then that person also has a kufri belief and maybe a kafir. Like, you're going to the second level, and that has deep implications, because all of these Sunni schools and the Ash'aris and the Maturidis, 99% of the ummah, they believe that the Sunni schools are valid. And within these Sunni schools, even it's a valid ikhtilaf, and they accept that that's an ikhtilaf because istighatha is treated as an issue of fiqh. So you're saying that anyone who sees the Sunni schools as valid is actually committing kufr, because they're not saying that this is kufr to have this belief in the validity of istighatha. Do you see the logic there?
I don't really see what your point is. No.
Let me make it simple, okay? In the Shafi'i school, okay, istighatha is something permissible, let's just say, okay? You say that, well, that position is, the Shafi'i position is kufr. It's shirk akbar, okay? So anyone who says that it is permissible to follow the Shafi'i school and follow the Shafi'i school, they have also committed kufr, because they're validating the Shafi'i school, which holds that istighatha is permissible. You get it now?
Yeah, people who say that it's an acceptable opinion to hold that istighatha is permissible are committing kufr, even if they don't commit the act themselves and they don't believe it's a good thing to do. Just if they say it's a permissible position to hold to, then yes, they do have a kufri position.
Right, so anyone who believes in the validity of the Sunni schools, Shafi'i, Maliki, Hanbali, Hanafi, it has kufr, is upon kufr, just like Daniel.
No, not necessarily.
Yeah, that's what you just said.
The Sunni schools have differences amongst them. Even the four schools of fiqh, they don't all have the same views. So no, we're saying this holding to specific positions within those schools, yeah, that would amount to kufr. That doesn't mean that you're, like, for me, I hold to Maliki fiqh. That doesn't mean that if a Maliki sheikh or scholar says, which I know some that do say this, that that istighatha is fully permissible and stuff like that, that doesn't mean just because I say I'm a Maliki in fiqh, I have to take that person's opinion and I'm accepting that it's authoritative in some sense for people to hold. Not at all.
The Maliki school does not say that istighatha is shirk akbar. It does not. They do not say that it is necessarily shirk akbar. That is the Maliki position. We bring Dr. Shadi. Okay, Dr. Shadi al-Masri. He is a knowledgeable in the Maliki madhab. Okay, they don't say the Maliki position is not that istighatha is shirk akbar. So they are committing kufr and shirk. The madhab is, and furthermore, anyone who does not accuse the Maliki madhab of committing shirk and kufr is also is upon kufr. So anyone who says that the Maliki madhab is valid is committing shirk and kufr. That's your position.
Dan, I wouldn't use Dr. Shadi as an example. He's been a personal teacher of mine, and I don't think he's an authority or somebody knowledgeable in the Maliki madhab at all. In fact, I think he's quite ignorant, and I can show numerous examples of that based upon my conversations with him. I even
Would you be willing to have a conversation with Dr. Shadi
about Maliki fiqh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. I've had many discussions with him privately.
Since he doesn't have knowledge and you do, then let's get a conversation going. I'm glad that you're so willing to talk to people now. MashaAllah. So but the point remains that the Maliki, according to you, the Maliki madhab contains shirk and kufr, and whoever does not declare that about the Maliki madhab is also upon shirk and kufr.
No, Dan, you're trying to make it a general. You're trying to make it a general thing. Like Jake himself claims to hold to the Maliki madhab, but yet certain shuyukh within the Maliki madhab may hold kufri beliefs. Therefore, Jake is upon kufr for following the Maliki madhab. That's ridiculous.
That's your logic.
That's literally your retarded logic. That's literally your autistic dilemma type of reasoning, dude.
Let me explain it.
Either I declare the Maliki madhab as a whole kufr, and you cannot follow it in any sense, or you can follow it in total and it's not kufr in any sense. That's a false dichotomy. I'm saying to you that some scholars in each of the madhahib may hold to kufri beliefs. Just as you said that, according to you, which I don't believe, Ibn Taymiyyah held kufri beliefs, right? That's what you believe. But yet you wouldn't say, therefore, the Hanbali madhab as a whole is upon kufr. That's such a ridiculous statement.
So which Maliki scholar or Shafi scholar, Hanbali, Hanafi said prior to Ibn Taymiyyah that istighatha is necessarily shirk akbar?
Oh my God, bro. Now we're going back to istighatha. We're jumping all around back and forth, bro.
We've been on the topic of istighatha. So let me reiterate.
Your big issue with me, Dan. Your big issue with me was, why do I make takfir of you? Your big issue with me was, why do I make takfir of you? I gave you 4 reasons why, which now have been reduced to 3 reasons because you said something different than what you apparently said before. And I still hold on your position on istighatha, your flirting with istiqlal, and this idea of allowing sacrifices to other than Allah and it not being shirk, and your position on saying that non-prophets being greater than prophets is not kufr. It's based upon the total package of all those positions together and your stubborn abstinence in your position. That's what it's based upon. So I answered your question. Now I want to question you. Why do you keep trying to get me in trouble with the Moroccan government and claim that I am an agent of these foreign governments? Why are you doing it?
Why? I'll address that. I'm happy to address. I already mentioned my reasoning for that prior to the stream. Why are you trying? Look, you Wahhabis like to cry. You like to accuse people of being shirk apologists. Your followers have been takfiring me for the past 1.5 years. You and Farid and Adnan, you have takfired me now explicitly, but before you're just tap dancing around it, I guess, because you had soy takfir. And your followers have been non-stop takfiring me. You can see your audience, I know you don't endorse that, but they are doxing me. And you won't actually come out and deny. Listen, you won't actually come out and deny. When I asked you explicitly, should the had of apostasy apply to me? You don't actually deny that is the case. You don't actually say, no, Daniel should not be killed for being a murtad. You don't actually explicitly say that. Yet I'm the one who's threatening people when I just point out that your agenda serves Zionism and that it's very much aligned with these Gulf states. Dan, you and Adnan, your friend Adnan, who won't condemn the UAE for backing RSF genocide in Sudan. Like, this is outrageous. You're takfiring me and you won't even deny that the had for apostasy applies to me. And you're crying about your life is in danger. Look, if you don't like this kind of rhetoric, don't engage in it as a Wahhabi. Don't engage in this investigation of people's aqidah and accusing them of being on shirk and kufr. That's what endangers people's lives, you Wahhabi rat. That's what endangers people.
Okay, Dan, can I respond since you call me a Wahhabi rat?
Yeah, please. That's way better than what you call me. You call me a mushrik murtad.
can you explain to me, can you explain to me how Jake Brancatella making takfir on little old Dan, who's living in Texas somewhere, can you explain to me how that actually affects your life and how you're in danger?
Why do you think people are doxing in your own chat, moron?
Dude,
Why do you think people are doxing me?
Man,
what do you think? What is the danger? Do you know the danger of doxing? Do you know what? What is the danger of doxing?
That I was doxed on your own post on Twitter. You know that happened, right?
I hid the reply. I hid it so that people won't see it.
So does that mean that actually it's because you've been attacking me that one of your crazy fans went and doxed me? That's what you're assuming that's happening here. So I got doxed. I never got doxed by the Zionists. I never got doxed by the Christians or the atheists. I got doxed when I got into a back and forth with Dan, and I got doxed on his own post. So that's your fault.
You literally have people in the chat that are takfiring me, and they're saying, yes, the had applies, and they're waiting, and you don't deny it, and you don't deny it.
What?
Deny that the had applies to me, that I deserve.
Dan, I'm going to answer you. I'm going to answer you in the
I'll
same
give you another
way.
chance. Does the had,
I'm going to answer you. I'm answering you right now. I'm answering you right now. It applies to you in the same way. It applies to you in the same way that you and I answered that question on the PBD podcast in response to Rashid Hamami. It applies to you in the same way.
Wow. So if I come to Morocco, okay, is it Morocco an Islamic government? If I come to Morocco and the authorities take me and they put me to death, you will, clap your hands like,
Dan, what do you think of the chances of that?
Yes or no? Like if I come to Morocco and that would you be clapping your hands?
That's happening. What do you think, dude? What do you think?
What do you mean the chances? I can book the ticket to Morocco tomorrow or today.
I'm sure you can. I'm not saying you're that broke.
So would you sit there and applaud like, good job?
What are the chances?
Execute the Murtad.
What are the chances of you coming here and them actually doing that to you? What do you think?
What do you mean? What are the chances? I could book the ticket. Listen, look at
what
the
are the chances of them actually doing that? Do you know that Morocco?
Very high. Very high.
Really?
Yeah, very high.
They would agree with my takfir of you?
Are you not aware that these countries are imprisoning many people and putting them in dungeons? Like, are you not aware of this? Are you that naive?
Not based upon these Aqidah beliefs.
It is. They call people Khawarij, okay, on the basis of their beliefs. They call people, you're Ikhwani. Look at this, Jake. Look at this, Jake. Are you aware that in these countries, they put people in prison and execute them for being Ikhwani? Yet you have accused Uthman bin Farouk, Muslim Lantern, and many others of being Ikhwani, Muhammad Hijab. You are endangering their lives, literally. They can't go to these Arab countries because if they are labeled with Ikhwani, they can be accused of terrorism and executed. What is the chances of that, Jake?
And you're now switching to Muhammad Hijab, Muslim Lantern, Sheikh Uthman.
It's the same thing.
I'll respond to that. But do you think for anything that we just discussed of the 3 or 4 subjects that I takfir you for, would the Moroccan government view that as a valid takfir?
Is the Moroccan government following Islamic law?
They're not following what I believe in.
So Morocco is not following Islamic law.
Moroccan government, by their own what do you call it? The constitution actually explicitly says that they're Ash'ari.
So they're not.
Do you know that?
Muslim.
Do you know that?
Yeah, I do know that. I know that they're explicitly. So they're not Muslim.
So do you think that the
Moroccan government is among kufr?
Dude, let me finish my question. Do you think the Moroccan government, which is explicitly Ash'ari in their constitution, is going to takfir Daniel for saying that istighath?
You cut out for a second. So their Ash'ari government, you have declared, okay?
You're not responding to my question,
okay, now you're interrupting. Sheikh al-Islam has declared that I am a murtad for multiple reasons, okay? Multiple reasons.
Yeah.
And that is your ruling. And then the theoretical, the hypothetical was, do I deserve to be executed? And you said, yes, I deserve to be executed in a Muslim country. And then the hypothetical of me coming to Morocco and you saying, oh, on a basis of technicality, maybe they won't do it. Okay, whatever. But I got what I wanted from you.
No, they would never. They would never.
I am like that Rashidi guy. I'm just like him. I'm a murtad, and I should be executed. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you. And by the way, there are Wahhabis who have the ruling that there is actually no Islamic land, and we apply the had for ourselves. Like, we don't need to wait for the ruler to give us a determination. We execute the had, and that's why they go around and saying Daniel's blood is halal. Any one of these freaks that follow you can come to a masjid that I'm praying at and stab me in the back, or come to my address and kill me and my family.
Dan, do I endorse that view?
You endorse the view that I'm a murtad and I deserve to be killed.
Do I endorse the view that you just said, though? Do I endorse the view that you just said those people have?
No, but the implication is there.
I don't endorse that view. I don't endorse that view.
Your view is that I deserve to be killed. And it's just a technicality. It's just a technicality because you think that there's no actual Wahhabi state. What about Saudi? Like, if I go to Saudi, I should be executed. You, like, the government will put me in prison and you'll clap your hands. Like,
Dan,
thank you for following Islamic law.
Dan, you should really be honest that the danger that you have is what you have been saying over and over again. So I don't know why you're playing dumb. The danger that you have are your political views. That's the danger that you have. The political views that you express and that you're promoting, that's a danger. Not your view on istighatha. Be real, dude. Nobody gives a crap. You're not that important. Nobody cares about Dan's istighatha view, these different governments that you're spouting from your house in Texas. That's not on their radar at all. And also, you think what's on their radar.
I never claimed that it was. I never claimed that it was.
So you could go to Saudi with that position and they wouldn't care. But what they might care about is the things that you say about their governments and the views that you're promoting, which go against their interests, that they might have something to say about. That might get you in a prison cell.
Yeah, you still can't understand hypotheticals. It's an IQ problem. So
no,
I didn't say that actually the Saudi government is executing people for istighatha, and therefore, if I go to Saudi, they'll execute me.
Yeah, so
the hypothetical was that if there's an Islamic state and the Islamic state is going to execute me, you agree with that. That was the hypothetical, and you confirmed that. Okay, great. Okay, the point that I was making, in addition, is that there are people who are getting executed for being accused of being ikhwani. And you are spreading this accusation to many of the Muslim du'at who actually do go to these countries. You are labeling them as ikhwani. You are endangering their lives. And you should be ashamed of yourself. And you cry like a little girl about, oh, Daniel is saying, I'm trying to get me in trouble with the Moroccan government, while you're calling all these people ikhwani, and potentially they have to actually be very worried about going to some of these countries now. Many of these Arab countries, not just like the Gulf, including Morocco, including Syria, including Jordan, they have to be concerned now because you are labeling them and your followers that these are ikhwanis. And that's terrorism. They're outlawed. They're actually designated terror groups in these countries, and you're labeling them with that. Do you have any shame for that?
Yeah, I do. So I'll respond.
You do? So you want to retract? You want to apologize for that label?
Dan, can I respond? I was saying to you that the term ikhwani, and I explained it earlier in my video, and I think also yesterday. But anyway, I explained what I mean by ikhwani explicitly. I don't mean somebody who is tied to the Muslim Brotherhood as an organization, or someone who even has the ideologies of the ikhwan that these governments would consider dangerous. That's not what is meant by ikhwani. What I mean by ikhwani are the type of people who claim that they're Athari or Salafi in Aqidah, but they are extremely soft with Ahl al-Bid'ah. And on top of that, they collaborate with them without making their own positions on Aqidah clear and without ever criticizing these deviant creeds. That's who I am labeling an Ikhwani, and that applies to almost all of the people in the dawah who just give lip service to the name Etheri or Salafi. I don't believe they're Ikhwani in the sense at all of what these governments are concerned with and who they're labeling Ikhwani. They don't care about this idea of what Jake is talking about, of, you know, being critical of the Maturidi and Ash'ari creeds and criticizing those who hold deviant positions. That's not what they're concerned about, Ikhwani. So I acknowledge this. I should use a different term when I'm talking about these people so that there is no, let me finish, so that there is no even remote possibility of there being any type of confusion, because obviously when I use the word Ikhwani, I'm not going to give this soliloquy every single time that I speak and explain what I mean by the term. So you're right that I should actually use either a different term or just explain it in detail without using the term Ikhwani so that nobody is confused by it whatsoever.
So I'm glad that you recognize that you're endangering people's lives, and now you've decided to change your language. That's great. That's positive improvement, and I commend you for that. But if you're going to revert to something like shirk apologist, or you're going to start using these kinds of terms that imply kufr, then reconsider. I wouldn't use anything like that you've used for me. Don't start applying it, because
I don't believe that they are. I don't believe those guys are shirk apologists.
Why not? They're not coming out and denouncing the deviance of these the Ash'ari school, the Maturidis, who have positions that you deem to be kufr.
Dan,
and shirk.
Let me explain this to you. There are several people who did not sign off on the document saying that you were guilty of kufr and shirk and slander and all those other things that were listed. You actually engaged with a few of them today. But did you see their reason for not signing has nothing to do with the non-agreement? All of those different people, my brother, all in humanity, all of them agree that you actually are upon kufr and shirk. Do you understand that?
Yeah, we talked to them. They couldn't explain any of these positions.
No, forget those guys.
Your expert on istighatha can't even pronounce it. Your expert on jinn slaughter, like Dean Responds, he couldn't even make the basic distinction.
And did I ever say that he's an expert, dude? Come on, he said himself.
If they're not experts, how are they agreeing that I'm upon kufr and shirk? That's the thing that I don't understand. Like, they're not experts, but somehow they're making an agreement. They agree, even though they didn't sign, that I'm upon shirk and kufr.
Okay, so
how does that make sense?
You asked them that and they responded. They gave you their own response. I'm not going to repeat here what they said.
Don't you think that's idiotic? Don't you think that's moronic?
Bro, I'm not here to defend their positions. I literally just made a disassociation post from Dean and Orthodox Muslims. So what are you talking about? Listen, what I'm explaining to you is that the people who did not sign the document, it's not because they don't think you're upon kufr and shirk and that you're guilty of slandering Muslims. They believe all that. They just didn't sign it for other various reasons, as you saw with Dean. The same is true with Libiano. The same is true with Sheikh Uthman ibn Farouk. The same is true with Muslim Lantern. The same is true with all of these different people who didn't sign it, that you're appealing to, and you're like, yeah, this is a victory because they didn't sign. So you're interpreting from that they don't agree with the document. They do agree with the document, dude. They believe you're upon.
I didn't make any strong statement like that. I didn't make any statement about whether they agree with the document or they don't agree with the document. The claim that I made, and you don't make these basic distinctions because you don't listen to actually what I say. What I said was that these people are not going to make their online persona and their dawah about Wahhabi aqidah checking. That's what I said. And you agree with that. You agree with that they have rejected your project of aqidah checking all of these du'at and giving them ratings. They have rejected that project. And that's the whole point. That's why you consider them to be deviants. Actually, that's the original reason that you considered me to be a deviant, because you said we don't know what his aqidah is, meaning he doesn't actually talk about aqidah issues and ahlul bid'ah, and he doesn't do in detail refutation. That's what you said about Muslim Lantern and Uthman bin Farouk. They don't. Let me finish. They are deviant, and you disassociate, you make bara of them because they're not engaging in this Wahhabi witch hunt like you want to engage with. They have rejected that Wahhabi project, and that's why your whole letter was a massive failure. And now even Ali Dawah is refuting you and saying that this is disassociating with you and your project. Basically. And Fareed, why isn't Fareed and Adnan backing you up as you're getting attacked from all sides? Because your project has failed. Your project has been a failure.
What's the failed project?
The letter to make me into this pariah, this person who's doing so much damage to the dawah, according to you, okay, that has failed because all the people who signed on, or so many of the people who have signed on, except like the random losers that only went by their first name, like Ahmed or Ibrahim, they are disassociating with you. They're publicly coming out against you. They're Dean responds, or whatever, Orthodox Muslim. They didn't make a public statement about me, even if they have private beliefs that I'm upon shirk and kufr, whatever. That's private. Publicly, they came out and denounced you.
Well, Dean just did today.
What does that tell you?
Well, Dean just did today.
No. He actually, it was a question of whether I'm actually upon kufr and shirk. He was like, okay, I take that back.
No, he said that you are. He said that you are.
Respond to his statement.
He said that you are upon kufr and shirk for your position on the slaughtering to the jinn, and also for istighatha. He clearly said that.
Okay, put his name. Tell him. Okay, you've said it publicly. Now he has no excuse, right? Tell him to sign on to your letter.
I don't care.
He has no excuse now, right? The other guys, okay. They have repudiated you, and they're making videos denouncing you, and they say you have mental problems. They say that you have some kind of psychological issue. You've gone insane. You're like interrogating and investigating everyone. You're accusing people of being ikhwan because they're not refuting ahlul bid'ah in detail. Like, this is a joke to you. And I myself am, wallahi, concerned that for a moment there, before we actually came onto this live stream, that maybe he is having like a mental breakdown. Like maybe he is, like, because of the medication that he's taking, it is actually destroying his brain. And that's why, like, that was the original, but now you're laughing. So I think you deserve all of the backlash that you're getting, and you do deserve to be completely isolated and forgotten into irrelevance.
I'm fine with it, Dan. I'm fine with it.
I'm doing that because you're such a big cancer and growing. Like, it's a metastatic, like, you consider yourself to be this revolutionary da'iyah who overshadows all of the du'at, and they're all stealing from you, Jake. Like, all of these Orthodox Muslim, he stole all your ideas. Dean responds, he stole all your ideas. He didn't even give you credit. Muhammad Hijab, he stole your ideas. Uthman bin Farouk, he stole your. He's not doing anything original. You're the one who's doing all the original stuff, right?
Never said that.
Losers, and you're the star. You're the researcher. You're the one who has the consistency, because you actually
never said that.
Bid'ah.
Never said that.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. We all watched it and we all laughed.
You're saying that I didn't come up. They didn't come up with any original ideas at all. That they're not doing good research. I said exactly the opposite. I said that they are. So I don't know where you're getting this from.
You're saying your whole stream, okay, before I came on, like, now it sounds like you're supporting them, but you disassociated them. Why? Why did you disassociate from them?
I explained that on the stream, Dan. I don't know how long you were watching.
Yeah, okay. You disassociate them because they don't have the right aqidah. They're cowards. They are only doing dawah for their fame and their popularity. They're not this is what you are accusing them of. So
I didn't accuse them of not having any good dawah and genuine research. I didn't say that. They do.
Yeah, maybe you didn't say that about Orthodox Muslim, but you did say that about Muslim Lantern. You did say that about Zakir Naik, Uthman bin Farouk. You did say that about Uthman bin Farouk, did you not?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, Uthman bin Farouk.
You have like
There's very few people that are making unique contributions or innovative contributions to the dawah. I mean, I can repeat the same things if you want, Dan. Like,
no. I mean, we all had a good laugh. We heard
you had a good laugh. So I mean, it's like which one is it? Is Jake crazy and he'll say anything, or is he a coward and too scared to say it? Like, I don't care. And you guys think I'm either crazy or I'm clout chasing, but both options don't make any sense, because you're right, Dan. I am alienating myself from these other people and these audiences. I've done it with you and I've done it with all of them. So it's fine. Just leave me here in my room by myself and I'll talk to myself and my small audience, and you have nothing to worry about.
I have Sheikh Haroon here who wants to join. Are you gonna let him join?
No, not now, dude. I have to go pray Fajr. I'm have to leave now, honestly, because otherwise I'm gonna miss the prayer. And
right, well, how about Friday? You want to schedule something for Friday? I have a open debate call. Sheikh Haroon and me are going to be challenging Wahhabis. It would be great if you can come and talk to us. See, do I bite? Like, am I someone who's going to talk over you constantly and not let you speak? No, I'll give you a chance to speak, and I'll treat you with the same courtesy that you treated me. Join the stream and we'll talk it out. We'll get into depth on these positions, on tasarruf, istighatha.
Talk about what? Sorry.
Istighatha, tasarruf.
Do you know what Haroon Kanj has declared me?
No.
Can you ask him if he thinks I'm a Muslim? And if I'm not, what do you think about that if he declares me a non-Muslim?
Well, he's in the back. You can bring him up and ask him.
No, he's not. He's not here. Seriously,
Did
he's
you
not
block
here.
him? Because you might have blocked him.
He's not here. I don't know. I don't know what name he's came up before. I've removed a lot of people from the back stream because there was like a lot of people requesting. Anyway, you can ask him on your own time or on your own show. He's called me explicitly a mujassim. Explicitly. So do you agree with that, Dan? Do you agree with that label?
I don't know what he is talking about, what he's referring to you as. No, I don't think that you are a mujassim from what I know. But again, like, let's have him on. He's in the back.
Oh, I'm just trying. Yeah, you can have him on.
Bring him on.
He's not here, dude. I just told you. Can you hear the adhan in the background?
Well, okay. I don't want to delay you from your prayer, but I'm going to invite you again to Friday and come to that. Face Haroon Kanj directly. Face me. You can bring someone, like bring Bassam, like actually bring Bassam Zawadi. He's your S tier. And we can have a discussion, a cordial discussion, and discuss these issues. And you can clarify your position and he can clarify, and we'll have like probably a long stream to get to the bottom of these things. That's my offer to you.
I can't guarantee that because I don't know if he'd be willing to, or if he's available.
Are you willing?
Yeah, as I said, if he is, I don't know if he's available on that day or not, but he has conveyed to me privately. I hope he won't be mad if I say this, but I think he was intending to accept your challenge or request, whatever you want to call it. So maybe he would be open to that. I don't know. I'll have to talk to him about it.
Even if it's not Bassam, like, are you open to coming? If you're not available Friday, like the weekend, just give me a day, anytime now, and we'll come and have this nice little discussion, and we'll make sure it's timed. There's no interruptions, and we'll discuss like all these issues in depth.
Honestly, this weekend is not going to be good for me. I don't want to mention why, but I have something personal going on. So after this weekend, like probably next week sometime, maybe. But I'm going to be traveling. So, but Dan, you're going to be seeing me in a couple weeks. Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm really excited. We can have the discussion with the moderator there on these issues. Yeah, let's do it.
Are you going to be cordial, or are you going to get crazy?
Well, look, the form, I'm going to be cordial, of course. I think I'm being cordial with you right now. And I consider cordiality.
You might try to get a little bit violent. I don't know.
Wait, what?
You might try to get violent in person.
You're the one who says the death penalty applies to me, but I'm the one who's potentially
violent. I
saw
your engagement with, what's that guy's name? Who's the guy you met in person? The what's that imam you met in person and you had that little
Sohaib Webb?
Yeah.
I was violent with him?
Not violent, but it was getting a little testy there. It was getting a little frisky.
Well, I don't think there was any violence. He quickly ran away. Hopefully, you won't run away, and we will have an actual.
Can't run away, Dan. I'll be there for a whole week if you want to see me.
Okay, great. Why didn't you say so? Why didn't you say so? Okay, let's have in person. We can have a nice moderated debate. We can make it on istighatha or ibadah, like shirk. I think the best topic is shirk. That's where the main contention lies, is defining shirk. Let's have a nice moderated debate on shirk in person, and it'll be great. It'll be a good time. People will benefit from that. What do you say?
Well, where are you going to have it, and who's going to be moderating? I mean, modern day debate's only going to be there for one day.
The moderator, we can select in tandem together, but the moderator is going to be someone to just keep time. It's timed sections, and to make sure that during a person's time, there's no interruptions. That's what a moderator is supposed to do.
Venue. We need a place to go. I mean,
I'll figure that out. I'll figure that out. And
I thought you were blacklisted, Dan.
Blacklisted from like booking a location? No, I have legal rights in the United States. I can book a room
in the area.
It doesn't necessarily have to be in the masajid.
Okay. Yeah, I think that now, since we agree on the wilayat takwiniya issue, it's not really something genuine to debate. But yeah, if you want to debate on ibadah and shirk, basically some of the things we were talking about, we could pick an exact title. But I'd be open to that if you're actually going to be genuine and cordial.
Great. Okay. I promise to be genuine and cordial. I won't, use any colorful language, as long as you don't come and calling me a mushrik. I'll hold my tongue, and we will have a nice moderated debate in a nice location. It'll be live streamed, and I think it'll be a good time. Inshallah, it'll be beneficial, and we'll have we'll get to the bottom of these issues. So I'm glad you're committing. When you're visiting Houston, okay, you're committed to actually coming and debating shirk and ibadah with me in a moderated debate in Houston when you're visiting. Yes, confirmed?
Yeah, so I will be coming there on, let's see, the 30th. So which is a Friday, and the day after is the actual debate. So obviously that's not going to be good. But then I'm staying there until, when I was staying there. Sorry, it's not a full week. I actually was wrong about that. But I'll be there until February 5th, which is a Thursday. So it'd have to be sometime between Sunday and Wednesday. So sometime between February 1st and the 4th of February. Because February 5th, I'm going to be heading to Dallas because I'm having a debate with Avery God Logic on the 6th in Dallas. So it would have to be sometime between the 1st and the 4th.
Okay. So one of those days, I'll take care of the arrangements, and we'll set it up. We'll have cameras, live stream. It'll be a good debate, inshallah, and very highly anticipated. I think people are going to love it. So great. I'm glad that I got your commitment. I'll aim for between those dates that you set, and we'll do it, inshallah. So, and finally, again, are you seriously going to stand by Adnan Rashid as an A-tier apologist above Zakir Naik, Ahmed Didat?
I put him at B-tier.
Okay, B tier, is at the top. So your top 6, 5 of the top 6 are letter signers of your Mansour and Adnan are among the top 6 apologists of all time.
You want? Let me bring it up real quick. Let's have this, and then we'll close out because I really got to go. Let me see. Let me bring it up here. But by the way, I did a new ranking today, so.
So tell me your new ranking.
Well, no, it depends upon the criteria. So before I was not really including strictly Aqidah in the sense that if you don't have the correct, it really bumps you down a lot. I was being more flexible, and I was doing this off the cuff on a live stream. It's not like I came up with a rigorous criteria and then was putting like, oh, he got 5 points for this and he got 4 for this, and then computed it. It wasn't like that at all. So,
so I shouldn't actually be on the list because this is Muslim apologist. So I'm not even on F.
I know people pointed that out, Dan, but I felt that it would, I put Shabir Ali on here. Do you think Shabir is a Muslim?
I don't know.
You know some of his views, right? He doesn't think hijab is required, and a lot of crazy views.
I don't have his views off the top of my head. Like I don't remember. I think I know he has deviated views. Yeah, for sure. And no one should be listening to his stuff. But I'm not going to. The scholars should make takfir of individuals, not me.
So yeah, people pointed that out. I should have put you as an F next to Shabir, but you got a D because I mean he's just.
You put hijab, Ali Dawah, Uthman bin Farouk, all these guys an F.
Well, no, what do you mean? That's where
today on the stream.
I put them mostly in the D or F based upon their aqidah. Yeah. If you're going purely off of that, if you're including their influence and their popularity and, the amount of shahadas they're getting and all of that kind of stuff, then they get leveled up because of that. That's how I kind of did it in the first one. But if you're judging it purely based upon aqidah, then yeah, there's not going to be too many up at the top.
So you stand by Adnan Rashid being at B tier, and he doesn't. His he's not a ikhwani, right? When he's like going on the podcasts of different Deobandis and Ash'aris, and he's not like condemning them. He's calling them my sheikh. He's promoting their theological positions. He's not a ikhwani.
Who's promoting whose positions?
Adnan Rashid. Adnan Rashid, your friend.
Promoting what positions?
He is promoting these Deobandis, and he's saying, oh, look at what these Deobandis are saying about this and that theological issue regarding Shia.
I don't know enough about it, Dan. Send it to me, and then maybe I'll have to demote him after what you send me.
But he's going on you don't know that he's going on Deobandi podcasts?
I don't have a problem with that.
Why? He's like going on their podcasts and collaborating them. And he explicitly said in that 8-hour conversation that you referenced that he has no problem working with our Ash'ari and Maturidi brothers.
I don't either.
So where is his in detail refutation of the Ash'ari?
Who, Adnan?
Yeah.
Well, he has been very strong on the point of istighatha. He has been talking about that for a long time in public with the Shia and other naysayers. He has, in my view, for quite a long time, influenced as well a lot of other brothers who I know personally to get involved in really studying and learning Aqidah. So I see him pretty good in that regard. Now, has he done like a detailed playlist refuting the Ash'aris and Maturidis? I don't think so, unless I haven't.
How is he different than Uthman bin Farouk?
How's he different than Uthman bin Farouk? Because
Uthman bin Farouk has been doing more of a refutation and in detail on these issues.
You think so?
Wow.
I don't think so. I think Uthman completely flipped the script. Something genuinely happened to him about a year or two ago. He changed. Before he was doing that, and now he's become like, kind of just letting everything go and doesn't really care to really say anything publicly. That's what I see from him. He's more concerned about Numan Ali Khan's position on music than he is about Dan Shirk.
So it's just about their position on me.
Not just you. I've seen this in regard to other people.
Because when you look at the collaborations of Adnan Rashid and his explicit statements about working with Asha'ira and the fact that he doesn't have in detail refutations, Uthman bin Farouk has a lot more on that. But Uthman bin Farouk is
old, bro.
on D or F. Where's Adnan Rashid's old refutations?
No,
so this is like very inconsistent. And
no. Adnan Rashid literally directly was going at Yasser al-Hanafi today on Twitter, questioning him about his position on istighatha.
It's only based on me. It's only based on Adnan Rashid. Like, I'm living in his head rent free. That's why he's going at attacking Yasser Hanafi. He could have attacked the Deobandi position on istighatha at any point, like when he's literally sitting with them and praising them and saying Maulana, ya Maulana, and my sheikh. He doesn't question their position on istighatha in those settings. In fact, he's collaborating with them and he's actually promoting them. So how is he not Ikhwani? This is not consistent. And then the other person is Bassam Zawadi. Bassam Zawadi is on blogging theology. The person that you says is promoting Ibn Arabi and therefore should be at an F. Bassam Zawadi has multiple videos on blogging theology. How is he not Ikhwani?
Dan, I've been on blogging theology myself.
Yeah, okay. So you're collaborating with someone who is a non-Wahhabi and you're not refuting. Where's your refutation of these
check
people?
this out. When I went on blogging theology 2 times, guess who I was with?
I don't know.
Bassam. I wasn't with Paul.
Okay, yeah, but my point is that that's a platform.
Yeah,
that is promoting these figures and promoting mushriks like me, like their blogging theology is promoting mushriks like me. Where's your refutation of blogging theology? Why isn't Bassam the S tier? The S tier Bassam, where is his refutation of blogging theology? I think he's helping the mission of blogging theology, is he not?
Okay, hold on. I'll answer you. 1 second. Somebody's requesting. Dean is requesting to come back. If you're up for it, I can bring him on. I really do have to go pray. And if you want to stay and talk, or I can just end it. It's up to you. But sure. I'll answer your question about Bassam. Just quickly. Bro, I've actually brought this to him several times, and publicly, I wouldn't go on there again unless and until Paul changed his view. What really sent me over the edge was he started this blogging theology academy website, whatever, fine, good for him. But he made a 5-star mushrik the head of the academy. Okay? Who is a follower. What's that?
Does Bassam agree with that?
I honestly haven't asked him if he believes he's a mushrik, but he, of course, believes that he holds kufri and shirki positions, 100%. The guy is a full.
Why doesn't Bassam publicly disassociate from blogging theology?
I'm getting to this point. First, let me deal with me first. Why I went on there before. And yes, Paul was inviting on all these different kind of people, but he wasn't really strongly promoting a particular view. And he was just doing it as an academic exercise. Yeah, I just posted the link in there, Dean, if you want to come back. But when I saw Paul starting to go towards this direction and making this guy the head of his thing and then doubling and tripling down on it, then I said to myself, oh, I'm not going on blogging theology again. And I directly messaged Bassam about this. And I brought to him my concerns, why I don't think he should be associated with blogging theology. And you'll have to ask him about that because I don't think it's fair for me to give his response. Okay, because I don't want to reveal his private, response to that. And he's still, see, that's why I didn't want to share it like that, because now all these other people are requesting. Guys, I'm not going to bring any of you up, so don't even waste your time except for Dean. Let me just add him.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, just let me finish with Daniel and pray, and then you guys can do what you want. But so I'm not going to go into that because it's unfair for me to tell you what Bassam responded. You can ask him about that. But I wasn't fully satisfied with his response, but I could kind of understand his perspective and where he's coming from. But the difference with Bassam is he's very clear about his aqidah. That's the difference. I don't have a problem with somebody working with the Deobandis or the Ash'aris or the Maturidis under certain circumstances. I believe that we have a duty to even do jihad alongside of them. And I do believe that we have a duty to unify against the Zionists and, these other foreign powers who are actually against our common goals and interests. I believe that. I've said this numerous times. I have no problem with that whatsoever. In fact, as you keep trying to cite, I've actually had a discussion with he doesn't like to call himself Deobandi, but he comes kind of from that Deobandi background, Sheikh Nuruddin al-Rashid. I've had discussions with him. I've told him my views. He's told me his views. We went back and forth. I have no problem with that, as long as I am clear with my audience and the public on what my views are, and nobody is confused that just because I do one podcast or conversation with Sheikh Nuruddin, that they now think, oh, I have those positions, or I'm sympathetic to
Jake, try to finish up so you can go pray.
Yeah, so that is the difference, bro. And you have to understand these nuances. I'm not somebody who says, oh, you could never sit down with this Deobandi Mufti, just like I'm willing to have a discussion with Yasser al-Hanafi. But during that discussion, it's not going to be a kumbaya session. It's going to be a session where we disagree, explain why we disagree, and at the same time, I could still say that I would still collaborate with him or other Deobandis against the common interest that we have against the Zionists and other powers that be. So that's my position. I've never changed on that position one iota. It's always been that way.
You've changed your position over the past 2 days because you.
All right, Khalas, Daniel, he needs to go pray. Like we were waiting for him to finish. So
I think he can decide when he needs to go. But let me finish what I was saying to Jake.
Bro, he needs to pray. So like I think he should just let him go.
Wow, dude.
So Jake, just
Daniel,
Jake, you can go.
Give your 30
you can go and come back, and you can continue.
Me to hear it, and then I'll be back.
This dude is so disrespectful, man. Like you're even worse than Jake in some ways.
It's disrespectful to try and allow a Muslim to go pray. Are you okay?
Jake doesn't need you to babysit
finish,
him.
please. Just finish it. Just
finish. You're meant to advise your Muslim brother for the best.
You don't need to babysit Jake, okay?
All
so
right, Dan,
the point that I was going to make is that you're not consistent. Uthman bin Farouk is not clear on his being Athari. Ali Dawah keeps saying it over and over again. I'm Athari. I'm Athari. I don't agree with these other schools. Like Ali Dawah says that over and over and again. Muslim Lantern says this over and over and over again. But you still rank them as D and F tier. So this man and Adnan Rashid, who is
we're talking about a tier list. He needs to go pray, man. Jake, go.
Oh, I'm just waiting for Daniel to finish, so he thinks I listened to him. I'm leaving. I'm not going to respond.
That was the point that I was making. It's like inconsistent putting Bassam at the top. He hasn't refuted blogging theology. Adnan, he hasn't made clear his aqidah. Who knows what Mansour's aqidah is? I don't know. So yeah, that was just my point, and no need to.
Daniel, you can continue with him when he comes back. So. Daniel, you were mentioning before that I didn't know much about jinn sacrifice, but did you not blunder with me?
What was that?
Did you not blunder saying that you can sacrifice potentially to in the name of other than Allah?
I said that there's ikhtilaf on this. There's ikhtilaf and there's scholars.
But then you later said you didn't say that. So I want you to pull up this clip I just sent you here in the back chat on X. So this brother
I can't pull up anything.
took your statement. Yeah, you can check the private chat in the StreamYard. Can't believe you're delaying him over a tier list, dude.
I opened the link. I'm not seeing anything. Oh, okay. Here. I see it. Okay. So let me play it and listen to it. I'm still watching this clip.
All right. If anyone wants to see it, I'm just going to repost it on Twitter so you guys can see it. You just go to my Twitter.
Yeah, so I don't see what's the issue.
So I asked you at the beginning, is it possible you can sacrifice for other than Allah in the name of Allah? In the name of someone else other than Allah, sorry. So you're sacrificing in the name of someone else, not Allah. And you said it's possible. Then later you said, no, I never said that it's possible to do it in the name of someone else. So are you going to retract that? That you did blunder with me?
Let me repeat the statement, okay? So according to some scholars, as I read the quotes for you, didn't I? And you saw that they said that it depends on intending worship. It depends on the intention of worship. So slaughtering for jinn. So if you want to ask my opinion or my position, yeah, in certain cases, slaughtering for jinn is shirk.
No. When you say, please, oh my God, this is something, when I looked back at the clip, it was such a equivocation. There's a difference between slaughtering for and slaughtering to, right? People, whenever they get into these discussions, they equivocate on both. So that's why at the beginning, I didn't know exactly what you're saying. It was ambiguous. But if you mean it as, that's why I said, in the name of, because then it's very clear, you're slaughtering this thing for, in the sense of, this is who you're directing it towards, right? And I asked you in the beginning of the clip, I said, in the name of other than Allah, can you sacrifice that animal? And you said, it's possible. Later you said, no, I never said it's possible. So do you admit you blundered there? You can rewatch it if you like. You can rewatch it if you like.
Possible.
You can rewatch it if you like.
What do you mean possible?
That it's possible for you to do it in certain intentions that makes it not shirk, to slaughter in the name of someone other than Allah.
According to these scholars that I cited,
I want to know the two positions: the beginning of the clip and the second part of the clip.
In the clip, I'm explaining this the position of scholars, the position of scholars like An-Nawawi quoting Ar-Rafi.
So why did you say you never said it
as well?
So why did you say you never said it in the second part of the clip?
Because I'm talking about what the scholars have said.
No, you're talking about your position at the beginning. Replay the first part of the clip. I'm literally hearing you right now.
Okay, let me replay the first part of the clip.
Yeah. I can repeat to the audience. Actually, you know what? I can play on my phone. Here.
So you said that there's a distinction between slaughtering for and slaughtering to. So you said slaughtering for means is equivalent to in the name of. Is that what you're saying?
It depends. People can say for and to and equivocate. But what I'm saying is, to make it very clear.
Well, what's the difference?
Here I'm saying, yeah. Okay, I'm telling you now. That's why I said in the name of. So what I'm saying is, if you slaughter in the name of someone else, right, other than Allah, then that's shirk. But you can slaughter in the name of Allah for the sake of someone, like you said before with the king and so on. So instead of me doing it on my phone, I'm just going to get Jake to share my screen because he came back. So
yeah, what's up?
Yeah, just share my screen if you don't mind.
Okay, I think this is it.
Yeah, here we go. So I'm just
other than Allah, then that's shirk.
It depends on your intention. Yeah, it depends on your intention and belief.
Other than Allah, then that's shirk.
It depends on your intention. Yeah, it depends on your intention and belief.
Because I've been answering yours. Do you agree that if you slaughter in the name of other than Allah, then that's shirk? So here I'm asking your opinion, not scholar's opinion, correct?
I'm just talking about in this. I read the quote from Nawawi and Rafi.
No. I'm asking. In the context of this clip, was I not asking for your position?
I have stated multiple times that I am just relaying the positions of these scholars. So if you want to say that something is shirk, then you have to accuse Nawawi and Rafi of shirk. Okay, I'm constantly just talking about.
No. I understand that point. But in the context,
oh my God, bro.
Yeah.
Can I finish a sentence? You ask me questions and then you interrupt.
Go ahead, man. You can finish up.
So constantly, I'm citing the positions of these scholars on istighatha, on slaughter, on tawaf, and I don't say that that's my position. Okay, some
What's
of
your
these things,
position?
I don't necessarily have a position. I'm not a faqih.
Oh,
I'm
my
not someone
days.
I'm not in the situation where I need to decide to do tawaf around
Okay,
the
Daniel,
around
and
the
I'm telling
grave or
you
whatever.
now, and I'm telling you
Let me
now.
finish my let me land my point before you
You
interrupt.
land, bro. Just
Let me
hurry
land
up.
my
Go ahead.
point before you
Go ahead.
interrupt.
Go ahead.
So I'm relaying the positions of these scholars for a reason, because I actually want to educate my audience. I don't want to interrogate people and declare them to be upon kufr. I want to educate my audience to show that the Wahhabis, people like Jake or others who want to say that, well, this is clear-cut shirk. It's clear-cut shirk to slaughter for other than Allah. I read you the quote from Nawawi and Rafi where he says you can actually slaughter to the Kaaba. You can slaughter for the Kaaba. Okay, that's other than Allah, and he doesn't say that that's shirk. He doesn't actually say that that's shirk.
I got you.
So when I'm laying out these positions, and then you ask me about intention, I say, well, look, I just read the quote, and it's saying that intention matters.
Yeah, so I'm gonna play this one more time.
It may be
So,
shirk. Yeah, it may be shirk.
Here,
It may be
here.
Other than Allah, then that's shirk.
It depends on your intention. Yeah, it depends on your intention and belief. As it,
because I'm answering yours. Do you agree that if you slaughter in the name of other than
do you agree? I'm asking your position.
Allah, then that's shirk?
It depends on your intention. Yeah,
where I
depends on
said
that I'm
intention
relaying
of
as it says in the quote that I read, and you keep pressing me again, as I said before.
And I'm gonna wait,
class,
Daniel. I'm gonna play this full clip. I let you speak before. Just let me play this full clip. Daniel. I let you just speak. The reason why I interrupt you is because you keep wanting to talk for long periods. Just allow me to make my point.
Well, you're asking complicated questions. You're asking complicated questions, and that's why this is the worst kind of medium for you to interrogate someone and then not allow.
I'm not interrogating. I just want. I want to see if you would admit, because I'm going to be very honest. I believe you and Jake have big egos. I'm telling you from now. I think you guys both have gathered up a discussion where I believe both of you guys have made blunders. Both you guys in the span of this life, from what I've seen, I believe both you guys have been made blunders. You're both not qualified. I only spoke on the topic because Jake brought you up and you're asking me why I believe you're on kufr. That's the only reason why I responded. But to be honest, I don't believe either of you guys are qualified, and I believe both of you guys' egos have a role to play in your back and forth. That's why I was never interested to begin with. Now, I more so agree with Jake on these positions. I don't even know what your position is because you're not making it clear. That's fine. But the point is that I believe it's shirk. I believe it's kufr. Now, if a scholar held that belief, okay, I believe he's wrong. The same way you said, and I don't actually agree with you that Ibn Taymiyyah believed in the ending of hellfire. But using that principle, I agree with you. I don't make takfir. I don't make tabdi' of Nawawi, Ibn Hajar, or Ibn Taymiyyah. May Allah have mercy on them. So my point is that you can't blame us when we say you're saying stuff of kufr, right? When on the apparent, like the clip I'm playing now, you're saying it not necessarily so to sacrifice in the name of other than Allah.
Yeah, according to the scholars, yeah, not necessarily so. That is exactly what I read.
Do you have a problem if someone says it's shirk?
Oh my God, can I talk now? I let you go
you
on
can.
this.
Yeah, you did. I give you that.
You
You did now let me speak. I'll let you speak. Like I have this whole time. Go ahead.
Thank you. So about me having a big ego, okay, thank you. Like I will work on myself. I'll continue to improve, and we all have to look at our intentions. Thank you for your feedback. I appreciate it. So when you started out, if you play back the clip, you said that it is always shirk and kufr. You said that slaughtering for other than Allah is kufr and shirk.
In the name of.
Then when I gave interruption again, then when I put the examples to you of slaughtering for the king, slaughtering for guests, then you start saying it could be permissible. So you actually changed your position, and
because your terms are ambiguous.
Are you going to admit that you made a blunder? Are you going to?
No, I didn't blunder there because you had to
that, or that you weren't clear.
No, I didn't. Because you didn't disambiguate what you were saying. That's why.
So you can't even let me finish a sentence.
You're asking me a question.
I didn't finish the sentence. You just cut me off.
Are you asking a question rhetorically? You want me to respond?
I'll tell you when you can respond. How about that?
Okay, no problem. Go ahead.
So when you downgrade it, you initially because I don't think you're qualified. I think you're far less qualified.
Of course, I'm not qualified. I said from the beginning.
Qualified than Jake. Okay.
Yeah,
So
I'm less
shouldn't
qualified
even
than everyone. Yeah.
You shouldn't even be in the realm.
Put me F
of
tier. Put me F
declaring
tier.
me. Okay, because before I came on, like, you don't have the self-respect to actually talk to me directly. You are here on this stream with Jake talking about me being on kufr. Okay. You don't even have the self-respect to actually talk to me directly. I have to come and chase people like you. And then you come out and say, yeah, you're upon kufr because you say slaughtering for other than Allah is not shirk. And then I say, and then I give you examples. No, you didn't have those qualifications initially.
I had to disambiguate your terms.
Then I give the examples. And then you start changing your position. That's still slaughtering for a king, for guests. And then you started qualifying. So you could say that you made a blunder when I gave you other examples. You had to add qualification. So initially you weren't clear. So imagine I just clip that first part of you changing your position. I say, oh, you're equivocating. You're not clear. You made this blunder.
Yeah,
you made a kufr statement. And then I clipped that and I kept spreading it everywhere to all these networks. And I said that, hey, look, Dean responds is upon kufr, or he doesn't even know the basics of aqidah. How would you feel about that?
I got you. So there's a difference. You were using ambiguous terms. You had to disambiguate them. I disambiguated what I was saying, so we can both be on the same page on what we're saying. This is not analogous to what we're watching right now. What we're watching right now is you saying you never said something that you did say, and we're gonna play it now. I don't want to speak for the rest. I want to play it, and we'll let everyone decide if you did indeed blunder here. I'm gonna agree.
You already played it.
No. The clip is about a minute long. I want to give you the context.
I explained. Okay. Look,
I'm gonna play the whole clip. Daniel, I'm playing it.
I'll give you what you want. I made a mistake. How about this?
I'm playing it.
I'll give you what you want.
Depends
on your intention. Yeah.
What I want is for the clip to be played.
Yeah. Okay. You played it 3 times. That's such a disgusting tactic.
Let me agree that if you slaughter in the name of other than Allah, then that's shirk.
It depends on your intention. Yeah, it depends on your intention and belief, as it says in the quote that I read from. If the intention for the occupants of the house is
okay. So,
yeah, he didn't mention any of those details.
Come on, brother. Come on. That's what you need to defend, though. That's what you need to defend.
But why does it matter? Like, if that's the
because
law or whatever, that's your distintion that you just made up. Right?
Here, when I'm asking you that distinction, Daniel,
or in the name of whoever, in the name of Bob, in the name of Ahmed, his fatwa didn't mention that, did it?
Let me respond.
Who are we? We're talking about a fatwa, right?
Here, the point is that you agreed despite me making that distinction. You agreed that distinction doesn't do anything to the topic, but I don't agree. Now, the distinction that we made, which is in terms of in the name of or not in the name of, you agree that you can sacrifice in the name of jinn, and that's not necessarily shirk.
Where did I say that?
You said that's not necessarily shirk. Didn't you say that?
No, I said slaughtering for jinn, according to some scholars, is not necessarily shirk.
But what does it mean?
Daniel, I asked you
in the name of the jinn. This is something you made up.
Daniel,
what's the contradiction?
I asked you,
Pause it.
Sacrifice in the name of other than Allah without it being shirk. It's gonna finish. You said yes, that's possible. It depends on your intention. Did you not say that?
I did not say that.
You did, bro.
I said that.
Come on. It's almost done.
So here's the Bin Baz quote: "Sacrificing to a god, to an idol, yes, and you're like making yourself. It depends on your intention. Yeah, it depends on
sacrifice. You see what Daniel, answer my question because I've been answering yours. Do you agree that if you slaughter in the name of other than Allah, then that's shirk?
It depends on your intention. Yeah, it depends on your intention and belief.
Okay. So you admit you made a mistake there?
I don't even. Yeah, let's just say I made a mistake. Okay, I made a mistake.
Okay.
What's your point?
Okay. So you're telling me. So when you're on this live, this is what I'm telling you. You and Jake, I believe both of you guys have egos, because instead of trying to rectify you guys' statements and make it very clear and actually educate audiences, you guys are going around saying, oh, Dean doesn't know what he's talking about. Jake doesn't know what he's talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. No one's qualified.
You admitted that you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but you said it in a demeaning fashion. Let's be honest.
Look, you refused. I wanted to present to you all of these evidences. Yeah. And you went away. Now we're here. I can show you.
No. I believe that if
you just
a scholar
says
that,
this is such a cheap
Daniel, I'm telling you clearly. If a scholar believes that, I believe they're wrong, and it's still kufr. I believe it's still kufr.
So you believe that these scholars, Nawawi had kufr, was on kufr as well, just the same as Daniel.
The same way that you believe Ibn Taymiyyah was on kufr if you believe in Fana an-Nar.
So you believe that So Daniel is on.
Okay, why are you
kufr,
stuttering now? Why are you stuttering?
Imam Nawawi is on kufr.
What do you say?
Imam Nawawi is on kufr and Daniel is on kufr. Yes.
If someone holds to the belief that you presented, I believe they're on kufr, but I wouldn't make takfir. I've been consistent from the beginning.
Right. So I'm satisfied with that. I'm upon kufr in the same way that Nawawi, assuming like
But
this
you just said that's not your position. Is it your position or not? Because you're
not
saying
that
it's your
amazing,
position.
bro. You're not that amazing. You don't need to interrupt me while I'm talking. Okay.
Yeah, nor are you
You're
amazing.
not that amazing,
So
bro.
no one's.
Cool it,
You're just
cool it, bro.
self-projecting right now.
Cool it,
You're
bro.
projecting.
You're not that
Go
amazing.
ahead.
Cool it. Let me
You're
finish.
projecting, Daniel. You're projecting.
Let me finish my sentence, Dean.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So your interpretation is that when I am relaying the positions of Rafi, Imam Nawawi, Al-Buhuti, and whoever, that those are actually my positions and that I take those positions. Fine. I'll just grant that for the sake of argument. You say that if they have those positions, they're upon kufr. Okay, khalas. Then they're upon kufr. These 4 schools of Sunni theology, they're upon kufr, like Daniel is upon kufr. Great, no problem. Great. That's a big admission.
So,
that's a big admission.
No,
and
it's not, because it's the same way as. Yeah, it's the same way as. Do you believe Ibn Taymiyyah?
Someone like you,
Daniel, you cry about me interrupting you, but you just made your point. Daniel, just settle down. You're not that amazing, bro. It's all good. So
that was my line.
The point is that I got you. The point is that you believe if someone believes the hellfire will end, it's kufr, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Did Ibn Taymiyyah believe that according to you?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's the difference between me and you now? You make takfir of Ibn Taymiyyah.
I consider him to be Ahlul Sunnah. I consider to be an imam.
Okay, same thing with me.
Okay, interrupt.
So what's your point?
You consider me Ahlul Sunnah?
No, I didn't hear that point. Say it again.
You consider me Ahlul Sunnah?
Do I consider, Bert? I need to still disambiguate the stuff you were saying before. I still need to disambiguate. Because I was watching.
Let me finish. Let me finish my point. I consider Imam Ibn Taymiyyah, rahimahullah, an imam of the Sunnah, Shaykh al-Islam, part of Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah.
I agree.
Studied and respected, but he had a position that amounts to kufr.
Yes.
That's not what you think about Imam Nawawi and me if we are on kufr. We're not Sunnah.
What do you mean? No, what? Dude, you're projecting. When did I say Nawawi is not part of Ahlul Sunnah? What?
If he has this position, okay, if he has this kufr position.
Come on, dude, you're assuming my position. Let me explain my position. You just assume my position. You assume my position, Daniel. You assume my position wrongfully. Now, I'll tell you my position. Someone can be on kufr, I will not takfir them, and they can still be part of Ahlul Sunnah because you can give them other for that. You mean like an excuse. Now, the point I'm saying is,
what excuse?
Is that we're on the same wavelength in terms of a scholar can hold to a kufri position, he still not make takfir, and he can be part of Ahlul Sunnah because you can make an excuse for them. We're on the same page. Okay. Now, you're asking me if you're Ahlul Sunnah. Bro, you're trying to get me to manhaj check you right now, which I don't want to do. Now, I heard statements on the apparent that seemed like kufr. That's why I agree with Jake that your statements were kufr. And then we checked that clip and you were saying, yeah, not necessarily you can sacrifice in the name of other than Allah. And that's why I was saying you held to kufri positions. If you've explained it now that that's not your position, you're just saying the position of scholars or whatever, okay. But it's not going to take away from the fact that if someone does hold to that position, I'll say they're on kufr. I just wouldn't make takfir.
So Imam Nawawi is Ahlul Sunnah. Are Ash'aris Ahlul Sunnah or no?
Depends what you mean by Ahlul Sunnah. So if you mean it as they're not Shia and they're not other like deviant sects, then I agree. If you mean in that category. But if you mean it as in Ahlul Sunnah in terms of they're actually portraying the methodology of the Salaf, then no, I don't agree.
So they're not Ahlul Sunnah in the sense that they have the correct
methodology
and creed. Like they don't have the right aqidah, right?
Like denying ulu. Like, don't you believe denying ulu is like it's very clear from the Quran that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is above, right?
So they have kufr beliefs then.
Some of their beliefs could amount to kufr. Most of them are deviant.
Most of them. So the Ash'aris, the Maturidis, the 4 Sunni schools that actually have the position of slaughtering. As I mentioned,
I don't know if that's the majority position, but like I told you before, I don't make takfir of Maturidiyya or.
We're not talking about takfir.
And I don't. Okay, but bro, you understand that when people listen to me, they're gonna take it that way. Do you not understand? So here, we gotta always qualify it. Not everyone is so knowledgeable like you, Daniel, that they can know these qualifications. Most people don't even know what Athari Ash'ari is, to be honest, right? So I got to qualify these things. So like I was saying before, that there's things that are very clear and apparent from the Quran and Hadiths that I believe you can't like dispute. Like you just got to make ta'weel of and go away from the immediate or apparent interpretation, such as ulu. Do you not agree that ulu is very apparent and clear in the Quran?
Yeah, it's
and what ulu means is Allah being above, just for anyone. Yeah, go ahead.
But physically above?
What do you mean by physically?
Bro, don't even
what do you
get
mean by
started.
What do you mean by physically? No, you see how you use ambiguous terms.
Don't even get started.
You need to define it.
I'm back, Dan.
You think the point was that, hey, what
but you agree it was clear, right? You agree it's clear in the Quran, right?
Dean just admitted here that you can have a kufri position and still be Ahlul Sunnah. So on the position of slaughtering to other than Allah, he says that if that's the case, that the four schools and Nawawi, al-Buhuti, and the Hanbali school, Rafi, and the Shafi school, etc., if they have that position, they're upon kufr. Okay, but he's not willing to say
but they'll be
excused,
deviants.
Yeah. Like these are deviants, and these are
they wouldn't be deviants. Yeah, they wouldn't be.
They wouldn't be. So how am I a deviant?
No. So
am I a deviant?
Okay, so I never. When have I ever called you? I said you call up. I said that you say statements of kufr. When have I ever called you a deviant or a kafir? Come on, man. You're assuming stuff I've never said. No.
So then why does Jake assume that you agree with him?
When did I ever say you're a deviant? I said I agree with him in terms of you have beliefs of kufr.
Okay,
come on, dude.
Same way,
come on.
Same
way
that the Ash'aris do,
okay,
the
point is,
do,
yeah,
the same way that the
no problem.
Do,
Daniel, yes, they do, they do, yeah, but they're not deviants and they're not kafirs. Yeah, okay, I agree. Now, Jake, now, I want to understand this. I want to understand this. Was the point of this 8 out, Daniel?
I was listening to a message, dude. Relax.
Yeah. So I want to take this to a conclusion. Are we gonna squash this now and like get rid of what we're doing with the back and forth, and we've established each other's positions, and gonna take this in terms of, allowing scholars to talk on these topics? I'm telling you from now, people are gonna be confused on matters of istighatha. They're going to be confused on matters of, what is someone who's Athari, Ash'ari, whatever. There's going to be a lot of people confused now from the layman audience and with these intricate topics, because no one here is qualified. This is exactly why I didn't want to be involved with these topics, but now you guys have forced my hand to speak here. So my point is that, are we going to let this go and allow scholars to dialogue and have that being spoken about? Or are we going to continue with both sides? I believe you both have been making blunders, right? And if you categorize me, my blunder at the beginning, okay, I made a blunder. I have no problem in admitting it. Put me F tier in the tier list. I don't care. He was trying to say I blundered because he was using ambiguous language at the beginning about slaughtering 4, slaughtering 2, and whatever. Yeah. And
so I agree with you, Dean. We should leave these matters to scholars. That was my whole position at the beginning. And it was people like Jake and his network who came after me and started demanding that I make my aqidah clear and that I answer these questions. I wasn't talking about these issues. I only am forced to do so because I'm being literally takfired. I'm being literally takfired, so I have to defend myself. I 100% agree with you, Dean. Your approach actually is correct. And I am not qualified to talk about these issues in this depth. Jake is neither are you. So why are we talking about it? It's because the Wahhabis have forced us. They've forced us to talk about these aqidah issues because they are testing, they're investigating, they're asking who are your authorities. That's the problem, Dean. That's what I've been saying from the very beginning. The only reason I have to make these long documents and 3-hour documentary is because I'm being attacked. I'm being takfired.
Yeah, I don't condone people.
What was the blunder that I made? I'm just curious.
The what?
What was the blunder I made that Dean said?
Yeah, so people were telling me that you said, if you, I could say if you want, that when you go to, if you go to a grave, the Prophet's grave, and you ask him directly to give you a child, is that shirk?
Yeah.
That's shirk.
Yeah.
So why was everyone telling me that you said that that's not shirk?
Well,
That's
in
what
the
he said at the
beginning,
beginning.
no, in the beginning, Daniel didn't just say it like that. He gave a very specific example, which I responded to, and then I gave more context and I gave an explanation of my understanding of Ibn Taymiyyah's position, which I think is fully correct, which is that the reason why this is shirk is because we judge based upon the apparent meaning of what the person is saying and the action that they're committing. So the action itself is actually shirk akbar, which I explained very clearly throughout the rest of the discussion. But Daniel was saying, well, then what if the person comes up to you, or they say explicitly tell you that they didn't actually mean this, they meant something else. And he went
like tawassul.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Then I said that would be a different story. But initially, when we see that person making the statement, right? They're making the statement and they're performing the action. We say that this is shirk akbar. And Daniel is trying to say that you can't say that until you ask them or you confirm for them the details of their intentions. And that's
but you can judge on their parent, and then if they explain it, you can retract it. Yeah, that's right. Okay.
No, but what is the different story then? It's a different story. Like when you ask them their intention and they say they intended tawassul, and then it's a different story. So then it's not shirk akbar.
Yeah, because you judge on their parent first, and then once they clarify, you can. Yeah, that's right.
Dan.
So then you when they clarify
on this point,
I'm just asking Dean. Hold on. So when they clarify their intention that I just intended tawassul, then that initial calling that they made to the Prophet ﷺ, give me a child, then it's not shirk akbar because
once they've clarified it. But that's right. But the apparent is that it's shirk. Yeah, that's right. The apparent is that it's shirk, but now you have clarified that the apparent nature of your statement isn't true and that you intended something else. That's right. Yeah.
Dan,
bro, you're gonna get a lot of refutations now, bro.
You're not listening.
You don't even realize what you just said.
You're not listening to the point. Dan,
what do you mean?
You don't realize what you said, my brother. You are so barbecue Texas chicken, you have no idea. You have no idea whatsoever. So we're going to do this for you right now, Dan, because I'm going to give you a chance. I could just make a video about this later. Well, I really think we've had a decent conversation, okay? And I want to see if you're going to be honest about what you said here in the Omar Suleiman context. So we're going to listen to you because you claimed that in actual fact, you never claimed that Omar Suleiman, when he performed that ritual, you never claimed or believed that he committed an act of kufr or shirk akbar. You just believed that it was a mistake, it was haram, it was a bid'ah that he did, but it didn't rise to that level because you were not sure of his intention. But let's go.
Can you actually comment before we watch this clip? Can you comment on what Dean said? Dean said that you're not qualified to actually talk about these issues, and do you agree with that, or you think that Dean is a deviant for actually saying that you're not qualified to talk?
I don't think he's a deviant for thinking that I'm not qualified. I'm happy.
Okay, so he's saying that you shouldn't be doing this.
That's fine. That's his opinion.
But it's wrong, right? It's wrong. You think that everyone should be like you. Everyone should be aqidah checking everyone else. Everyone should be making their aqidah clear and refuting the ahlul bid'ah in detail. That's what you said about Muslim Lantern and
no, dude.
And I'll make it clear as well. Yeah, go on.
You said that you disassociate from them, or that you consider them to have ikhwani tendencies because they do not refute ahlul bid'ah in detail. So everyone should be involved with what you do. That's what you're claiming.
Dan, did you see Muslim Lantern's comment about you?
No.
From several years ago, he made somebody asked him about you on a live stream.
No. But why don't you answer my question?
Because I'm bringing the point to you. It's not merely that the person isn't doing what Jake's doing. I'm not asking people to do that. If Dean doesn't have as much knowledge as I do or other people, then he shouldn't be doing that. But the statement that he made on his YouTube channel, he only made that because I was making a big to-do about it. So if he or other people in his position made similar statements like that, or even just a short couple-minute video, that suffices. They don't have to be.
Yeah, but I'll make it clear. I disagree with you, Jake. I don't think someone has to make a clear statement on the YouTube post. Yes, I am this Aqidah and I disassociate, or not dissociate, but I believe these other Aqidas are deviant. If I've already in my live streams, when some people have asked me, yes, I believe that Aqidah is true, and I believe that the other sects are deviant, in the sense, not in the specifics, individuals, but I believe the creed are wrong.
Yeah, how many people have seen that, Dean? Like, you have to understand.
People know me. People my following, Jake. People my following know that I like. If I ask the chat right now, chat, anyone who watches me from the chat, comment now if you were unsure on what my Aqidah was, right? Who actually was unsure about my Aqidah, even though I didn't make that very explicit statement. When I speak about my creed, or when Christians are critiquing my creed, make it very explicit. This is my creed. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is above the arsh. And I believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has a yad. And I believe Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, etc., right? And I use Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah. And I use these scholars. And when I was reviewing Daniel's debate, him and Ijaz against Jadar and Sam, and I don't believe Daniel did that well against them in one point, I brought up Imam Ahmed bin Hanbal, explaining the point about it's your action of reciting that comes as intercession in terms of at the Day of Judgment. So when people watch my videos, they know my creed, bro. I make it explicit, I make it clear, and I use, they can even tell from my sources that I'm using. The same way, someone knows that I'm not Shia by the fact that I quote Bukhari. Like, it's just apparent.
Yeah, that's what you think. I don't view it the same way.
What's the reason for that? Why don't you see it the same way? He gave you like very good explanation.
I'm explaining it to you because there's a difference when you make, for example, do you have a video where you have a video that uses the word Ash'ari or Maturidi in your title?
Me or Dean?
Dean.
That's, first of all, that's a verbatim word fallacy. Even if it could be the case that I did, but I just don't have that title. That's one. But two, that if it's relevant, I don't have. Yeah, but Jake, I'm just showing your criteria is not good. It's just not good.
No, it is good. It's dude, trust me. You guys do not want to make it very clear. If you made a video that had such a title, it's not a verbatim word fallacy. It's how YouTube works, dude. You think the majority of your audience is going to see that one point that you made about Imam Ahmed, which isn't even a dispute amongst the madhahib on that anyway, right? Or your off-the-cuff remarks in a stream that you're doing for 5 hours. That's not the same as making a video specifically on this issue or an issue related to that and naming it regarding Ash'aris or Maturidis or something.
Okay, so I want to see where you're taking it, Jake. If someone doesn't do that, are they Ikhwani?
No, if someone doesn't do that and they have a track record for years of never doing that, and they're questioned about it, and it's suggested to them that
they're questioned about it. Okay, wait, Jake. Every time, I'm telling you from now, you're not gonna find one time I'm questioned about it, and I'm not apparent on my belief.
No, you didn't get that. No, that's not what I mean. Questioned about why you haven't done that, and when it's suggested to you that you should do it, and a long period of time goes by and you never do it.
Jake,
I just like I judge Omar Suleiman's action as an act of shirk, I judge you by your apparent of not wanting to do that. As
I got you. No, I got you, Jake. Have you ever suggested me to make videos on Ash'aris and Maturidis? You or no one has ever asked me to do that. You've asked, or people have asked me to condemn Daniel's statements, but I didn't do that, right? For the reason we mentioned at the beginning. And to be honest, I believe it's very apparent that anyone can actually decipher very easily that sacrificing in the name of other than Allah, I mean, I believe that's clear cut. I believe that's clear cut. You don't need someone to explain it to you. Or, and I'm not saying, Daniel, you necessarily hold to these views because you were trying to explain it before. I'm just giving examples of what I believed you said at the time. If someone believes that every single atom of the universe can be controlled by a person, I don't need to make a video to tell people, hey, that is clearly kufr. I believe that's very clear cut. I don't need to say anything about it. But if someone asks me about it, I would always make it clear. You won't find me dodging it.
Yeah, I'm not saying about that specific issue. I'm just saying, and it's not even just about Daniel in general. Daniel just happens to be the poster boy for now. That's all it is. He's really irrelevant. It's just about the issue and how the response was made to Daniel. If it was, for example, Shabir Adi, who I think he has clear kufri positions as well.
Everyone agrees. Yeah, he doesn't just have kufri positions. He's a kafir. Yeah, we all agree.
I believe he is too. But that's what I'm saying. If we were putting together a statement condemning Shabir Adi, and you responded in a similar way that to me you responded, which had to do with your concern about how many subscribers you have and whether or not you're going to get backlash from Daniel's community or Shabir's community, I would respond in the same way, dude. It's the same thing.
But it's a valid point, and I've asked people that I respect as well. That's why I told Farid, I'm going to ask people I respect to see if I should be on the list or not. And they came Farid? I do respect Farid. Yes, I do.
Do you know he's very disappointed in you?
He didn't make it clear to me on WhatsApp. No.
You don't care about it, but you could laugh. But I'm just saying that's what it is, bro.
I never laughed. What?
People could disagree with me, bro, but I'm just being real.
That's fine. That's fine, Jake. Listen,
you just expand the screen and then bring the clip up later, but just expand it because we're.
I like looking at your face, Dan. It's a good pose.
Okay.
You use very
lovely eyes.
You use very nice photos of me in your thumbnail, so I'm just returning the favor, dude.
Okay,
fair
play.
Yeah. So the point is that going back to what you said about Farid, you guys didn't make it, to be honest, on the call. If you're bringing up the call we had on WhatsApp, you didn't make it very clear to me that if you don't sign, I think this about you, or I think that about you. It came all in public. Right. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. That.
Yeah, you guys and the reason why I didn't, because to be very honest with you, I was shocked initially when you called me like that. I was very disappointed by it because I thought differently of you and Libiano. And I thought to myself, oh, Jake, don't really say anything right now, to be harsh against a brother. Maybe he's going to come around and really understand why this is wrong, at least from my point of view. But that didn't happen, and other things happened that, in my view, escalated it. And that's when I decided to eventually say something. So I already admitted that. I said that already publicly, that I didn't say that to you on the phone, and I wasn't kind of more direct, and I probably should have been, now that I look back at it. But I don't think it would have changed anything.
Yeah, I mean, same thing with Farid. I think he wasn't being very direct about it. You guys were kind of beating around the bush, to be fair. So the point is that
we were clear on what we thought you should do. But when you came back with the final, because originally you said that you were going to sign it, and then you came back and said, "No, I'm not."
And then I said, and I told here, here 1 second.
I know what happened. I remember. I know people think that my disease is screwing.
No, it's not that. No, Habibi, it's not that. Trust me. Here,
can we just step back and laugh at what's going on? You two talking about your deliberations, conspiring to declare me upon kufr and promoting of shirk and to disassociate. I'm sitting here listening. It's really sad.
No, but look, Daniel.
Man, we can talk about
comedy in the face of absurdity, bizarre.
Dan, we could talk about your strategies too, dude, and some of the stuff that you got going behind the scenes, if you really want.
What? Do I have a network? What strategy do I have?
You don't know, brother. I'm in your network. I got eyes and ears everywhere.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Well, what was the point of this video so we can play it?
Yeah, Dan, this is really. I want to give you a chance before I play it. Honestly, are you going to stand by your statement earlier that you did not declare Omar Suleiman's act at the time to be an act that he committed of kufr and shirk akbar? Are you really standing by that?
Yeah, I don't recall saying that, but
okay.
I did call it a pagan ritual, and the pagan ritual is, of course, shirk akbar. If someone engages in a water ritual with, in a Hindu ceremony, or like the Andrew Tate example takes the Eucharist, they're engaging in a shirk ritual. And that
are their intentions relevant? Are their intentions relevant?
Bro, we just talked about this over and over again. I said
just a yes or no, and then I'll play
the clip. Just play the clip and get your moment. Play the clip.
Are the intentions relevant? Because before you said they are.
The clip. Play the clip. I said exactly how they're relevant and how they're not. And I don't know what kind of gotcha you want to get, but people can go back to 3 hours ago and see what I said about that.
Yeah, they could, but it would just be better if you said the same thing again. But
okay, they can rewind and see the contradiction.
Yeah, we're going to hear you say.
Wants to come and argue that this is not kufr because we don't know the intentions. Not only is it impermissible, it is actually kufr. Now, if a jahil wants to come and argue that this is not kufr because we don't know the intentions of Omar and what's in his heart, I'll say this. His intentions are irrelevant. The action itself of pouring libations is a ritual of shirk. It is a pagan kufr ritual. The action in the chat is kufr. Even if exactly what I explained.
You said
in the chat. W in the chat.
You said the action is.
What I said.
Come on,
exactly
Danny
what
boy.
I said. I said in certain cases, in certain determinations, it's a pagan ritual. Of course, the intentions don't matter. Of course,
that's not what you said earlier, Dan.
Yes, I did.
We agree with this, Daniel. We agree with him.
Dan, when we clip this, Dan, when we clip this later, and put it together and show you saying that actually Andrew Tate and Omar Suleiman did not actually commit acts of kufr and shirk akbar, and we put it with this, we're going to see Dan contradicting himself, right? That's exactly what we're going to see. You explicitly said that you never declared the action that Omar Suleiman committed to be an act of kufr and shirk akbar. You not only just did that here.
Where? I didn't. Whoa. Hold on. Time out.
Oh my God, bro.
Time out. Where did I say in the clip? Time out.
You explicitly said that his intentions are irrelevant. That's the Wahhabi position.
No, you retard. Where in the clip did I say it's kufr akbar? Where
Dean,
in the clip did I say
is that Texas barbecue, brother? No. I know you're in Australia, but tell me.
Why are you lying? Like you're gaslighting us.
I'm not lying, dude. This is the dishonest man that we don't like.
You won't let me talk. Can I talk?
Man. Go ahead.
You just played the clip. You can play it again. Nowhere did I use the word kufr akbar or shirk akbar. You are lying. I did not say that. I said intentions don't matter. That the fact that he committed a pagan ritual. He was participating in a pagan ritual, which is a fact. And his intentions don't change the fact that it's a pagan water ritual.
Was it an act of
you're not understanding, bro. You're not understanding this distinction after I've explained it for 3 hours.
And was it
really speaking poorly on your comprehension?
Was it an act of kufr akbar?
Where did I say that?
I'm asking you, was it?
Where did I say that in the clip? You said
was it an act of kufr akbar?
Was it? What did I say that in the clip? Because you claim that I said that.
You want to answer?
Did I say that in the clip? Yes or no?
Just restate your position. Was it an act of kufr akbar or not?
Did I say it is an act of kufr
akbar?
In the clip?
You want to answer?
You can't answer my question. Did I say it's an act of kufr akbar?
The context is clear, dude. You used the word kufr. You used the word.
I never denied.
You used the word. Let me finish. I'm answering you. You used the word kufr. You used the word shirk. You said it was a pagan ritual, and you said the act itself. You said the act itself was a pagan ritual. Let's listen again. Hold on. Let's listen one more time.
No. Now let me answer my question.
Not only is it impermissible, it is actually kufr. Now, if a jahil wants to come and argue that this is not kufr because we don't know the intentions of Omar and what's in his heart, I'll say this. His intentions are irrelevant. The action itself of pouring libations is a ritual of shirk. It is a pagan kufr ritual. The action is kufr.
Even if the action is kufr, So in the context,
listen,
let me finish. Let me explain the clip, and then you respond. In the context of you calling it a pagan ritual, which the individual did, you said the action itself of Omar Suleiman was kufr. So what did you mean by that? You meant like a minor kufr? What did you mean?
Wait, are you going to let me talk without interrupting? Okay. So you initially said that I claimed it was kufr akbar or shirk akbar in the clip. We just played the clip again, and nowhere did I use the word shirk akbar and kufr akbar. And people can play back. You literally just said that, okay? And that's why I asked you the question. Again, interruptions, huh? That's why I asked you, did I say that in the clip? And then you kept interrupting me because you knew that you had made a blunder there. Okay, so that's the point number one. You're lying about the clip as you're playing it. Okay, I never said that
intentions are irrelevant.
Interruption.
Intentions are irrelevant.
Yeah, I'm getting to that. But the first point is that you lied, and in the clip,
I didn't lie at all.
So I did not say that he committed shirk akbar. I said he committed a pagan ritual. And the context of that is that people were saying, because this video was a response to Omar Suleiman and his defenders saying that, well, even if he participated in this, it's fine. It's fine because the intentions matter. So you shouldn't actually criticize him. You shouldn't actually criticize Omar Suleiman for participating in this. And I was making it clear that no, it doesn't matter. Okay, his intentions don't matter, but the fact that he's participating in a pagan ritual, the fact that he has different intentions, that doesn't minimize that fact. That doesn't take away from the fact that he participated in a kufr pagan ritual. And it's something that is a shame. It is a shock for an imam, okay, and someone who considers himself Salafi to participate in that. That's the explanation, okay? Yeah. I nowhere in that clip say that he committed shirk akbar. I say that he committed a pagan ritual act of kufr. And that's consistent with everything that I've been explaining to you for the past 8 hours.
Okay, so Dan, when you said that it was kufr, what did that mean? Is it minor kufr?
I explained it in the Andrew Tate example. I'll explain it again for you for the Omar Suleiman example, okay? To determine what is the level of haram that he's committed, does it reach the level of kufr or shirk akbar? The intentions matter. The intentions matter, okay? Just like it matters for Andrew Tate, just like it matters for someone who just randomly like walks into a church, the intentions matter. But the act itself is a water ritual or a taking the Eucharist or praying in mass. Those are kufr acts. Those are kufr because the Christians they're kufr, or the Hindus, they're kufr, their shirk are these rituals, these acts of worship. Okay? Do you get the see, this is the distinction that I keep making. I keep disambiguating for you because it's ambiguous, okay? What was said in this clip and what you're saying, it's ambiguous. I'm disambiguating it. That's Dean's favorite word. And you keep wanting to insist that no, I am accusing him of committing shirk akbar, kufr akbar, and now I've changed my position. That's false. Your interpretation is completely wrong, and I'm explaining it to you. This is like literally the 6th or 7th time that I'm explaining to you this disambiguation, and you want to keep insisting like this is a gotcha. No, it's not, bro. No, it's not.
Dean, do you think he's disambiguated it to explain how he's not in this clip accusing Omar Suleiman of kufr or shirk akbar?
Dean said he's not an expert. Dean said we shouldn't even be talking about
I'm not. Yeah. So I'm not an expert. I don't know the context of this clip, and I don't know the past like 4 hours you guys been speaking for, so I can't speak.
Okay, let's go to the next part of the clip here.
Thank you, Dean, for being consistent.
Because he insists on this path.
Who sent Ahmed Mun'im? He sent a question. I think recently you had a show with a brother in London, and he's saying that you made takfir of Umar. So that's again a question. Maybe he understood that. I wanted just to clarify something before Daniel steps in there. There is a difference between what we call mutlaq, takfir mutlaq, that we talk about an act. So the act could be an act of shirk or kufr, but takfir muayyan, individual takfir, is totally different, because we have to maintain two areas here: willful intention and knowledge. And this has to be addressed by the individual himself before you even do that. So, I haven't watched, I tried to watch it, but I found out it's 2 hours. So I said, no. So I said, you know what, I'm just going to give a blind question to Daniel, and maybe he can recall what he said on that show. Can you please state what you said and explain that that's not your approach at all of making takfir of people?
Yeah, we did in that show. It was very explicit that we are not making takfir. We said explicitly we are not making takfir. So maybe the questioner didn't watch that part of the show. Nowhere did we say that fulan is a kafir. In fact, we said the opposite. We said we're not going to make takfir. We say that.
Yeah, I just want to clarify something. Daniel, do you see how when I told you before, I always have to qualify. I'm not saying he's a kafir, or I'm not making takfir. Do you see how you made that exact same point right now? When you asked me, why do you keep clarifying you're not doing takfir? Because people are going to misquote you, and people are going to misunderstand you. So yeah, anyways.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is what's happening with this letter that Jake keeps saying that you agree with. It accuses me of promoting shirk and kufr. So people will mistake that as them takfiring me. And 34 global dawah personalities are takfiring Daniel.
But I know majority of people on that list don't takfir you.
But you just said that the interpretation, what a common person might interpret, is that
Jake, in the list, does it says we all declare Daniel a kafir?
No.
It's okay. So okay.
The point that you made, Dean, right now is that people are sensitive. They think that if you accuse someone of being upon a kufr position, that you're takfiring them. And I was saying exactly, that's exactly the problem. One of the many problems with their statement is that they accuse me of being upon kufr, and people will mistake that as saying that Daniel is a kafir.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, let's finish.
This is an action of kufr. We said we're not. Nowhere did we say that fulan is a kafir. In fact, we said the opposite. We said we're not going to make takfir. We say that this is an action of kufr. Okay, the action you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
The action you can say this is an act of shirk or this is kufr.
Yes.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that the person who has done it has committed is a kafir.
Yeah, we have to remove 4 areas which can be summed up in those 2 points: willful intention and knowledge, that he did it knowingly, and also he had the intention of doing so.
But even if it's regardless of intention or knowledge, it is still an act of kufr.
Absolutely.
This is a major intention or
doing so.
But even if it's regardless of intention or knowledge, it is still an act of kufr.
Absolutely.
This is a major thing, not something small, not a lapse or just
I just said the willful intention and the knowledge to al-muayyan, that if you want to point finger, like you want to say this person. Yes. Okay.
But you don't really. Dude, we're gonna go through how many clips?
So Dan, you don't think that makes it clear that you were clearly saying that when you say that the act itself that Omar Suleiman committed was an act of kufr, that didn't mean kufr akbar, then why in the hell would you be having a conversation about whether or not you're making takfir on the person if the conversation is not even about kufr akbar? It clearly is. It's about kufr and shirk akbar, and you're saying the action that he committed was an act of kufr and shirk akbar, but you're not making takfir on that person. It's clear as day for any honest person to see, and if you continue to say that's not what you meant, you're just a lying shaitan, and you're just proving it.
Did I say in the clip that he committed kufr or shirk akbar? Yes or no?
Okay, Dean, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, I've gathered everything that's happened so far, I think. Okay, so
Why didn't Jake answer the question? Did I say that he committed an act of
verbatim word fallacy, guys? That's a verbatim word fallacy.
Yo, clip Jake.
Dude, are you so dishonest that you're telling me
That's
now?
not my statement. I don't.
You're sitting down with Sheikh Karim Abu Zaid and you're discussing whether or not you made takfir on a person. You're saying the intention doesn't matter. It's still an act of kufr and shirk, but we don't make takfir of that person. Why would takfir be relevant if when you say it's an act of kufr and shirk, it's not kufr and shirk akbar, it's only the minor kufr and minor shirk. It would be not irrelevant to even be discussing takfir because you don't make takfir over that issue.
Bro, you are so out of your depth. Okay, as
no,
Dean
you're out of your depth.
Let me talk now. Let me talk.
Let me
talk.
You are a complete liar.
Let
me
talk.
Liar.
You're a liar because I did not say in that clip. We just watched it. The whole audience is there in the chat. They can confirm. I did not say he committed an act of shirk akbar or kufr akbar. I did not say that. Why it's relevant to talk about takfir is that that's the questioner. The questioner is coming to Karim Abu Zaid and asking. That's why it's relevant. That's why we're talking about it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
That is completely consistent.
Daniel. Here, I get where Jake's coming from. I get where you're coming from. Jake is saying that if this isn't something that seems to appear takfirable, you could have just said, "Oh, he was doing minor kufr," but instead of you saying that, instead you said that I'm not making takfir. Yeah. No, let me finish. That's where Jake's coming from, and where you're coming from is you're saying, no, I was just answering the questioner because the questioner was already answered in my previous video. I was letting him know that we're not making takfir of him, but nor in your video or in that question video did you say it was akbar or asghar, right? But we all know that you can't make takfir of someone that does minor kufr, right? We agree on that, yeah? Yeah, so that's the point. The point is that that's where Jake's coming from. He's saying
also you have to combine it with the fact that he explicitly said in both clips, in relation to the question of it being kufr and shirk, the act itself, he says that the intentions are irrelevant. So wait, is Dan going to spin this to the I'm siding with Jake on this one because it seems to be that otherwise takfir wouldn't be in question unless if his intentions were seen. Okay, if his intention and knowledge was established, you would make takfir on Umar at that point, correct?
His intention to worship a idol, or to do a Hindu ritual,
So that's the point. Yeah, that's the point that then you are saying it's major kufr there. You are. That's right.
No. Again, I'll state it once again. What I'm trying to convey to the audience in these clips is that he's doing a major thing. Like this is something like someone can do like riyat, for example. Someone is doing riyat and they're showing off, and this is minor shirk, according to many scholars.
Yes.
Okay. But that's something that everyone kind of struggles with. And if you accuse, this person has riyat, okay, well, so what? So what? What do you mean? So what? It's shirk. So what? But it's more than that. Like it's more to go and participate standing next to an LGBT priestess and a rabbi and a Hindu. It's more than that. So that's why I said it's a major thing. This is literally a pagan ritual. This is a kufr pagan ritual that he's participating in. So for those who say that his intention is important, because if he didn't intend this as an act of worship, then we should continue to praise him and consider to him to be a scholar and an imam, and he is leading this research institute. That's wrong. That's wrong. No. It doesn't matter what his intention actually is. He has done a very grave act, a grave sin. This is a major thing that he needs to be condemned for, and he needs to be criticized for.
Right.
And the whole context of that is that they were pushing. There were so many of these people who were defending people like Yasser Qadi, Zaid Shakir, Sohaib Webb. All of these compassionate imams came out to defend him and say he did nothing wrong. He did nothing wrong in participating in this. So that was the debate. I wasn't debating on the minutia if he's in Islam or not.
No, I understand. So I just have wait, 1 second, Jake. I'll let you respond in a sec. But Karim Abu Zaid, I believe that's his name, the person in the video. Yeah. So he interpreted your
Exactly
video
what I was
as
gonna get.
yeah. So he interpreted that it was shirk akbar, but you didn't make that minutia where it would be expected, because he's interpreting your words as he's doing shirk akbar, but you don't make takfir because of these two criteria that were meant, intention and knowledge. And then you never clarified it. So someone can easily infer from the clip that you agree with him it's shirk akbar, but then these two criteria just need to be met.
He didn't say it. Even he.
Oh,
even
exactly. This is what I
No,
wanted.
wait. Wait.
Even Kareem
Wait. One
so
sec.
critical.
Daniel,
Intentions and knowledge are so critical.
Daniel, one second.
Dean, I want to ask you this. Let me ask you this
Yeah.
question.
Yeah,
It's
go
a bombshell for Danny Boy.
Yeah, go on.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that in that clip, Kareem Abu Zaid believed when he was using the words kufr and shirk that he was referring to akbar or only minor kufr and shirk?
How should I know? What is he?
I'm asking
his
Dean,
words.
not you. I'm asking
because it's a mas'ala that seems to be takfirable, it's easy to infer that he's talking about major.
And I can bring on Kareem Abu Zaid or ask him directly because I know his position. He's a Wahhabi, Dan, and he always was even back then. So he
Then
was
where,
talking,
can you bring a statement from?
talking,
Can you bring a statement from Kareem Abu
Dan,
Zaid? Here.
Dan,
Can
he
you
was
bring a
talking
statement?
about kufr and shirk akbar. So not only are you going to make ta'wil of your statement, you're going to say that no, even Kareem Abu Zaid didn't mean it was kufr and shirk akbar.
I didn't say that.
You're
I didn't say that.
dude.
I did not say that. Like, what? Why are you putting words in my mouth?
Okay,
Everything
so what
is
was
just
his
your
position?
projection. I
What
don't
was his
know.
position?
And I did. Can I speak?
Yeah, let Danny speak. Go on. Yeah. Go on.
No, adab. Look, I don't know what Kareem Abu Zaid meant. Okay, when he's talking, he says that intentions are really important, that knowledge is really important, etc. He's saying that intentions are really important. Why doesn't that actually support the kind of interpretation that I'm giving it?
It was
So
referring
where is Sheikh Kareem's statement? Sheikh Kareem can go on the record today, since he's so brave and he signed a statement against me and he Aqidah tested me in front of his whole conference. Sheikh Kareem can make a statement. Yes, Omar Suleiman committed shirk akbar. He committed, as an imam, he committed shirk akbar. Show me the statement where Kareem Abu Zaid actually says that.
Okay, what if I do you one better, that we bring this clip to him and he explicitly says that in his clip he was referring to kufr and shirk akbar? What if he says that?
So what? How should I have known that? Do I have to read his mind?
Oh my God, you didn't know that, dude? You didn't know he was a Wahhabi back then?
I just go on the basis of what he was saying.
Okay, Dan. So this is the thing. You had that entire episode or podcast, whatever, with Kareem Abu Zaid. Then you had the same thing with Dawah Man, and it was much more of the same thing. So you're going to also try to convince us that you had no idea that Dawah Man believed that Omar Suleiman committed an act of kufr and shirk akbar. You didn't know. It was ambiguous to you. You had no idea.
Why are you?
But yet you never tried to.
Yeah.
What's going on here, Jake? What's going on here? Let me explain, Jake.
Disambiguate that for Kareem Abu Zaid in the audience, as well as Dawah Man in that audience. It's ridiculous, bro. Nobody takes this seriously. You're busted.
No. What's happening here is you can't trap me. You've been looking for all of these clips, digging for example of me saying that Omar Suleiman has committed shirk or kufr akbar, and you can't find it. So now you're resorting to, oh, well, you were sitting with Kareem Abu Zaid.
This is literally 11 months old, bro.
You were sitting with Dawah Man. Why can't you let me speak, bro, without interrupting?
I'm just saying, this is 11 months old. I didn't look for this on the spot. This is 11 months old. Okay.
So you're just saving it. Yeah, you're saving a file.
Yeah, I got files on you, dude. We got the whole.
Yeah, we know that you're like.
On you.
So listen, so you can't find the actual statement of me making what you claim that I intended. So now you have to go to what Kareem Abu Zaid intended. He didn't actually say it. He intended it. And we had to infer that. And oh, Daniel, you were sitting there. So that must have meant that you agree. Like, this is your strongest proof, bro. And
No,
anyway,
Dan,
the
you're
whole
actually
exercise,
more Wahhabi than Kareem Abu Zaid.
the whole exercise is pointless because I can just say that, okay, oh, I made a mistake. Oh, this was wrong. Okay, I can say that, deal with my position now, and you haven't been able to do
I
that.
would respect you, Dan, but that's why for so long people have not wanted to debate you, because we see you as a dishonest piece of shit. That's how we see you, because you refuse to actually say the truth, which is obvious to everybody, that you held a different position at the time, you developed and you changed, and you're no longer a Wahhabi, you renounced your Wahhabi Shahada, and now you have a different position. And I would respect
I was
that.
never
Say,
a Wahhabi.
okay, man, that's it. But now I
Can
can't
respond?
respect you because you will not even admit when you're wrong and you change your positions.
Can I now respond, or are you going to keep spouting expletives at me and call me a piece of expletive and I don't know what else? Can I respond?
Yeah, sure, Moshe. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what's actually happening here is that you don't understand these nuances, as Dean responds, and many people now have been saying, like, look at your comment section, bro. You even have to delete or close off the comment section because everyone's calling you a jahil. You don't understand these.
Really open. What are you talking about?
Interruption.
You're just lying, bro. The comments are flowing.
With your tier list, you close the comments, you shut those down, right? Because everyone is saying you are a jahil. You don't actually understand the distinctions that I'm making. Neither does Fareed, neither does Adnan. That's why you run away from my debate. I had to like track you down to get you to commit on camera. And we'll see if you actually show up to this debate in Houston. And you don't understand the distinctions that I make. I'm no scholar. I'm just a student of knowledge. But compared to you, I might as well be Shaykh al-Islam. Compared to your ignorance. So I make distinctions that you can't comprehend, and you just shout shirk and kufr, and you takfir people constantly on such a flimsy basis. Like, it's shocking. You see a tweet and then you say, oh, this person is clearly a kafir because someone said that he is trying to show the Muslims up. Like, this is so bizarre. Dean here is sitting here and saying that you're ignorant. Stop talking about these issues. And you think that you're some kind of authority to judge people and to interrogate them on their beliefs and to bring up your file that you've been saving for 10 months. Like, dude, I'm living literally in your head for the past 10 months like this, rent free. This is crazy.
Just Daniel, Daniel. So let me just clarify what I said. I believe someone, that's a layman, they can distinguish something like wilayat takwiniya, like absolute control of atoms in the universe, being kufr, or sacrificing to other than Allah. I'm not criticizing.
Kufr akbar, bro. You can't say just kufr.
Okay. Well, yeah.
You gotta just ambiguate.
Yeah. I have to disambiguate it, and no more verbatim word fallacies.
There is. You know the difference between minor and major shirk?
Yeah. Of course.
Do you even know the difference? Do you even know, like, the example?
Riya, or like you said, riya is one example.
What about standing for your elders, for example?
Damn,
dude,
come on,
you're trying to Q&A. You're trying to Q&A me now. Wait, Daniel, you're trying to Q&A me right now on it. But you're using me as a standard just before. I was just moderating. Come on, man. Like,
no. You're not a moderator, bro. You just
Daniel,
come in and
I was being fair. Was I not being fair to you in moderating?
No, you weren't.
I was. Come on. I was giving my honest opinion, bro. Come on. Like, everyone knows in the chat I was.
Okay. So if you understand the difference between minor and major shirk, standing for your elders, Ibn Taymiyyah considers that.
Like, you're not going to Q&A me, man. You're not going to Q&A me, Daniel. The point is,
you can watch
the point is that
you can sit here and interrogate me for 9 hours. That's fine.
I answered your questions before.
Interrogating us, it went both ways. Be honest.
Yeah. I answered your questions before, Daniel. Let's be honest. On Istighatha, I was answering your questions on Istighatha.
Because honestly,
I'm not here, Daniel. I'm not here to debate you. I'm not here to debate you.
Then why do you keep interrupting me? Then let me talk. If you're not here to debate,
I'm clarifying what you said about.
Why do you keep intervening?
Because I'm clarifying what you said about. I don't believe you represent me well. If you're going to appeal to me, I'm going to clarify. I'm not here to debate, right, on this topic. I was here to clarify why I believed you had kufr before. That's all, right? Now, the point is that regarding all the discussions we had of sacrificing in the name of other than Allah, or someone holding the control of all the atoms in the universe, right? These topics, right, I believe a layman, they can speak on, and I believe that they can easily infer that these are matters of kufr, right? And obviously shirk akbar, yeah. Now, the point is that I believe takfir, Jake is wrong. I don't believe he should be making takfir of you. I'm going to be honest, right? And yeah, go on.
These scholars have holding positions of shirk akbar. So why are they not mushriks or kafir?
As Karim Abu Zaid clarified, there needs to be a criteria that's fulfilled in order for someone to be takfired on. The same way that you mentioned Ibn Taymiyyah, if he really did have that belief, I don't believe he did have that belief on Fana and Nar, but if he did have that belief, you wouldn't make takfir of him, and me likewise, I wouldn't, even though it would be kufr akbar, it wouldn't be asghar, right? Now, I want to, because I don't actually know on Jake's account, because I don't make takfir of you. I don't know why Jake makes takfir of you. I believe he's wrong, right? So I think that's the most important point. So Jake, why do you make takfir of Daniel?
We went over that for like an hour, bro.
I mean, just to summarize in conclusion, so everyone can get an idea, so we can end it off. So do you still maintain the fact that Daniel's a kafir?
Yeah.
Okay.
So because of his position regarding the sacrificing to other than Allah, or in the name of however you guys want to word it, doesn't, I don't care. That issue, the issue of istighatha, his position on ibadah in general, and also on the issue of him saying that the belief that non-prophets could be greater in status and rank than a prophet, than a nabi, is not kufr akbar. It's just a bid'ah, but it's terrible, but it's not actually
okay. I want to understand if someone believes that. So, for example, a Shi'i believes that with regards to the imams, and I used to be Shia, so I know what they believe. So if they believe,
I didn't know that. That's a revelation.
Yeah. So if they believe that the imams are greater than the prophets, would that you would takfir them or not? Even though you believe it's kufr?
No, not initially. No, not initially.
Okay.
It is a position of kufr, but the difference with Daniel, if he allows me to just say this for 30 seconds, is that Daniel had used that in an opening prepared statement in a debate against two guys who.
No, I saw that one. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
I agree. I agree with Daniel's position.
Let me finish this. It's not only that. So this has been going on for whatever, at least over a year. And then in response, it's not a Wahhabi thing. Deobandi ulama, who used to work with Daniel, Mufti Zamil, who used to write articles for his website, literally, wrote an entire refutation of Daniel on this point, and Daniel responded in kind. Then Mufti Zamil made another response, and Daniel made a second response. So he's doubled and tripled down on his position now, not in response to Wahhabi ignoramuses like Jake, but in response to Deobandi Shiyukh, who he actually respects, who accused Daniel of actually holding to a kufri belief, and they explicitly said that no, you're all wrong about this.
Okay, I understand. Do those Deobandi Shuyukh, do they make takfir of Daniel?
Not explicitly in the article. I don't know. I would probably doubt it.
Where does they say, like, refresh my memory? Where does Mufti Zamil say that I hold a kufri belief?
I would have to go through the article now. If you really want to wait, we can really read it.
Yeah, like I don't recall that. Maybe I'm just remembering because it's over a year. So I'd like to know.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. But Jake, have you?
Hold on. In regard to takfir, they don't explicitly make takfir of Daniel in the article.
Okay.
And I don't think that they would. I could be wrong, but I don't think so.
Okay. So, but your thing is it's a cumulative thing where he has many of these things, and all of them he's been explained to him.
He's doubled. Yeah, like he's thought long and hard about this. He's doubled and tripled down.
My question,
not from me, from people he actually respects.
Okay, my question is, Jake, is there anyone that is a sheikh, right? Someone who studied, right? Not just a student of knowledge, someone that's actually a qualified sheikh that said, yes, like Daniel was a kafir because of his statements. Do you have anyone like that?
I haven't asked any ulama about that specifically.
I would advise not to takfir Daniel until you get that.
Many of them, to be honest,
even that statement, you're like even not even representing my statements on the whole prophets versus imams issue. I didn't deny. I didn't say that it is not, like, I'm sure that it's. I said that it could be kufr.
Could be kufr akbar or asghar.
Come on, brother.
But it's not ma'lum min ad-din bid-darura.
Wait, Daniel, clarify akbar or asghar.
No, like major kufr, yeah, that takes you out of Islam.
So you believe it's major kufr?
It's possible, he said.
It's possible, yeah.
But it's possible. But is it, what percentage is it?
Bro, don't be stupid. You can read the article. I'm saying it's not ma'lum min ad-din bid-darura, known with necessity of the religion, that is kufr akbar. And this is the point that Mufti Zamil.
I have to bring up another file, Dan.
Yeah, bring it up. You couldn't even. You have a file apparently, but I asked you a question like, where did Mufti Zamil say I have a kufri belief? You can't even pull that up. So
yeah, I can. But
can I talk now?
Go on. Yeah, go on.
Okay, so I want to know with Mufti Zamil, like he's bringing up this position because he had this kind of takfir of the Shia,
which I don't even hold, Dan. You keep lying about me, but go ahead.
So. Okay, so you don't consider all of the Shia to be kufr. We can talk more about that. But Mufti Zamil has this position that like these countries are not Muslim countries, the Shia countries, like Iran.
Yeah, we disagree.
I don't believe that. I don't believe
we
that.
disagree.
But that was so how can you, if they have these beliefs that you're saying is major kufr, okay, then how can they be Muslim? How can
first
these
of all,
Shia be
not all of them do. I'm sure on this, but the reason why I focus on this one is because, and I think you would agree, and I think that's actually why you've kind of doubled down on your position, is that this is a more widespread and common belief. Even Dean himself said he used to believe that. So what I'm saying is, so that is a more common belief, but I believe, just like many Sunnis are on many matters, the Shia are ignorant. So I give them an excuse of ignorance. I don't make takfir of the country of Iran and say that all of their, all of the Shia, not only in Iran, but other places are kuffar. That's not my belief at all. I believe that many of them have reason they're not kuffar because many of them are ignorant.
Yeah, but you're saying that this is one of the reasons that you consider me to be a kafir.
No, but he believes you're not. He believes you're not ignorant, Daniel. He believes you're not ignorant. That's the point. He believes you've been doubled down. And
no. I'm saying that you are not ignorant, and you have doubled down that this position is not kufr.
I'd say that it could be. It could be, but it's not like necessarily known of the religion. That's the position I have.
But then when I show you that you said the opposite of that, now you're going to twist your own words.
Where did you show me that I said the opposite? Where?
I'm going to show you. You really want it? I'll show you.
The problem is that you can't even disambiguate what I'm saying versus what I'm citing from these scholars.
I'm sorry, man. I'm not
over and over and over again. You can't you guys can't understand. If I cite the reason that I cite scholarship is to show that the Wahhabi position that this is kufr and this is shirk, that you're aqidah testing everyone, that if you were consistent, you have to extend your declarations of mushrik kafir to the 4 Sunni schools, to the major ulama of Suyuti, Subki, Ibn Hajar al-Haytami, even Ibn Taymiyyah, even Ibn al-Qayyim. Like, you have to be consistent. That's why, and you don't do that because you're not consistent. You're inconsistent. You apply one standard to me and a different standard to these other scholars.
All right, let's listen to Mufti Danyal.
They mentioned that it's possible for some people to be higher than the prophets. Again, the pre-modern scholars, they didn't cite any scholar from earlier than 200 years that had this argument. So what the Shia believe, it's deviant view that imams can have a higher position than some of the Anbiya. And this is a deviance. This is deviance. They say higher than some of the Anbiya, not the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, but some of the other Anbiya. So you don't see pre-modern critique of this because it's not that easy to critique. So he also mentioned people being higher than some of the prophets. The belief is not that the imams, the 12 imams, bring new revelation. That's not what the Shia believe. They believe that it's possible for imams to be higher than the prophets. Not the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, but some of the Anbiya. And yes, this is fully deviant. This is a terrible belief, but is it kufr? And that's what you have to prove. Is it ma'lum min ad-din bid-darura? Show me the proof. In reality, the historical Sunni scholars didn't focus on this issue. They didn't focus on this belief of the Shia. Why? Because The 12ers are explicit that the 12 imams are not prophets.
And
they claim.
time.
Okay, we can continue this in the open discussion, but they reject that the imams are prophets, but they will cite people like Khidr.
Gotta jump
Yeah, go ahead.
into the open dialogue. We're going to go.
You're saying that Khomeini is the top authority. That's false.
Okay, I think that moves on to something else there. So you clearly say, that it's a bid'ah, and then you say, but is it kufr? You need to prove that. And then you go on to say that the classical scholars didn't actually focus on this issue, and that in reality, I don't know who exactly they cited, but you were claiming they can't cite pre-modern scholars that actually said this. It's only recent scholars from the past 200 years. And you were casting doubt on the whole thing. You were saying that, oh, it's very hard to actually critique this position. And you were going to bring up counter arguments about Khidr alayhi salam and all of these different points. So it's clear that you in the video are saying that it's bid'ah, and you're asking them to prove to you that it's kufr because you are not saying that it's kufr. You are not sure that it's actually kufr. And you are actually bringing counter arguments and saying that pre-modern scholars didn't actually say this.
I said explicitly, it was like through my words, and it was in the slide to prove that this is ma'lum min ad-din bid-darura. To prove that is difficult, to establish that it is clear-cut kufr. That's what is difficult. That's exactly what I just told you. You play the clip and it confirms. The clip confirms exactly what I just told you. Here, look. I'm going to give you the detailed clarification of my aqidah. You want everyone to declare their aqidah and make it crystal clear. I'm going to read this for you. And if you're not scared for me to read this, and then you, on the basis of this, declare what is the kufr and shirk. Because here is a statement that I made. This was months ago. This was back in what date? I think this was like last year. And I made a detailed statement. You ignored it. Reed ignored it. Share the screen. Share the screen, and we'll read it. And it includes this. It includes this issue.
I was just asking if you want me to share the screen. Okay, let's go to it.
Okay, detailed clarification on my aqidah to address the gross misrepresentation spread by Jake, Farid, and Adnan. These three figures embrace the takfiri ideology of Ibn Abdul Wahhab. For this reason, they're obsessed with collecting material on every individual and group to establish that they are kafir. This is what they do with Ash'aris, Maturidis, Sufis, and others. It's also what they do with me. In my case, they look through media content that I've produced over the past decade. They comb through hundreds of hours of video footage and literally make files and hundreds of thousands of words of text. They're looking for any vague statement or slip of the tongue which can be taken out of context and used to portray me as a kafir. Given that their smears have caused some confusion, I've decided to issue a detailed explanation, and I hope that everything will be as clear as possible. In explaining my beliefs, I will use two phrases. The first phrase is known with certainty, ma'lum min ad-din bid-darura. By this, I mean that there's no doubt on the matter. For example, it's known with certainty that it's wajib to pray 5 times a day and fast Ramadan. It's likewise known with certainty that it's shirk akbar to worship Lat or worship Jesus. The second phrase is belief that something is true but not known with certainty. By this, I mean that the available evidence from Quran and Hadith indicates that something is probably true, but there's not 100% certainty. In other words, the matter is dhanni fiqh opinion. It's more likely than not, meaning there's more than 50% certainty. For example, a person can say, I believe that smoking is haram and also that it breaks the Ramadan fast, but this is not known with certainty. A person can say, I believe that marrying with the intention to divorce the next day is fornication, or I believe that when two people own a slave girl and have sex with her, it is fornication, but these things are not known with certainty. Hence, I would not impose the had of zina on those who engage in such acts. This is in keeping with the maxim, avoid applying the hudud where there are shubuhat. But just because I don't impose the had, it doesn't mean that the action is not zina. Rather, it's likely to be zina, but the punishment is left to Allah. He can say, I believe that making requests of jinn and angels is shirk akbar, but this is not known with certainty, and hence I would not takfir and execute the person who makes such requests. But just because I do not takfir and execute the person, this does not mean that the action is not shirk. Rather, it's likely shirk, but the punishment is left to Allah. It's not surprising that the rulings of the Sharia are unclear in certain areas and not known with certainty. Most fiqh rulings are dhanni. Consider the following hadith from Bukhari. The Prophet ﷺ said, both legal and illegal things are obvious, and in between them are suspicious, doubtful matters. So whoever forsakes those doubtful things lest he may commit a sin will definitely avoid that is clearly illegal, and whoever indulges in these suspicious, doubtful things bravely is likely to commit what is clearly illegal. Sins are Allah's himma, private pasture, and whoever pastures his sheep near it is likely to get in it at any point. I now address 3 aqidah matters where my views have been grossly misrepresented. These are istighatha, the comparative status of prophets and non-prophets, and wilaya takwiniyah. Istighatha, calling the dead for direct assistance. I believe istighatha to be haram in all cases. In some cases, I consider istighatha to be known with certainty to be shirk akbar. An example is if someone calls to the Prophet ﷺ for assistance, heal me, while believing that he has independent power from Allah, I will takfir such a person. In other cases, I believe that istighatha is shirk akbar, but do not believe that it's known with certainty. An example is if someone calls to the Prophet ﷺ for assistance, heal me, while not believing that he has independent power, I'll not takfir such a person. However, in reality, he may be a kafir, but if this is the case, then the punishment is left to Allah. In no cases do I deny that istighatha is shirk akbar. Anyone who claims otherwise is committing a logical fallacy. The statement, I believe that istighatha is shirk akbar, but this is not known with certainty, is not the same as the statement, I believe that istighatha is not shirk akbar. So that's the istighatha issue. The comparative status of prophets and non-prophets. I believe that the term higher in status, afdal, is vague. It can simply mean more beloved to Allah and closer to Allah. It does not necessarily mean having more prophetic or divine authority. It is kufr to deny that as a general principle, prophets have a higher status, afdal, than non-prophets, meaning wali, awliya, imams. I also believe that this is known with certainty. Okay? I believe that it's kufr to deny that each prophet has a higher status than every non-prophet. But I do not believe that this is known with certainty. Thus, I do not believe that is known with certainty that Maryam or the Mahdi or Khidr have a lower status than every prophet in history. And some reports say that there is over 124,000 prophets, Anbiya. This is despite the fact that Maryam, the Mahdi are non-prophets and Khidr is likely a non-prophet. Suppose someone states that the Prophet ﷺ and his family, Ahlul Bayt, including the Imams, are the best of creation. If he means by this that the Imams are prophets in all but name, then this is known with certainty to be kufr. If he says this is out of love and reverence for the Prophet ﷺ, then I believe this is kufr, but if it is not known with certainty to be kufr. It should be noted that understanding these matters requires a careful examination of the many Sunni and Shia hadiths, which use the term best of creation and which recommend love for the Prophet ﷺ and his belief and his family. I believe that someone who reads these hadiths could doubt that the Prophet ﷺ would react in anger and takfir an individual who came to him and said, "O Prophet, you and your family are the most beloved to me and the most beloved to God and the best of creation." Point 5, in no cases do I deny that it is kufr to claim that a given non-prophet may have a higher status than a prophet. Anyone who claims otherwise is committing a logical fallacy. The statement, I believe that it's kufr to assert that a given non-prophet may have a higher status than a prophet, but this is not known with certainty, i.e. my position, is not the same as the statement, I deny that it's kufr to claim that a given non-prophet has a higher status than a prophet. And then wilaya takwiniyah, I believe there are multiple versions of Shia wilaya takwiniyah doctrine, but the basic idea is that Allah transfers some amount of power to Shia imams who are also considered to be awliya. In one version of the wilaya takwiniyah doctrine, it's asserted that Allah transferred his powers to the imams and then left them to create and control the universe. This is called tafweed. Belief in this is known with certainty to be shirk akbar. In another version of the doctrine, it's asserted that Allah transferred some very limited amount of power to the imams, like Sulaiman's power to miraculously control the winds. This is not shirk akbar. In another version of the doctrine, it's asserted that because imams are pious awliya, Allah loves the imams so much that he answers any request that they make. It's claimed that the imams make limited requests, such as healing a person, killing an enemy. Then this is not shirk akbar. If it's claimed that they request to create and control the entire universe, then this is known with certainty to be shirk akbar. I do not deny in any general sense.
Yeah, you like that.
Yeah, is it? Oh, I was gonna say I thought it was on my end.
No, you like that. You like that.
Man, I just want Dan to get back on the Wahhabi tip, man.
Seems like he was. It seems like he was going back on some stuff he was saying, like on the slaughtering point. It seems like he was saying it's not in the name of the person. You're sacrificing in the name of Allah for someone. So we got him to at least concede on that point. So I think he's, I think he's conceded on that. But regarding the
sorry, my Chrome crashed. My browser. Sorry. Here, it's almost done. I'll finish the statement. I do not deny in any general sense that the Wilaya Tekwiniya doctrine is Shirk Akbar. This makes no sense as there are multiple versions of the doctrine. Some are known with certainty to be Shirk Akbar, but others are not. As I explained in conclusion, I don't believe that the preceding matters are simple. Rather, due to their complexity, they can easily cause confusion. It's impossible for me to address them in 1 or 2 sentences. This is why I've offered to clarify my positions through direct debate and discussion with any critic. Jake Farid, and to a lesser extent, Adnan, ignore all of this. Instead, they pretend that my opinions can be considered into 1 or 2 sentences. They say things like, Daniel denies that istighatha is shirk akbar. Daniel denies that it's kufr to assert that non-prophets, like the imams, are higher in status than prophets. Daniel denies that wilaya tekwiniya is shirk akbar. All of these claims involve gross misrepresentation based on logical fallacies and extreme oversimplification of my views. And this is done to smear me, discredit me, and incite others to takfir me, or actually declare kufr or takfir against me. I don't doubt that despite infinity clarifications, these fitna-monger Wahhabis will continue to distort my sentences to generate further smears. That's their cheap games, and hopefully sincere people see right through it. However, I still feel it necessary to clarify matters for those who are genuinely looking for truth. Allah protect us all. This is from February 23rd, 2025.
Yeah.
Wait, so Daniel, can you scroll up a bit on this? Just a little bit. I want to see the 3 things. Okay. So, yeah, right there. Yeah. Okay, we can add to that. Daniel thinks that you can slaughter in the name of other than Allah. That's another accusation, right? So we can add 4 there now. Okay.
Yeah.
But from what I've gathered, you don't necessarily deny istighatha shirk akbar. You don't necessarily deny that it's kufr or major, there's a valid position that it's major shirk to say that other than prophets are other than prophets are higher than prophets. Or you don't actually, I think you made it clear, your position is that wilayat takwiniya in the sense of controlling all the atoms in the universe is shirk akbar. And you do believe that it is a valid position to hold again, that it is shirk akbar to say that you can sacrifice in the name of other than Allah. Did I misrepresent anything there?
I think that was accurate, I think.
Okay. These are all positions that we hold to. So why is there, like, this is what me and Jake hold to as well. So why is this back and forth?
No, the difference is that I say that these things are not known with certainty.
Okay, so but we can get on record right now. You agree with us that it's not this whole Wahhabi or whatever. If someone holds to it's not extreme or anything. If someone or it's not like out of the ordinary. If someone agrees with all the statements I just said, correct?
I've said that. I've explicitly said that.
We're clarifying enough for everyone. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, my problem with Wahhabism is that you have to do takfir, because you say that these things are certain. There can be no ijtihad, there can be no difference of opinion, or there can't be any uncertainty in these things. Like, maybe that's the better term. There can't be any uncertainty. Therefore, if someone says that, well, actually there is uncertainty because there's like the smoking example, like, is it haram to smoke? I don't deny that it's haram to smoke, but can I say this is ma'lum min ad-din bi-darura? Like, this is known with certainty in the religion? No, I can't say that. And no one would say that. But that doesn't mean I'm promoting smoking, or I'm saying I'm a smoking apologist. But the Wahhabis say, no, if you say that something is uncertain and you can't come down in a definitive way, then you're an apologist for shirk. You're undermining it. And that's my problem with Wahhabism.
Okay, but you don't disagree that these things are all shirk akbar in your position?
Yeah, depending on your interpretation of these things, on those factors that I just read, yeah, it could be shirk akbar. Yes. You think I think Ibn Taymiyyah, for example, rahimahullah, is an extremist Wahhabi takfiri? No.
Okay, so yeah, at least we can clarify that point. Now, the main point now is not whether it's, and now it's whether it's actually known by necessity in the religion. And that's what we've been discussing before, right?
Well, no,
and
you guys are having a love fest here. It's not as simple agreement as you're making it out.
No, it's an agreement that at least Daniel was saying that these positions are not extreme to say they're shirk akbar. That's the first point. But we do disagree. I would disagree with Daniel as well. Obviously, I would agree with you that so for example, wilayat takwiniya, here wilayat takwiniya using in the sense of controlling all the atoms in the universe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's what we're agreeing on.
In that sense of it. But that's the thing. Like,
how is that not known by necessity? How?
When it comes to controlling all the items, I said it is. It is shirk.
So why here are you saying it's not?
Hold on.
Because wilayat takwiniya has different definitions.
So if somebody denies something that is known in the religion by necessity, is that kufr?
Yeah.
Okay, so then that means that Kanj and Yasser al-Hanafi,
that follows.
Positions.
That follows, yeah.
If that's their position, like again, go to the Ibn Taymiyyah
example. Harun Kanj made it clear the other day. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Bro, both of them made it clear. I even asked Yasser al-Hanafi directly in a direct message. He holds the istiqlali position that unless there's independence, it's not shirk akbar. He says it's a bid'ah, but it's not shirk akbar. And Harun Kanj is even worse. He's saying it's an acceptable position.
Yeah, let's bring the clip because Daniel did have a full clip when you were speaking to Harun Kanj. Can you pull that up?
Yeah, but bro, Daniel, are you disputing our representation of those two?
My understanding of them is that they're talking about positions conceptually, like that hypothetical that I brought to them. They were applying a certain standard that they have, and I said that, well, I don't agree, like that this is the standard, and I made that clear. Yeah. And we didn't go into further depth because that wasn't the point of the discussion. So I didn't interrogate them. I didn't give them an aqidah test to understand exactly the nuances of what they think about those positions.
Yeah, I think the issue is
you have to talk to them. You have to talk to them and get their detailed view where they can justify themselves instead of relying on me and doing this kind of chain takfir thing. That he said something on the stream and then you didn't respond, and my interpretation, like that is a completely batil.
That's not what happened.
Way to do takfir.
We're not making takfir. That's not the point.
You are making takfir of me.
Oh.
I never made takfir.
I'm talking about in the case of Yasser al-Hanafi and Kanj, we're trying to represent their position. You just said when they stated their position that you disagreed with them. So that shows clearly that you understood their position to be different than theirs. I mean, there's no
I had Harun Kanj here. He's telling me that he was in the back and he's blocked. You've blocked him, and he sent me a screenshot that he is blocked. So you deliberately blocked the guy. He can't come and explain his views. And you're telling me, you're trying to get me to make a statement on something that I said to you that I'm not sure about.
You're not sure that that's Kanj's position.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the details of his position. I don't know how else I can say this more clearly. And you're wasting time.
You said you disagree.
You're wasting time. You're stalling because I just read you this detail. And Dean responds right now. You called it a love session. He's saying that actually this makes a lot of sense, that Daniel is not actually taking the positions that I thought he did.
Yeah, because he hasn't studied you for the past 2 years like I have, and your deception, and he doesn't know the subtleties in what you're actually doing.
Yeah. So I'll try to understand that. So here, with regards to wilayat takwiniya, there you're using in terms of
he agrees with us on wilayat takwiniya.
Yeah, okay, he agrees on that. But what I don't understand is
where we disagree.
I did see.
If you agree with it, then why did you say, like, this was a statement from February 23rd, like a year ago, pretty much. If you agree with it, and here's the statement, then why did you write?
Yeah, I'll tell you what I remember. I do remember when Hijab was speaking with Jake and Daniel was reacting to it live. I do remember Jake was asking Hijab a question on this topic. I forgot the exact details, but then Daniel on the stream was saying, no, it depends if the person is dependent on Allah, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember that, Jake? Yeah. So
yeah,
it did.
Danny flips flops more than
Yeah. So I think So it does. So back then, Daniel, when that was, I don't know, Jake, if you have that clip. Do you have that clip where Daniel was reacting
Look, I'm
to you
not
to speak to
interested.
hijab?
Look, I'm not interested in you guys because you, Dean, yourself admitted that you are not knowledgeable on these issues and that no one should be talking about it. So for you to sit and say, bring up this clip, bring up that clip, it looks like you're doing an investigation.
No, Daniel. No, Daniel. I clarified before.
Why can't
Daniel, just make
why can't Jake?
Daniel.
Jake actually respond to this tweet and this statement that I made? And
He will. He will. I'll allow him to respond, but please don't misrepresent me again. I believe layman Muslims can know that controlling all the atoms in the universe is kufr akbar. It's known by necessity. We said that from the beginning. Certain things known by necessity, and you said you agree with. People can talk about it, but what's on matters such as sacrificing animals to other than Allah, and does this person say that, or this other person say that, or something like fana al-nar, and Ibn Taymiyyah held that position. These are intricate topics. Most people don't even know how to read the Arabic for these texts. That's what I was referring to. I'm not referring to stuff that you can know in the deen out of necessity. People can talk about that. They should talk about it so people can be educated on these fundamental matters. That's not what I was referring to.
They're only coming up. These issues only come up because Jake and his Wahhabi network have Aqidah tested people. They've Aqidah tested them. They want to bring out the fact that, oh, this guy has the wrong Aqidah, or we don't know what his Aqidah is. I wasn't talking about these issues. And then when I present like a nuanced view, I give these distinctions, I make these citations, I do stream after stream, he says that, oh, I'm flip-flopping or I'm contradicting myself. The problem with you, Jake, and this is why you have been running from me for so long, is that you don't understand these nuances. You don't understand these distinctions. And when I bring up the proofs and the citations, you have to scramble and you have to say, oh, well, actually, you're mistranslating. I can't understand your translation, or, oh, making excuses. Here we are now in this stream for 9 hours. I show you this document. Okay, Dean says, okay, I don't really see the problem here. You say, oh, you're just dumb, Dean. You actually don't know Aqidah. So let me prove to you that this is shirk. So focus on this document, Jake. Point me to exactly where this is shirk that actually takes me from Islam.
Yeah, Daniel. Yeah, wait, before you respond, Jake. Daniel, stop misquoting and misrepresenting how people are saying stuff. Come on. Anyways, go ahead, Jake.
Yeah. So,
okay, Dean. What was the problem then? What was the problem?
Jake never called me dumb, bro. Like, you're just misrepresenting what he was saying.
He said
just because I don't need to be following you guys and the back and forth for the tens of hours you've been going back and forth for, in order for me to understand that certain positions are kufri, and that I believe that Daniel's holding to kufri beliefs. I knew enough to establish my position on that, right? And you've clarified some points.
You need to investigate to come to the determination that I have kufri beliefs.
Say that one more time.
You don't need to actually know what I've said about an issue to come to the conclusion that I have kufri
I watched I watched your video and I still believe it's kufri, such as sacrificing. The one that you made on specifically sacrificing to jinn in the name of jinns. You can sacrifice directly to them.
Yeah. Again, we can go to that part of the.
But you don't believe that, right? But you don't believe that. You don't believe that you can.
I didn't deny that can be shirk. I didn't deny that it can be shirk. I said that there. Right. Is it something that's ma'lum min ad-din bid-darura? When there's other scholars, when there's these other figures. Imam Nawawi.
Yeah, so Jake, do you believe Daniel? I'm trying to make a point for you.
In the name of
Daniel, I'm making a point for you. Let me ask Jake. So Jake, do you believe it's known by necessity in the religion on that point of sacrificing in the name of other than Allah?
Yeah, and sacrificing to the jinn. Yeah, that's shirk akbar. Known with necessity.
Nawawi committed shirk akbar. His position is shirk akbar.
I already responded to that. So what's your point?
Oh, you didn't respond to that point.
Nah, he did. He did. I remember what he said. So Jake said,
"What did he say?"
I need to look. I need to look at the quote. I need to see the context, etc.
I don't trust you with anything that you say, even about your own position. So I don't trust you with anything you say about a Nawawi or any other scholar. But what's your point of asking me that, Dean? I don't get it.
No, I was just trying to establish to see your position on it, because
but Daniel doesn't even see the point that you're missing, which is, I think Dan is smart enough to gather, which he knows. I mean, I don't know why he would be challenging me on a debate or discussion if he thought we held the same position. We don't hold the same position. If fundamentally all of these issues are connected to your position on ibadah and shirk.
Yeah.
And that's why Dan brought Kanj and Yasser Hanafi on to talk about those issues. Because we do not hold the same position that they do.
Okay, so I have a question for Daniel based on that. Yeah, I have a question for Daniel based on that.
I want to break down his three things
go
he said,
on.
just quickly.
Yeah.
At Wilayat Tekwaniya, he already agrees with us. Even if you believe it's a dependent being and they don't have istiqlal or independence, it doesn't matter. It's still shirk akbar. That's the only thing, and he said it's known with necessity.
Known by necessity as well, yeah.
It's the only thing that we actually agree on in the several points that were mentioned.
Granted, and I want to say something on that point. So, Daniel, if someone rejects something that's known by necessity in the religion, that's takfirable, right?
Yeah, something that's ma'lum min ad-din bi-durura.
So if it is the case that Harun Kanj and the other scholar, I'm not sure what his name is, if they do hold to that position, then then it would be takfirable then, if they held to that view.
Yeah, if they are contradicting something that is known with necessity of the religion, that's tantamount to takveeb, to saying that the Prophet ﷺ lied.
Okay,
so that would be takfirable if they had a position like that.
Right, and Dan, that's what I was trying to explain to you about what the Deobandi scholars are saying in regard to the other issue regarding nonprofits. They're saying that it's known by necessity in the religion. I know you disagree with that, but I'm saying they're making that claim, and in virtue of that, they could declare you to be upon kufr. That's the same point.
All right, if they've said that, then show me.
So anyway, but Dean, what is your point? Because what I'm saying about Dan is on the points of disagreement on istighatha, on slaughtering to the jinn, on doing these pagan rituals like Andrew Tate, Omar Suleiman, on all of these different points. The difference between Daniel and us is he's going into all these points about the intentions and the beliefs that the person has. And we're saying, Dan, just come back to your Wahhabi belief before and saying that in these cases, the intentions are irrelevant and they're still acts of kufr. That's what our position is. Dan is saying
no, I agree. But Jake, I still disagree. Yeah, but Jake,
no, they're not. Hold on a second. When he says no, they're not necessarily, it's in the context of what are their actual beliefs when they are performing those actions. And we're saying their beliefs about what they're doing is irrelevant. The only thing that's relevant is them knowing that they're performing the action itself. That's it.
Right.
Yeah, and that's where you're inconsistent. Like you have an inconsistent.
Right. So that's where we have to debate, Dan. That's coming up. Don't worry.
You're inconsistent on the theory, but you're also inconsistent in applying the same kind of takfir. Because when I show you that on the issue of slaughtering, on the issue of istighatha, on the issue of any of these other acts, that there is ikhtilaf and that their scholars, major ulama have disagreed, you won't takfir them. You won't takfir them.
Okay. I see that. Okay.
There's a contradiction.
So how about I understand what's being said. So the one thing that we do agree on,
two people could have the same position, and that I can think that one has a legitimate excuse, but the other doesn't. You understand that?
What is the legitimate excuse? Like, what is the legitimate excuse
I'm just
that Nawawi has that I don't?
I don't think you understand that takfir is a matter of ijtihad. Do you accept that?
Is takfir a matter of ijtihad?
Yeah, in the sense that we could believe For example, you and I, which we don't have the same belief, we could have the exact same belief of what constitutes as kufr and shirk akbar, but on a specific individual, we could disagree about whether or not we think that person's actually a kafir.
Yeah, because of the other that you give.
Right, and how you interpret that individual versus how I do. So in that sense, it's a matter of ijtihad.
Yeah. So your ijtihad, the mujtahid Jake is doing ijtihad to determine that I'm a mushrik, but Imam Nawawi, who has like even more of a position that slaughtering is not necessarily shirk for other than Allah, your ijtihad says that Nawawi is excused. He has some other. I don't know. You think Nawawi is ignorant? You think I have more knowledge than Imam Nawawi? What's the other that you give Imam Nawawi for this?
But we can clarify it just for everyone to understand as well. Jay could still believe that he believes that's shirk, that's major kufr on the part of Nawawi, and still not make takfir of Nawawi, right? We agree on that.
Yeah, but the inconsistency is that he's making takfir of me. So I'm understanding what excuse
but I think
have. Yeah, we already conceded that.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. But Jake doesn't agree that it's not known. He believes it is known by necessity. Now, yeah. So, but then Jake's gonna.
Oh, the difference is, as I said, but Dan keeps demanding that I answer right now. I explicitly said that some of the passages he's citing regarding Nawawi and these other scholars, I haven't looked at, and I'm not going to make a judgment on it on this panel just off of what Dan says from his Muslim skeptic article.
I have a legitimate question though. Just on the broad basis of all these topics, Daniel. Like, if the majority position or the most intuitive and majority position is that sacrificing to other than Allah in the name of other than Allah, if the majority position is that it is shirk, but then you're always gonna have scholars disputing on these matters, right? It's not something to highlight to the public and say, well, but this scholar said that wilayat takwiniya and on this level is okay, or this scholar said that sacrificing in the name of other than Allah, granting that is true with the Nawawi, if that's the case, or on the matter of istighatha, they said you can call upon anyone at any place at any time, and they could always understand you and always understand multiple people at the same time. Like, I don't believe that's wise to show that to the public, and this is one other issue. Show that to the public and say, well, because these scholars said it, there's a valid.
It's necessary because you have Wahhabi people, takfiris like Jake and his buddy Fareed, who go out and call people mushriks. They say that you're.
Does Fareed takfir Daniel, Jake?
I don't know if he explicitly did publicly.
Yeah, he did. I don't know if he hasn't explicitly said like you that I'm a mushrik, but he doesn't affirm that I'm a Muslim, and he also prays that Allah breaks my neck and breaks my back. Like, he's very direct in making those kinds of dua.
Yeah,
but look, if it's ma'lum min ad-din bid-darura, look, if someone rejects something that's ma'lum min ad-din bid-darura, are they outside of Islam?
Yes.
Well, you said we both agree on that then.
No. But can they have an excuse though?
So say that again.
If someone rejects something that is ma'lum min ad-din bid-darura,
yeah,
is there any excuse that applies to them?
It depends on the time, because even things that are known in the religion by necessity, and Ibn Taymiyyah talks about this, they differ in the time period. What was known in the religion by necessity at the time of Imam Ahmed or even Ibn Taymiyyah is not necessarily the same as today. So it depends.
They knew less than we do today?
No, what are you talking about? I didn't say that. I'm saying that the knowledge could differ depending upon the area and the time period. That's obvious.
But how's that relevant? So if they have different knowledge, like we have more knowledge, or we know something that they missed somehow?
No, I didn't say that. It could be in the reverse. For example, the scholars talk about that the Quran and Sunnah were much more in the public sphere, and there was much less ignorance during the time of the Salaf. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're not talking about the time of the Salaf. You think Imam Nawawi is in the time of the Salaf?
No. bro, you asked me a general question and I'm giving a general answer. I'm saying to you that it depends on the time period and the circumstances. Regarding Imam an-Nawawi, right? I would say, I mean, I have to look more, as I said. I mean, you keep pressing on the issue. I responded several times. I have to look at the quotes. I have to look at what he said. But yes, I would say as of now that I don't see why there would be any reason why, regarding specifically the issue of slaughtering in the name of or to beings other than Allah directly, why that would not be known at the time by people at his time period. So yeah, I agree with that.
You agree that he is rejecting something that's ma'lum min ad-din bi-durura, and he has no excuse.
Dean, am I talking crazy or
no? I understood what Jake said. So Daniel, he said it.
I'm refusing to say whether or not an-Nawawi actually had that position.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at someone where it's clear cut, so you can't.
No. I will give you the hypothetical answer.
You're ignorant.
I will give you the
You're ignorant. Let me give you an example that is
I will give
impossible
you
to
the
deny.
hypothetical answer you want, Dan. Any one of these scholars that you're mentioning here, if it's shown that they held a position that I deem to be kufr and shirk akbar and is known to be is known by necessity in the deen, then yes, they should be considered to be kafirs.
Okay,
I'm
so
giving you that hypothetical answer.
Okay, that's great. You gave a hypothetical answer. Okay, they have no excuse. They have no excuse. So do you understand that one of the biggest defenders and promoters of istighatha is Taqiyuddin as-Subki, and he wrote an entire work explaining and justifying istighatha as not being kufr or shirk, and in fact being something that can be practiced, should be practiced. In Shifa Siqam, do you know enough about istighatha to know that one of the biggest promoters of it was Subki?
Yes.
So you're not denying my understanding of Imam Subki. Okay, so Imam Subki is holding a position that you think is known with certainty to be shirk, ma'lum min ad-din bid-durura, to be shirk. So go ahead and call Imam Subki a mushrik in the same way that you call me a mushrik. In fact, Imam Subki is going more further than me, because I actually say that in many cases that istighatha is actually shirk. So you have more grounds, and Subki is also not someone early. He's someone much later. Go ahead and say that he's a mushrik.
So what do you understand from his position regarding istighatha?
What do I understand? That he's promoting it, and he's justifying it, and he's arguing against those who say that who take Ibn Taymiyyah's position. He's arguing against that position, and he's promoting it. So he is holding something that you consider known with certainty to be shirk, and you just said that in those cases there's no excuse that applies. That's why I don't have the excuse, and you can call me a mushrik. Go ahead and be consistent. Call Imam Subki a mushrik.
So that's why I'm asking you to specify what you think his belief is. If you think, when you say he's promoting it, as far as I know, he tries to make the ta'wil that you do regarding what you tried to ask about the person at the grave. Oh, they don't really just mean that they're calling upon the Prophet, peace be upon him, or the awliya directly. They're not doing that. They're really just asking them to make dua for the person.
So what? Yeah,
So
you consider, so you don't, so now, okay, so if he's making the same ta'wil as Daniel, quote unquote, this is your words, then how am I a mushrik? How am I a mushrik but not him?
Dan, your position is that the belief itself is what determines whether or not the action is shirk, and your position is that unless the person actually has this belief in istiqlal or independence, then istighatha is not shirk akbar.
No, that you misrepresented my position once again, but we don't need to go back into that. Istighatha is what Imam Subki is justifying, and he's saying, and he's giving this.
No, Daniel, I think it's worth to clarify.
He's
It's worth to
rejecting.
clarify your
Stop
position.
interrupting, bro. Stop interrupting. Like you're trying to save Jake because he's
No,
trapped.
I'm not. I'm actually trying to help you by having you clarify your position. What?
My position has been clarified an infinite number of times by now, and Jake is refusing
to you, man.
takfir Imam Subki, even though he just finished stating his principle that if someone rejects something that's ma'lum min ad-din bid-durura, it's known with certainty that there is no excuse and they are outside of Islam. And that's the principle that he uses to takfir me. And when I say, well, Imam Subki has an even like more expansive view promoting istighatha, and I made sure to get that out of him before to acknowledge that yes, Imam Subki has this position and he wrote a book about it and he's one of the biggest defenders. Then Jake is now stuttering and he's saying, actually, do you know this and this?
He's not stuttering.
Oh, he's stuttering to me, bro. He's stuttering.
Come on.
So
All right.
this is
Wait, Jake,
why is-
1 second.
why is
Let me
Subki
just
not against?
moderate here. Let me just moderate here. Okay, so Jake, make it clear to the audience what in what terms, because when someone says istighatha, they can mean multiple different things. And we haven't defined it really clearly right now since you guys have brought it up. So Jake, what type of istighatha are you speaking of when you say it that is known by necessity in the religion to be shirk akbar, and you would make takfir of someone if they believe it's okay? Or if they do it?
Calling on someone other than Allah and requesting from them for things that only Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can give.
Okay. And
so, for example, if somebody is calling upon any created being, anyone other than Allah, and they're asking them directly for rizq or
you've lagged out. You lagged out for me. I don't know if it's for them. Is that
Can you
again?
hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said if somebody is asking someone directly other than Allah for things only He can give, like rizq and granting their wife children, or asking for forgiveness of sins.
Okay, so you believe that? So you believe no matter if they believe that that person can hear them anywhere at any time, you still would believe that?
No, even if it's in front of the grave and they ask that.
Okay, that's a very important clarification. Okay, so Daniel, go ahead, make your position clear on istighatha and tell us what Subki believes about this. Go ahead.
Yeah, istighatha is just asking directly, making a request from the Prophet ﷺ. That's what istighatha is defined as. And Subki, and not just him, but these are well-known figures. Suyuti, Ibn Hajar al-Haytami, they're well known for saying that istighatha is permissible near the grave, far from the grave, asking the Prophet ﷺ directly, and they defend this. They're well known for this.
But do they know? But do they know that when someone's asking directly, they're asking directly the Prophet to ask Allah, or they're directly asking the Prophet and they believe Allah has given him the authority to grant a rizq?
Their istighatha, okay, is an action of calling to the Prophet ﷺ directly. Now, whether the intention matters, that is what is in dispute here between me and Jake. And what I point out is that the way that someone like Subki is justifying or saying that istighatha is not necessarily shirk akbar and is actually permissible is because of this appeal to the intentions. And he gives an argument for why the intentions are what are critical to determining whether this is shirk or not, or whether it's permissible or haram or shirk.
Okay, so can we agree on the point of, if the intention is not that the Prophet has to ask Allah, Allah has given the authority to the Prophet ﷺ to grant rizq. So the Prophet has been given authority to grant rizq, and someone is doing istighatha in that context. Do you believe that's ma'alum bidin bil-darura? Like that's actually something that's done by necessity? That is shirk akbar?
You're not getting the point, Dean. The point is that the action, okay, we're looking for the hukm of the action, and the Wahhabi position is that, and not just the Wahhabi position, it's actually Ibn Taymiyyah's position as well, that the action of calling to the Prophet ﷺ and making a request, that is shirk. That is shirk akbar.
Right, but I'm trying to understand what is there anything within that
and the belief that is something that the other side brings up. The other
okay,
side
but I'm trying to understand now, Daniel. Is there anything within that I've just mentioned? Is there anything that's in that you believe is known by necessity? Is it known by necessity that it is shirk akbar to ask the Prophet for rizq, and you just believe that Allah has given the Prophet the ability to grant you that? Do you believe that's known by necessity, that it's shirk akbar?
No, because it depends on what you think the power of the Prophet ﷺ is, how expansive that is. Like there are many factors that have to be taken into consideration. The example that we're talking about with wilaya takwiniya was control simultaneously, all-encompassing of the entire universe, and the the power to just create. That's the kind of power and knowledge that we're talking about. That I said, yeah, this is shirk akbar. And the point that I made to Jake again is that if he's going to takfir me for saying that istighatha is not necessarily shirk ma'lum min ad-din bid-darura, known with certainty, then he has much more justification and necessity to actually takfir Subki, Suyuti, Ibn Hajar al-Haytami, these known imams, and his other Wahhabi friends, or maybe not his friends, but other Wahhabis will go ahead and bite the bullet, and they'll say, yeah, these are kuffar, these are mushrikeen. But I want to understand why Jake is refusing to take that step, because if he's refusing to take that step for those imams, why doesn't he give me the same benefit of the doubt or the same other?
Okay, so Jake, I'm gonna let you respond, and then I want to say my final statement before I head out, because it's about to reach the 10-hour mark, so you can respond, and then I'm gonna say my last statement. Go ahead.
You want me to respond to what?
Yeah, respond to what Daniel had said regarding these scholars.
Yeah, I already responded several times that I am not going to take for granted Daniel's interpretation of these scholars. And you can keep making all the gestures you want. I don't really care. So as I said, I'm not going to make individual takfir on someone unless I truly have studied that particular individual enough to know exactly what their positions are. I've been studying Daniel for the past 2 years. I know him better than he knows himself. So that's why I'm willing to declare takfir on somebody like him. I have not done the same thing with the scholars he mentions, and so I'm not going to do that. Now, he can keep demanding it all he wants, but he's just wasting his time.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna say my last statement before I head out, and I suggest you just close the live because it's about to reach the 10-hour mark. So my last statement, obviously, I agree with Jake on many of the issues. I agree with Jake on many of them. Maybe some stuff he said I don't believe is actually ma'lum bid-din bid-darura. But the point is that there's statements that people are making, obviously, that should be called out, that are known by necessity. I agree, everyone should be calling that out. And I disagree also with Daniel bringing up all these scholars bringing exceptional views, and obviously I would agree that those exceptional views could be shirk, but I would not, or shirk akbar, but I would not make takfir on the scholar, nor would I make takfir on Daniel. So I make that very clear. I disagree with Jake on takfiring Daniel. And before I head out, I want to make it very clear I've been unbiased insofar as I've been trying to get both of their views. Anyone that's telling me otherwise, like you don't know the context of even this live, because I am upset with Jake, right? I am definitely upset with Jake with what he did with myself.
You're trying to get views?
What'd you say?
You said they're accusing you of trying to get views?
No, they're accusing me of being biased.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So my point is that there's no reason for me to be biased, because obviously I'm upset with Jake and I disagree with Daniel. Right, so I was trying my best to moderate insofar as that. I don't want to be associated with this Daniel and Jake thing. My positions have been made clear, and obviously I'm still upset with Jake with what he did regarding Libiano and I, right? And even though I made my positions clear and I've showed our aqidas online, I'm not planning on in future speaking to Jake or working with him, making very clear right now for everyone to hear, because I don't like the way that he treated myself and Libiano with this issue. With Daniel, obviously I disagree with him on these topics, and I also condemn the back and forth with him and Jake, and I disagree with him on these issues. However, I don't make the kafir with him. So I just want to make that clear. And yeah, I disassociate myself from, if this back and forth continues after this live stream, don't ask me about it. I won't be replying. If you do ask me about it, I'll be blocking or hiding your comments, okay? Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
All right, Dan, we've been going on for 10 hours.
Yeah, let me just make a final statement then. And I'm not going to reiterate the whole 10 hours, but point was that you are inconsistent in multiple ways. You have not been able to point to any actual shirk in the detailed clarification that I read. I showed you exactly what I believe, and you don't have standards that you apply consistently to me versus, these known imams who take these positions on istighatha being permissible. So it's not something that I say. I say it's haram, and in many cases it can actually be shirk, but you give some kind of benefit of the doubt to Imam Subki or Ibn Hajar al-Haytami or whoever, and you don't extend that to me. That just looks very inconsistent. It looks incoherent, actually. And I just want people to go back to my statements that I've made, written statements where I clarify all of these things. And by the way, like, I'm not knowledgeable and I'm not a scholar, but there are scholars who are reviewing this material. And that's why I bring on someone like Sheikh Yasser Hanafi, Sheikh Harun Kanj, bringing on others. More collaborations are in the pipeline. And these are people who have studied these issues, and their knowledge is much, much far greater than mine. And you can see them. And I asked them about these issues, and they agree that, no, what you're saying is correct. And that's not because I'm so brilliant. It's because there's research that I do. I talk to other ulama. I develop these positions. We have our team, and we publish things that are polished and they're correct. We're putting out the correct material to accurately represent these ulama and these scholars of history. And that's why I bring someone like Maulana Yasser Hanafi or Sheikh Harun Kanj or other individuals that are going to come onto my channel. Those are the caliber of people that I consult and agree with me. The people that Jake brings on is like these random anonymous people that we don't know who they are. And Dean responds, who says that, yeah, I'm not an expert and you shouldn't even be talking about this. So that's the difference. That's the difference. But I'm very happy that you confirmed that February 1st to 4th, you will be able to debate. So I'm going to confirm the details with you, exactly the date, because I have to go find a venue for this and set everything up. And we're going to have this debate on ibadah. Inshallah, it'll be moderated. It'll be structured. No opportunity for interruptions. And it'll be good. I'm excited about it. I'm glad that it's finally happening.
Okay. Is that it? You done?
Yep. Okay.
All right. Take care.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum.